Is going live now. There we go. Live on YouTube as well. Hooray! Hello, everyone. Sorry I'm a couple of minutes late. Forgive me. Hello, everyone. Oh, look, we've got Sean. I wasn't sure we were going to have Sean's company. Let's just bring Sean in and see what he's saying. This is an unexpected pleasure. Hey, Sean.
Hey, how you doing? I'm able to make it for some of the show, but not the whole thing. I'm out of town right now.
Oh, cool.
But yeah, I have some downtime right now, so I'm sitting in a hot tub as we speak, and I will be very engaging at the same time.
That is awesome. Sean is joining us from the hot tub, people. This is next level dedication. I'm extremely impressed and gratified and happy. So I hope you're having a lovely time, Sean, in the hot tub. Look at you in the hot tub.
Yeah. Well, we have sort of like when they don't answer questions, my blood pressure goes up, and then the hot tub relaxes me, and the blood pressure goes down. So,
Excellent stuff.
Little yin and yang.
Good. Well, we're going to dive straight in. Not going to waste any time at all. We are going to bring in Mr. Catsmear, who's going to be our first guest, coming in on TikTok. See, it's a good name, Mr. Catsmear. Hey, Mr. Catsmear, how are you?
Doing pretty good. It's Scat Smear, by the way.
Scat. Scat. Oh, Mr. Scat Smear. That's even more delightful. Okay. Well, there we are. Yes, I misread it. So it's.
That means you're a car guy, right? Like the Scat Pack, the Dodge, a Challenger Scat Pack.
My bio says it all. My bio says sort of the content I produce. It is interesting to me personally. You don't have to be a fan of it, but
Great.
Yeah.
Well, perhaps we should move swiftly on. Welcome to the hot tub session with Sean. Welcome in.
Don't say that to a guy with scat in his name. But anyway, so
I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with it. We can all have our own interests.
Absolutely. We can all have our own interests. So our interest is talking about beliefs and religious beliefs. And so our claim tonight is sort of fairly generic, I suppose, but your God obviously isn't there, is our claim. What's your position on that?
My position is I'm not necessarily dedicated to any religion per se.
Yeah,
I've taken like a few sort of like religious belief tests. I'm sort of like a pantheist sort of thing. I do believe that there is a chance of some sort of being out there, but not necessarily one to tied to any sort of book.
Yeah. Do you think that there being a chance of something being the case is a reason to think it is the case?
I think that there's a pretty, I'd say, significant chance. I'd say it's very close with the opposite.
Why?
I think humans for, oh my God, as long as time can remember, have always talked about some sort of God, right? Have always talked about gods and such like that.
Yeah.
And, there's over four, we're talking like, if we're talking about, the big three Abrahamic religions, Christianity, Islam, and Judaism, right? That's like 4 billion people who are devoting their lives to a higher being, right? There is.
Mister, are you familiar with a term called argumentum ad populum? In Latin, it means appeal to popularity. Are you familiar with like logical fallacies and like different?
Yeah,
different categories?
I am familiar with logical fallacies.
Yeah, so argumentum ad populum is appeal to popularity, meaning many people believe it, therefore it's true or likely true. That's a logical fallacy. Like at one time, most people believed the world was flat. Many people believed, they didn't understand what causes lightning and thunder, so they believed in Thor, what have you. That's not like a rational reason to believe a God exists.
Well, I'm saying in the sense that all of these sort of books sort of reference each other sort of in different ways, and humans for thousands of years have believed in some sort of higher being. And I think if we take it, I think that eventually something would have to be a creator, possibly, right? If we kept going forward, because of the idea. I mean, okay, so this is sort of a wider topic of it, right? So the idea of like space, like the actual idea of like outer space, you know what I mean? So
yeah,
space.
Do you understand? So we'll move to space, and that's fine. But like the original argument you made, do you acknowledge that that's an appeal to popularity fallacy?
I will, I guess.
Okay. All right. No problem. So yeah, please. You were mentioning outer space.
Yeah. So the idea of I've thought about this quite a lot. The idea of outer space, because space has to take up space, but where is the space for space? Where is the space for space for space? And it becomes this sort of what's it called? Not sort of like a repetitive cycle of you need space for space for space, and eventually it's like where does this end, right? Where does eventually this sort of thing just end because you can't make room for something? Because you need space for something, right? You know what I mean? Like if you have like a box within a box within a box within a box within a box, right? It's sort of that kind of thing. If there are no boxes, you cannot put any more boxes in.
I don't know that you need space for space. Space is just a designated field, voluminous area, like with XYZ coordinates of empty space itself. But let's say you came upon something, because you can get into these sort of, weird discussions that, wow, that makes you think, let's say we don't have an answer to that. Is that a reason to posit that God exists?
I would say so.
Yeah, no, that's an argument from incredulity fallacy, and it's a particular type of one known as God of the gaps. So there's always going to be gaps in our knowledge, especially when it comes to like the ultimates of reality. Like, why is there something rather than nothing? And if you don't have evidence sufficient evidence, I should say, for an explanation, the only rational position is to say, I don't know what the explanation is, and leave that as a placeholder for exploration until sufficient evidence for an explanation eventually arises. But just say, like, I don't know, I don't have the answer to this.
Doesn't that seem like a more reasonable kind of position to take, where there are always going to be things we don't understand, and there are always going to be like boundaries to our knowledge, right? And those boundaries used to be a lot nearer to us than they are now. Like, we used to not understand how earthquakes work, or thunder and lightning, or what those weird lights moving across the sky at night were. We knew nothing about any of that, and those things were all explained in terms of entities, and they were all personified and given agency. And obviously when the earth shakes, someone's angry, and when the sky makes a noise, someone's angry, when the crops fail, someone's angry. And these things were all kind of brought to life as characters. And over human history, you would have thought by now we've learnt not to do that. But isn't that kind of what you're doing with another gap in our knowledge, saying, well, we don't really understand, we don't understand stuff. And because there's some stuff we don't understand, there must be a character animating it or doing it or responsible for it.
I can see the similarities, but I believe I'm different. So,
how so?
Well, I think it's different for me, right? Because I'm me, right? I'm not those people, right? And I'm definitely
sure. No, you're a different person, but can you see why, when one thinks about this critically, it looks like you're just doing the same thing that people have done over the years when they haven't had a good explanation for something? They've just invented a character who's supposed to be responsible for that. And we've made the same mistake over and 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 over again. Like thousands of times, tens of thousands of times, hundreds of thousands of times, millions of times. Perfectly natural phenomena were interpreted as the actions of some kind of agent. And we now laugh because we understand that thunder isn't angry gods, and we understand that illnesses are not curses, and all of that stuff. And we sort of smugly realise that, we're very clever for knowing these things. Those poor savages back then who thought that earthquakes were angry gods, were a bit silly, and now we know better. But we're doing it too. I mean, you're kind of doing it now, right? When you're saying, well, we don't know, and it might be that something created all of this, and someone, and it's some kind of mind. Isn't that just you doing exactly the same thing?
I would say that, like I said before, I think it's similar, but I think it's different in the sense that when it comes to what I'm talking about, right, is that when it like specifically with like space things, it's like, well, how is space for space for space for space for space, and the fact is that something has to create said space in order to bring like somehow space has to be created for more space to be made.
Why does space have to be
Even
created?
if that were true.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
even if that were true, you're still asserting a cause, which is God, but it doesn't necessarily have to be true. So space is just a voluminous area that is the absence of anything, and so the only thing required for there to be space is there is no matter occupying a certain area, and if there's no matter occupying a certain area, voluminous area, we just definitionally refer to that area that is missing matter. We just definitionally refer to it as space. So I don't even buy the assertion, but even if I did, you're still saying I don't know what the cause is or what the beginning point is or what have you, therefore God.
I mean, I think that, you know, it is a semi-logical conclusion, though.
No, because, well, for two reasons. One, the only thing required for an area to have space is a lack of matter within a given location, and we just by definition call that lack of any sort of matter space. Like there's no atmosphere, there's no solid objects, there's nothing. It's just empty. We just refer to the lack of anything, any matter. We just refer to that by definition as space. That's it. There's nothing mysterious going on there. And I guess I'll just leave it at that argument, because you are, even if we accepted your assertion, you would still be saying, I don't understand this, therefore God. But let's take it back there. What do you think of my definition of the fact that just definitionally all that's required to have space is a lack of matter at a given location?
Well, I would say that technically speaking, is there ever a lack of matter anywhere?
Yes. Now, empty space here. Now, here, there's another weird thing. Lawrence Krauss talks about this. There's if I'm not saying it incorrectly, a quantum field, like empty space isn't even exactly empty, but it doesn't contain matter. So yeah, when you go into outer space, if you go, you know, you're going to find areas of space where there's no matter. That's what makes it space.
Yeah, right. And well, if we're talking about so right, but you would technically need space for space, right?
No, I don't know. I don't know why that would be.
Because
it's having no coordinates for which to have emptiness. That may be a nonsensical concept, and you're getting into some like really deep philosophical, like the nature of reality or what have you. I don't think anyone's qualified to like dive that deep into you need space for space or you know, or what have you. It could just be that it's just a natural state of the universe to have XYZ coordinates and time, and it could just be a brute fact of the universe. I'm not claiming that's the case, but I'm saying I can't rule it out. So I'm at a point where when you start asking about the ultimates of reality, I say, I don't know. And that's a poor place to put God or any other explanation.
Yeah. Like what I mean of it is like, if we're to use this analogy, like if you have a box, right? And let's say, like, I don't know, you just have a box.
Right.
And in that box, okay, I'm trying to think of this in a better way. So like you have a box in your house, right? Just like an empty box in your house, right? That box is like empty space, but in order to have that empty space, it has the room that the box is in, right, to hold it. And then in like through your house, you have sort of your surroundings, right? So space needs space to have it occupied, right? So beyond, if we're thinking beyond, like what we'd consider.
Well, space isn't a the space is not a physical object like a box, and the universe itself may be just an infinite area. And when I say area, I don't mean just length and width. I mean the z-axis too.
Yeah.
The universe may just be an infinite, I guess you can call, empty box as an analogy, for which everything fits inside, and I don't have a problem with that.
But in that case, you would need so if something is infinite, you would need an infinite amount of like room for that to occupy, and an infinite amount of room needs an infinite amount of room in order to, because if there's nothing, right?
Yeah, I don't see it that way. I just see the infinite voluminous universe that may or may not exist as the only requirement. It is in itself, the, I don't know what you call it, the ultimate of what the universe is. But I think we're going in circles now. We're kind of going.
Yeah.
I'm left with I don't know in many of these cases. I feel like you are too. You're just sort of intuitively saying that's where I fit God, and I don't think that that's justified.
Well, I'm saying the fact that at that end there's a possibility of a God being there, right?
Yeah,
because
and God needs space. That God needs space to occupy. So where did that space go? It didn't solve the problem.
I mean.
And also, how do you get from a cause to a God? Let's even grant you for the moment, and I'm lending you this grant. I'm going to want it back afterwards. Let's grant you that there needs to be some cause for the space that contains the space that contains the space and all of that good stuff. How do you get from that to it definitely isn't just another principle of nature that we haven't yet understood? It must be a mind. It must have intentionality. It must, occasionally get in bad moods or be upset or have a will or want something or be self-aware or any of those qualities that we associate with minds. To attribute those things, which is what personifying these causes into a god is entirely unwarranted, isn't it?
That's a great point, John.
Okay, well, I'm not trying to be that guy, but I was away for like 2 seconds, and I only heard like the latter half of your sort of argument.
I basically said,
John killed your argument, and now it's over. So that you missed the whole thing.
I mean,
I'm sorry. I'm being facetious. Go ahead, John.
I was gonna say that's like.
No, he was
within itself.
He was just playing with you. So look, what I said was that even if we granted that all of this space and all of this, the structure of reality and physical reality and the dimensions and all of that stuff, even if we granted that they needed to have been caused by something, it's a very, very big leap to get from that to the something that caused them isn't just some other principle of nature that we don't yet understand. In the same way that thunder and lightning were caused by static electricity and the discharge of electric potential that we didn't understand, and now we do. To reason from something must have caused all of this space and it has a mind and it's consciously aware and it has ambitions and it wants things or it has intentionality at all is entirely unwarranted. On what basis would you make that claim?
No, yeah, I definitely understand when like it comes to personifying it, right? Because we don't know how such a thing would actually work, even if Eden has the idea to know what it's doing, right? Sort of like a I don't know how to explain it, but it could be like anything to like a blob, you know what I mean, sort of deal, where it's like how to explain it. You ever played the game Terraria and like the King Slime? You could like something like that,
But then
let me ask you something. Are you convinced that the thing that you're saying must explain it, like the starting point of the initial cause of the space within the space, etc.? Are you convinced that is actually a thinking agent, or are you just saying something must have be behind it all, and you're just referring to that thing as God?
I'm referring to something must be behind it all.
Okay, because I think this is an interesting thought experiment, and like sitting around the campfire, having glass of wine and having these these deep philosophical conversations, but like you're not describing what would normatively be referred to as a god. We are addressing God beliefs as it pertains to like a thinking agent, possibly a creator of the universe, supernatural being, a god, a personified type of god is really what we're
so like
here.
more typically like an Abrahamic sort of god and not like a esoteric.
More typically, but not exclusively. Like if someone came to us and said, I don't believe in Christianity or Islam or any of that garbage, but I do believe there's some thinking agent who created the universe, just as an example, we would entertain that and have the discussion. But what you are describing, neither John nor I would consider to be a god, quote unquote.
Yeah, I think you're just referring to some sort of process in nature that happens, and then putting a label of God on it. And I'm not sure that that's particularly helpful either.
If we had to, I guess, reverse the process, right? If there was sort of enough. So when it comes to the creation of the universe, right? When it comes to space, if we're doing this whole space, paradox or whatever, right? When it comes down to it, right? You would say that that's sort of indirect. You could say that sort of being, whatever that we're considering God for this moment, sort of indirectly let that thing happen because it is allowed the creation of more and more space for it, so that when the universe was created, it had the space to take over, if that makes sense, in a way.
But even using the term being there is doing quite a lot of
heavy lifting.
Yeah.
And and I'm using it just for the sense of easy, an easy way to actually sort of describe it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. If whatever someone is describing doesn't have a mind and intentionality, that alone, for me, excludes it from my definition of any sort of reasonable definition of God. I go by the common normative, if you want, dictionary definition of God. And Merriam-Webster has two. It describes the triomni God, number one, and the creator of the universe, basically capital G God. And then it describes the rest of the gods, like Thor and Zeus, and kind of the lesser non-triomni gods, but they're all thinking agents that are personified in some way. And so if it doesn't have a mind, to me, it's not God. We're talking about something else entirely.
Okay. Well, I guess in that case, it's sort of just I guess it's just sort of the definition of what you're going by, sort of a strictly sort of Webster's like an actual dictionary definition, while I'm seeing it in I guess a abstract, esoteric kind of way.
Yeah. No, and that's fine. I'm not demanding, I'm not getting into a semantic war and saying, how dare you call that God? It's just for the purpose of our discussion that we have on this live, we're using the more normative, common definition of God. And I'll entertain Thor too. It doesn't have to be the Abrahamic God. But I think you get where I'm going with it.
Yeah, I definitely see that. I guess I think that if it's sort of just kind of here, I guess I don't understand where we would go from there, or if you want to continue.
Cool. No, I think maybe that's a sensible point to draw a line. But just, have a think about how irrational it is to get from we don't know how this happened to some being with any kind of mind or intentionality or anything like that, made it happen.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you for coming up and being our first guest. Appreciate it.
Yep. Please follow me, Mr. Scatsmere here. I make poop content. We all love poop around here.
We are not promoting your content on here. That's not what this is about, my friend. Off you go.
I'm not going to lie. I thought I thought that conversation was going to go badly and we were being trolled, but he
Yeah.
held until his outro, he held a very normal, respectful conversation.
He did.
So I will give him credit for that.
He did indeed.
And
okay.
I'm not shitting you.
Oh, boom, boom. Okay. We have got a few calls on the bingo, so we just have a quick look at that. Let's get that happening over here. There we are. We have Kif said, words don't mean words. Kif, did you actually say that? Just let me know, because we are being slightly messed with at the moment. Let me know, Kif, if you actually did call that on the bingo or not. But we have Diagoras said God of the Gaps. That's absolutely right. Oh, that's a little bit loud. And let's have a look. We are being messed with. We may have to slightly do this a different way. And Diagoras called personal incredulity. I think that's fair. And Ash called why something rather than nothing. Again, let's just try and get some verification here. Kif, are you in? Is Kif in the chat right now? Let's have a look. I'm looking for Kif. No, you didn't call words don't mean words. Okay, so that means we're being a little bit messed with. Okay, so what we'll do is we won't worry about the bingo for now. We are working on this, people. We are working on this, but we're not going to let ourselves be derailed. So what we'll do is we will just move on to J-Man Scario. Next, it's going to be our next guest. J-Man. We can hear all your hot tub sounds, Sean. It's wonderful.
Oh, sorry about that.
No, it's all good. J-Man, how are you?
I'm good. How are you, sir?
Yep, we are good. Welcome in. What would you like to say?
Okay, I wanted to comment on the other guy who was saying God is not aware or something.
Yeah.
And I believe if a God is not aware, mind aware, conscious, even with a consciousness, that's a force. It can't be a God.
Can't be a God.
It's literally a force, because if it can't literally do anything with its mind, then there can come a position or a place in life where human beings might even learn to harness it.
Yeah.
And
I don't hold that to be true. Now, it's not what I would call a God, but it's not necessarily false just because it doesn't have a mind. There's lots of things that influence humanity and reality that are mindless, like gravity. Gravity is an obvious example.
Are you just saying we wouldn't call it? Are you just saying we wouldn't call it a God, J-Man, or are you saying it wouldn't be true? Because those are two different positions, aren't they?
Yeah, for me, I am saying if it doesn't have a mind, if it's just something that is influencing, it can't be called a God.
Okay, so do you think there's something that can be called a God, which is being active and influencing then? So let's get to the nub of the issue.
Yes,
Right.
there is a God. And the way I see God, he is not in space, he's not... Because, God created space when it said he created the heavens and the earth. And in the same things, he created time. But God is not limited to time or space.
Well, that's fine.
Like
that's fine until you want to examine whether the statements you make about him are meaningful in any way at all. So when you say God is not in time or space, if he's not in time, then he can't change, because change requires time. For God to be in a state where he thinks about creating something and then has the intentionality to create it and then creates it and then has created it, those are all temporal things. So if you're saying God is not in time, then your God can't do anything. He can't even have a thought. Is that the kind of God you mean? A God who can do... No, a God can't have a thought if he's not in time, because having a thought involves not having the thought and then changing to beginning to have the thought and then changing to having the thought being finished. That sequence of changes requires time. So if you don't have time, you don't have any change. So you don't have any action, you don't have any thought. So is that your God doing absolutely nothing?
Wait. Before, the same God who created everything is the same God who created time. So literally, he existed before time even existed.
That's indistinguished. That's like existing for zero amount of time. So if time doesn't exist, that means there's zero time. For example,
there is no time at all.
hold on, listen. If water doesn't exist, that means there is zero water in the universe. That would be the case. That's just definitionally the case. If time doesn't, if there is a moment where time doesn't exist, that means there is zero time. And so what you are saying is, if your God, quote unquote, exists in a timeless universe, that means he is existing for zero time, which is indistinguishable from not existing at all.
Can I ask a question, a small question?
Sure.
What describes time? Like literally, what is time?
Time is an incremental measurement of change, of sequencing events. So if God, for example, existed without time, he couldn't have undergone change to where he has not decided to create the universe, then he decided to create the universe, then he created the universe, or created, if you want, replace universe with time, because those things are sequenced changes of states which necessarily involve time. So it could not have been the case.
But okay, so you think God is affected by time? Because literally the way, for example, as the way we look at time on the earth.
No, because as you said, God has existed for zero amount of time.
Yes, before time even. Time is an invention of God.
Do you think?
Wait, time is not something that is necessarily there.
Okay. All right. We need to apply a little bit of common sense here. A little bit of common sense here, because we've tried to explain this to you twice now, and you seem to be missing it both times. So let me try again another time.
Yeah.
So if God does anything that involves any kind of change, and that could be something as simple as having a thought, because having a thought involves a change, doesn't it? From before you had the thought, to during the thought, to after the thought. So even a thought requires a change of condition for God, doesn't it? Right. If God changes condition, then we have a word for that changing condition. We call it time. So when you say God invented time, what you're saying is he wanted to make something, he began making it, and then it was made. All of those things only make sense if there's a change of state of God and a change of state of the reality that God is involved with. And if that's the case, it's meaningless to say that he's outside of time or he's independent of time or anything like that. It's just complete twaddle. I mean, you can say the words as much as you like, but it's just meaningless. So you either think that God does things and has intentionality and has a mind and has thoughts and wants to do things and get stuff done, or you don't think he does. If you think he does stuff, then he's in time, because that's literally what that means. So make up your mind. You can't have both.
I understand the change of state of mind. That one, I totally agree with it. I am not saying God is not in time. He's literally out and he's everywhere. So that's why I'm saying he's not contained in time or in space. He's not in space.
Yeah, that's lovely. So he exists for 0 seconds in 0 locations. That is phenomenologically identical to not existing at all.
He exists everywhere, in space and out of space. In time,
J-Man,
out of time.
J-Man, where did, before God created time, according to you, God existed outside of space and time, right? Only existed outside of space and time.
For that.
Hold on, I don't care about scriptures. Are you saying that God, you are saying before God created time, God only existed outside of space and time, correct? That's your position, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Not outside.
So the problem. Hold on. So the problem doesn't go away, because what you're doing is you're taking the now and just saying, well, I'm not being too weird because now we have space time. And so now I'm saying God also exists within space time. So I'm going to sort of rehabilitate it. But in point of fact, your position is there was a time when God existed outside of space and time, which, by the way, I've spoken to two different physicists, actual credentialed physicists on this topic, and both of them say existence outside of space and time is not only like not a thing that doesn't exist. It's not even something taken seriously, like theoretically, like it's a nonsensical concept in physics. Both of them said this. Both of them are also members of TikTok, by the way. And just even lay people can see that existing without time is existing for zero time. Something that exists for 0 seconds is like leprechauns have existed for 0 seconds. That's also a true statement.
So that your God that you are trying to describe is the God who you want to describe with physics and science and all these things, when physics and science can't even describe a human being.
You can't bring up
completely.
space time. You can't bring up. Go ahead.
No, physics and
You
science
cannot bring up space time
can
and then
describe a human being.
yeah,
and we've done quite well in describing human beings in terms of physics and science and
but not
chemistry and biology. Well, pretty well. And the fact that we may still have things to learn about human beings doesn't give you a license to make nonsensical statements about God, like he exists everywhere and he's in time and out of time and in space and out of space. These are just sentences that people say to try to distract from the fact that the concept of the God you have is completely incoherent. I mean, if you're going to say stuff like that, be aware that what you're saying is not sensical. What you're saying is just gibberish.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
Sure.
Now, right now we are creating robots and AI robots and so on. Do you believe a robot or AI or a robot can literally come to a position where it can literally understand everything about a human being?
It depends what you mean by understand.
I don't know.
And we're entitled to say we don't know.
Are you asking if I think that? J-Man, are you asking if we think that now? Hold on.
Human being, the origin of the human being, like everything about. Let me say that even the owner, just the owner.
J-Man, are you asking if we think they can do it now, or if it's theoretically possible to develop AI that could understand such a?
If we think there is a time where they will be able to do it.
And can I just
don't know. And
dig down a little bit more? Yeah, we can dig down a little bit more and just say that the main answer, Sean is absolutely right, is we don't know. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. But also it's like there's different ways of interpreting the question, because you could say, when you say know everything about a human being, do you mean, do you mean know everything about the history of their parents? Or do you mean, where their family came from? Or are you talking about the ultimate origins of organic life? Or you were talking about, what their parents did on their first date? Or everything about the state of that human being's body at a point of time? Or just everything? It's a slightly vague question. So ask your question again if you can.
Okay, I understand that one. It's too general. But what I'm talking about is a human being, not like specific person or anything, just a robot that can come up and being like it by itself without human beings feeding it information. It starts studying human beings and it starts understanding human being, and it starts actually even like medicine. Let me say it invents something medicine.
I can't rule that. Yeah, I can't rule that out as a possibility for the future. If that people could I can't rule out that AI will become sentient someday. I'm not claiming it will. I don't know. I don't know if it becomes sentient. If we would know, creating a program or a mind-like thing or AI that is capable of learning on its own and researching and studying, I can't rule that out. What's the point? Like, let's get to what does this have to do with God?
The point is this. Here, it's like us being AI robots trying to understand completely the one who has made us. That's what I'm saying. It's
Well,
impossible.
J-Man, this is a variation on the argument of like, can our dogs understand us? Right? Can our dogs may like us, but can our dogs ever really understand us? It's pointless. You're just saying we don't know everything yet. But this is essentially the same kind of argument as we were having with the previous caller. No, we don't know everything yet. But the fact that we don't know everything yet doesn't give you a license to make up ridiculous stories about some sort of character that you can have private conversations with, who exists in time and out of time and isn't anywhere to be found, but is also everywhere, and speaks universes into existence and potentially has a thing for foreskins. Like, this is lunacy. This is lunacy, and that's why I confidently say your God obviously isn't there. Okay. You would say, well, he isn't there, and he also is there as well. But I just think the second part doesn't count. He just isn't there. It's just a made-up story, clearly.
Okay, but do you believe there is a position where the universe started existing?
I have no reason to think that's the case.
So you believe like the universe is like eternally limitless?
I think it could be. I think it could be. I can't rule out a finite universe. I can't rule out an infinite universe.
So, okay, you believe the universe has always been there. So if the universe,
no, did you hear, J-Man? Did you hear what I said? Because you mischaracterized our position. Neither John nor I claim to know whether the universe had a beginning or whether it's eternal into the past. That's still an unknown in cosmology right now. So we don't have a position. We don't have a position on that, the age of the universe.
Okay, I got that one.
Okay.
Yeah.
But okay, now can I put in, because I saw St. James said he didn't care about scriptures.
I don't.
So,
yeah.
Okay, now my God, our God that we worship at least, is somebody who is not limited to anything. Like literally, he's not limited to anything or anywhere, not time. Whether we literally will be living right now, and it doesn't matter how many thousands of years forward. He's not limited to time. He knows all those things. Not because,
He's triomni. Why should we believe that God exists?
If he's what?
He said, I understand he's triomni. He's omnipotent, meaning he's all powerful. He's omniscient, which means he's all knowing. He's omnipresent, which you said earlier, which means he's everywhere. Why should I believe that God exists?
Why? Oh man. Okay.
What's your evidence? What's your evidence?
Okay, I think you knowing the evidence, I mean, not the evidence, the universe by yourself, just by looking at the universe yourself, you can already tell somebody has to create that thing. It's a mechanism.
No.
Wait. That's really a mechanism. It's all a mechanism. You look at the sun is literally a mechanism that is just set to go around, and I mean to stand there while the other things are going around and around, and all that light only man needs it and his animals.
J-Man, you're just looking at nature and how it works, and you're going, oh, this is amazing. It works how it works. This is not an argument for a designer, and you're, hang on a second, your claim that all of this stuff must have been made by something is the actual point that we're asking you to evidence. So just repeating the claim isn't providing evidence for it. And saying, look, the light is perfect for man, you're getting it the wrong way round. Life has evolved on this planet to suit the environment of this planet. If this planet didn't have any light, then maybe a different type of life may have evolved here. Or maybe there would have been no life evolving here. It just so happens that under the conditions that exist on this planet, you're going to get life which is suited to it. It's idiotic to say the life was designed for us because it fits us so well. That's silly. Come on, you can do better.
Okay, yeah, I know, but do you know anything else in the universe that needs the sunlight?
Anything else
Like
in the
literally.
universe that needs sunlight? I mean, it's
Yeah.
an
Apart
irrelevant
from
question.
the Earth.
There may be lots of
I
other
know.
things
Wait.
in the
Okay.
universe
Wait. Yeah. I know the other
need
that
sunlight,
reflect the light.
and there may be no things elsewhere in the universe that need sunlight. But either way, it makes absolutely no difference. It's not an argument for intentionality in the design. It's just you seeing it. It's a little bit like if you looked up in the sky and you saw a cloud that was shaped just like a buffalo. And you're like, wow, that cloud was shaped like a buffalo just for me. You're just spotting patterns in nature and inferring design. It's the stuff of childhood. Come on. You don't need to do this. You're an adult. Stop it.
Okay. I got that. If you wanna take me from that path, I will go away from that path. Okay. Let me
Good.
ask Mr. Sin James. Mr. Sin
Sure.
James, do you believe there was a universal flood on this earth?
No. Are you talking about a global flood? Absolutely not.
No.
And it's not
No.
just a matter of belief. We know there wasn't. Because if there had been, there would be evidence for it. And there could not possibly have been a flood as described in the Bible. It's impossible for that to have happened.
So
And by
you
the way,
believe-
not that it means it didn't happen, but if a god did such a thing, he would be a monster of epic proportions that dwarfs every single evil dictator mankind has ever produced in the history of mankind. We're talking literal global G-side here, like of every living being, not just humans, but like kittens and Bambi and everyone else too. I'm so glad that God almost certainly doesn't exist.
Yeah.
like you know what I believe. My last part at least. You know what I believe. The flood was there, and
Mm.
although there is little evidence of flood, as few places and other places, there were literally deserts like. Deserts since a long time ago, which people can literally say this happened because there was a flood in that desert.
I'm gonna say something to you, Jay, man. Forgive me, because this is not meant to sound nasty. We know that there've been lots of regional floods. Most places in the world have been flooded at some time. So the idea that most places have been flooded is not remarkable. But the idea that but the idea that there was a flood at some point in history within the last, say, 10,000 years that had enough water to cover the highest mountain is impossible to be true. It's not even just that we don't have much evidence for it. It's not possible. There isn't enough water in the world to do that. It's just not possible.
Water is not from the world.
Water is from the world. We have a thing called the water cycle, don't we? It's the water condensing from the sky and evaporating and rising and moving around as clouds and condensing again. We understand how the water cycle works. There is an amount of water in the world, and there isn't enough of it to have filled up the world. Now, there's some interesting calculations that you may not know about. So, do you literally think that it started raining and in 40 days it rained enough to have covered the world up to the top of Everest?
Water doesn't come from here. Water comes from up there.
Magic water.
No, not magic water. Imagine the first time, literally, you think the earth would just provide water that is going up. The water have to come up here. There. That's why it says there are two layers of water. One is under here, the other one is up.
Yes. Okay. So do you think, I asked you a question, do you think that enough water was released into the world in a period of 40 days to raise the level of the sea and of the water everywhere up to the height of the highest mountain, which is Everest? Do you think that that's a thing that happened?
If I have to be honest, I would say it would have to be a big miracle.
A big miracle. You're basically just going magic. That's what you're just saying. It was magic.
No, that's what I'm saying. If I have to be honest myself, being asked if it's possible, I don't see any normal possibility.
Do you know what would be required for that to happen? Do you know what the rate of rainfall would need to be? It would need to be about, I think I might be getting this wrong. I think it's about 6 inches per minute of rainfall. Now, do you know how much heat would be generated by that amount of rainfall?
Yeah, but some water came from under.
Okay, well, we'll deal with the water from underneath in a moment. But if that level of rainfall was happening, then when water condenses, the energy stored is released as vapor turns to water and condenses. You get the stored energy of that is released as heat, and it would have heated up the temperature of the atmosphere and of the water itself to several thousand degrees. So all the water would have evaporated, as would have the atmosphere as well.
You are like a scientist, bruh. You want to explain everything with science.
But
there is nothing at all for you that you just be like,
but
okay,
J-Man, if your retreat is just it could have happened and it was magic, then you've just put yourself in a situation where nothing you can say could ever be wrong, because you could say, talking animals, magic, flying trees, magic. There's literally nothing. At that point, you make yourself the most credulous person in the world, because you will literally believe anything because you can just say, oh, it was magic. That's what children do.
Nah, I don't really do. I don't really believe even in magic.
But that's what you're doing now. You're just saying, oh, you're explaining everything in terms of science.
Because obviously we can literally, and that's why I gave that example. We can't understand a being that was smart enough to make people as smart as the ones who have walked this earth. There is no way. There is just no way, right? That is logic now. That is literal logic.
I almost have a degree of admiration for the way your mind is working on this, but you're not thinking critically, my friend. We can think critically about this stuff, and you can't say the things you're saying, and be logical and be reasonable, and the appeals you're making when we show you why the things you're saying can't be true. And you just say, well, you're just explaining everything in science, and God is bigger than science. You are literally just appealing to magic. That's what you're doing. You're taking a position that you're making yourself completely immune to looking critically at anything you say, and that's not sensible. So it's up to you. If you want to be a sensible person, stop doing that. If you want to behave respectfully, like a child, that's what children do. Then that's your choice. But you don't have to do it. You're an adult. You're an adult person. Grow up. Come on. You can do it.
Okay. But for magic is advanced technology, literally. Because if you check at the time of Jesus and you tell somebody, I am going to talk to somebody in another country right now, that is magic. So magic is like a technology we don't understand, something we don't understand. We call it magic because in our time, we don't have that type of technology.
You might be referring to the Arthur C. Clarke quote that said, any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. But that doesn't mean that magic is technology. When I'm saying magic, I'm saying that you're just appealing to a standard where reason doesn't count, to a standard where evidence doesn't count. And I don't think that's aspirational. I don't think that is a thing that you should want to do. So we'll probably move on. I mean, we don't actually have another caller in the queue at the moment. It's a little bit quiet this evening so far. I'm sure things will pick up as the stream goes on.
I was bored, so I did the math. 15.3 centimeters per minute is what I got to completely engulf Mount Everest.
Yeah. Sean, ask an AI. Ask an AI how much stored heat energy would be released if you had that level of rainfall.
I just have my phone.
Oh, okay.
I just have my phone. I can't. Yeah.
Okay. It's a lot. It's a lot. It would be enough to evaporate all the oceans. There'd be no water left. The temperature would be so high, everything would be vaporized. And then the response to that is but magic. God's got God magic. He can make it not happen. So that's just silly. So before we tie up, J-Man, any other reasons why you think your God exists? Because all of these arguments are silly so far. Have you got anything that isn't silly?
Well, any other reason that I think my God exists, because any other reason that I would give probably would come from the Bible, and St. James would reject it. So the only thing I can say maybe, I look at human beings, I look at us, and I'm like, we are not smart people. These are not smart creatures. No, it's like an experiment going on. Like, you look at people and you can see that, they really got mind, they can build, they can do what, but they are still fragile something. It can't be all. That can't be all. This This can't be all. Somebody who hit their head against a rock and boom, they are dead. They can't just come from nowhere. Somebody has to have made them. And I still won't accept that reasoning, but man, come on. This can't be
I
all.
acknowledge your personal incredulity, J-Man.
Yeah, I think that's all we can say at this point. Is that's kind of where we started off, was personal arguments from personal incredulity. So makes sense to finish there too. Thank you for calling us, J-Man. We appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
All right, keep well. Have a good one.
Have a great night.
And you. Take care. Bye-bye.
All right.
All right. Well, it's a little bit quiet, but we do seem to have... we've got a guest on the YouTube side, but Sean, you won't be able to hear them, will you?
No, I won't, but I don't want to hold them up. I can drop into the chat and then come up after.
Yeah, let's do that.
So are you going to them first?
I'm going to do that because there doesn't seem to be anyone else around right now. So we're going to take is Bingo Kill Switch and Rate the Caller fixed? I wonder who this is. That's not going to be an interlocutor, is it? Hello, are you there? Who is this? I wonder who it is. Okay, well, that doesn't seem to actually be a guest. We'll see in a moment if it is. That's
why I stayed on, because I know video is buggy and some.
Yeah, good. No, good call staying on. Hang on, are we hearing something there? Let's have a look. Give me a second. It's being a little bit funny as well. To answer the question, these things are on their way to being fixed. They are a lot more robust than they were before. Someone is still trying to mess with them. They're not going to be successful, but they're being a little bit disruptive tonight. But yeah, the whole lot is all going to be basically being completely rebuilt from the ground up so that it can't be messed with. It's a fair bit stronger now than it was before, but it's still someone's having a bit of a fun with it tonight. Right? Are you there, person on video? Let's see if they are. That sounds horrendous, doesn't it? Are you there? Nah. We can't hear that, I'm afraid. All right. That is not going to be a thing. So, those things are not yet working. Well, they kind of are. I mean, we can have a look at the bingo now, but someone is trying to sort of mess with it. So I was having to get rid of some silly votes. We've got a few on there. The funny thing is I was trying to sort of allow them as they came in if they seemed legitimate, but it's hard to tell if they are or they aren't. So I'm going to be putting in a registration thing for using the bingos, where people who want to use the bingo will sign up to be able to use it, and then any votes from people who aren't legitimately signed up are not going to be allowed. But that's not in place just yet. That is now in place for the kill switch, by the way. So only legitimate members can activate the kill switch. But I think it's a tricky one. I think there is someone's having a little bit a bit of a laugh with us, but so far. But we can say that PVG called Nothing Comes From Nothing and Personal Incredulity. Ashwild called Why Something Rather Than Nothing, and Ash called Look at the Trees, and Ash called God's Outside Space and Time, and Diagoras called God of the Gaps, and PVG called Circular Argument. So if Oddmod says some of those bingo calls were mine, I don't know what's going on here. It is a bit of a tricky one because even now someone's trying to mess with it right now. He or she is not succeeding, but
there's a flickering going. There's a visually, and I don't know if this is just the new platform or an attack, but there's a flickering effect that's taking place on it.
Yeah, I see it. Okay, well, we're going to get Fred's in next. We will not worry about the bingo for the moment. We'll get our next guest up. We're never going to be derailed. These people can waste their time as much as they want, but they're not going to be successful. They might cause a minor inconvenience for a short period of time, and that's it. Complete losers. Freds, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we've got you.
Perfect.
Stage is yours.
Yeah, so I see the prompt is your God obviously isn't there. So
yeah.
I I do believe in a Christian God. My question here is I was looking on your page because your live just popped up here.
Yeah.
And I see most of the things is, I think I would say one of the biggest issues for you is the pain and suffering in the world. That makes it seem like there's no God. Is that
No.
fair enough?
No.
Oh, no.
No. I think the pain and suffering in the world would just mean that if there is a God, he's evil, or she. That the pain and suffering in the world isn't an argument against a God. It's an argument against a God with specific properties, of course, like the omnibenevolence and omnipowerful and omniscient. That God doesn't exist. But I don't think that the pain and suffering in the world is an argument against the existence of God. It's an argument against whether you'd want to have lunch with him.
Okay, so if I believe in a Christian God for myself, why do you think that my belief in a Christian God isn't there? Obviously,
because there's lots of reasons. So first of all, there's no evidence for that God. That's the main reason. That's the main reason why I reject all God claims so far. There's just no evidence for them. All we have are fallacious arguments, appeals to the authority of texts, and appeals to personal experience. And none of those things are going to count as convincing evidence, certainly for me. They kind of... Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Go ahead, my bad.
No, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, okay, so you don't necessarily believe that Jesus or Paul or those people ever existed?
I think they probably existed, but someone having existed doesn't provide a license to believe that they were magic and that they could do miracles and, come back from the dead and give blind people sight and all of those, there are a lot of claims associated with these people. So, just admitting that someone may have existed is a long way from saying, therefore, all the things said about that person are true. I mean, have you read Abraham Lincoln,
Muhammad.
Vampire Hunter?
No, I never read that.
So Abraham Lincoln, Vampire Hunter, is about Abraham Lincoln hunting vampires. And we know Abraham Lincoln existed, but that doesn't mean we ought to believe he was a vampire hunter. Or as Sean said, we know Muhammad existed, but that doesn't justify belief in the magical claims about Muhammad, having flown around on a horse and things like that.
Okay. So if that's the case, and that's your view, then my question would be then, what would you consider evidence of, what would be sufficient evidence for you to believe in a creator or God?
I mean, I don't necessarily know exactly what it would take to convince me, but God would know, and so far hasn't provided it. And all the evidence I've heard, and I've been doing this for quite a long time, all the evidence I've heard is always rubbish. It's always like fallacious arguments, or as I said, it says so in a book or stuff like that. If there's an all-powerful being who is powerful enough to have created the entire universe and all of us with it, then that being, if they want to have a relationship with us, if they're interested in that, and I'm always told that they are, would easily know and would easily be able to provide a simple package of evidence that would make me go, oh, right, oh yeah, I see you do exist. And then I'd be able to use my free will to decide whether I want to have a relationship with that being or not. But at least I'd know they're there. But it seems like if there is a God, he or she is desperately terrified and hiding. Why would God be hiding?
But I find that very hard to, because you said a package of evidence, but like evidence for anyone else would be different compared to yours. So that's why I'm like,
Correct.
I don't think there would be
God would know.
evidence.
God would be able to give every person in the world exactly the evidence they need to know that he's there. It'd be easy for him.
But, yeah, for sure. But the problem with that is you're saying that, because the first thing I asked you, I said, okay, what type of evidence is sufficient enough for you? You said you don't know.
Yeah.
So if you don't know, then how would you, but God knows.
Does God know?
God, is God all-knowing?
100%, yeah.
So he would know.
So
I don't
God
need to.
knows
I don't need to specify it in advance. I have no idea what would convince me, but God would know exactly what would convince me. And it's even worse than this, because God, knowing the future, would be able to have awareness not only of what would convince me, but of whether it would be successful. And he would, by definition, only give me something that, having looked into the future, he would know for sure was going to work because he's glimpsed the future. So it wouldn't even be possible for him to try and give me some evidence and for me to fail to see it, because having glimpsed into the future, God would know, this is the evidence I give John that convinces John. Here it is. And then I would be convinced. And if not, then it would mean he was wrong about what he thought the future was going to be like, right?
I see where you're going. I understand that. Okay.
Yeah. So he can't fail. He can't try and give me evidence that he thinks is going to work and fail. So we must conclude that either he doesn't want me to know he's there, or he's not powerful enough to let me know he's there, or he's not there. Those are the only options.
I'm just trying to think this through because
Sure.
So he knows the evidence that you need. He doesn't know. Oh man, it's very hard because
There's no way out of it. If he's all knowing and all powerful, there's no way out of it. Because being all powerful under the umbrella of all, because it's the ability to do all things, setting aside logical contradictions. But if he's able to do all things under the umbrella of all, is convincing every single person in the world that he exists, what his rules are, what the right religion is, if any. And then if he did that, he would actually open up people's free will, because people can't follow him if they don't believe he exists. But if they know he exists, then they have the free will to decide whether to follow him or not.
they know he exists. They won't give him gratitude. I mean, that's a fair argument, but it's just I'm very stuck here. There is no way out of that. Right now.
I want to give you props for reflecting on this with honesty. You're very rare. So huge respect to you for that. I'm not saying it to manipulate the conversation in any way. Just want to mark the fact that I respect you for having the intellectual honesty to stop and think and reflect and say that. Good for you.
Yeah, I totally agree, because it never goes well when we go down this road, because the theist position in this case is stuck. But you are very upfront and honest about it. And I want to give you a perspective. When you look at the world, if Jesus Christ is Lord and Savior, who ends up believing that? It's all geocentric. If you're born in Thailand, you're almost certainly going to be Buddhist. If you're born and raised in India, like, you'll probably be Hindu or Sikh or some other religion. Islam in many countries, Christianity in some countries, especially the Bible Belt USA or what have you. But what people end up believing is very geocentric. And if there's an all-powerful God that wants everyone to know the truth of that he exists and who he is, that's just weird that the determining factor is so dependent on geography and what family you're born into.
But that one, if that one, I'm not too, like, I'll be very honest, I'm not very too worried about that, because in my mind, knowing that God is just, I don't think he will punish someone who didn't, just because they were raised in a specific area.
Oh, they've heard of Jesus. Like, the vast majority of, like, the world is very global now. Like, just in the same way, we've all heard of Hinduism, right? Hindus know about Jesus. Most Hindus, I'm making potentially here, because I don't know for sure, but I suspect that most Hindus have been preached to. It's just they weren't convinced, because if you go as a missionary and preach to Hindus, you have that one meeting with them. Have you heard the great news? And you're going up against their entire lifetime of cultural upbringing into an entirely different religion. Well, if there's a cutout for people who haven't heard the word, you just deprived that person of their salvation, and now they're going to burn.
When you say cutout, what do you mean by there was a cutout? Sorry.
And most Christians and Muslims give exception to people, like, for example, who live on Sentinel Island and have never been exposed to Christianity, and so they will say God won't fault them for not believing because they never heard the word.
Okay.
Yeah, and so that's what I mean by a cutout. Like, most classic, like, Abrahamic God believers allow for an exception for people who have never heard of their respective God.
Okay.
Have a think about it, because you know why it's so important. The reason why this subject is so important is that if God is going to punish people for not having a relationship with him, but he's also going to withhold the thing that would make that possible, do you agree that would be morally problematic?
But the thing is that the issue where I'm coming from is I don't think God, if there's a willingfulness of having a relationship with him, I don't think God blocks it. But where I'm tricked out here or stuck is when you said, well, if God is all knowing and he knows what would convince me, then I obviously it wouldn't be an issue. So that's where I'm like kind of stuck and I have to go look into it. Like I'm not going to go ahead and start butchering or start lying and start coming up with stuff.
No, good for you. And please do go into it. And if you come up with if you find a response to this problem, you're not going to, but if you find a response to this problem that you find compelling, please come back and offer it to us. But I want you to understand why I linked it to the relationship thing, because if you're not convinced God's there, you can't have a relationship with him. You could want, for sure, like let's say I decide now I want to have a relationship with Jesus, but that's no different to me saying I want to have a relationship with Donald Duck. Like until that I have some basis for thinking that character actually exists in a way that would potentiate a relationship, then it's just a fantasy. It means nothing. It's completely off the table, and I can't do it. So if Christian doctrine is true, and we can only achieve salvation through having a relationship with Christ, but you can only have a relationship with Christ if you're persuaded that Christ exists, and God is withholding the evidence from you, then God is stopping you from having a relationship with him, and then punishing you for not having it. And that's cruel. So have a think on it and come back and let us know what you think.
I'll definitely have a think of it for sure. 100%. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Fred.
Thank you for having me up, though.
Of course. Pleasure to talk to you. Come back again.
Care.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, for sure.
Cheers. Well, how rare is it to get a caller like that? I'm just going to put in his notes. Very thoughtful Christian. Brilliant. What a lovely person. Okay, we are going to get our next guest in just a moment. But first, let me get this off the screen. Come on, you can go off the screen, can't you? I'm going to read some super chats, is what I'm going to do. Let's see. We have got the first super chat is Buzz. Can always rely on Buzz. Whoops, hang on a second. Why did that happen? Oh, Sean, you're up here. That's amazing, Sean. Why is this not displaying?
Look at the trees.
Look at the trees. Look at you in your hot tub.
As someone said in chat, what's that?
That looks like a very nice place you're at, wherever you are there, Sean.
Yeah, it's not bad. I'm in Asheville.
Looks very
North Carolina.
Very nice indeed. Let me just try and see why my super chat stuff is being annoying and not showing. I don't know why. So I've been messing with all my stuff today to try to get it to work and be a bit more robust, and it's sort of making it not all work in exactly the way that I want it to. So what I will do is, just for now, I'm going to read the super chats in a different way just for a second while we get it up and running. So we're going to do it like this. There we go. Buzz said, first super chat again. Ha 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 ha. Thank you, Buzz. Appreciated it. And Gordon loves science. Again, just so lovely and so generous to have given out 5 gifted memberships. Thank you, Gordon. You're an absolute star. And Bethel says, do these guys ever sleep? Occasionally, just not very much. And Evo Preacher, thank you so much for the super chat. We've had a messy breakup with God. Some of us have accepted it and moved on. Others just can't let go. I think that is absolutely right. Some people just never, ever can. And Roy, thank you for the thumbs up and the donation. Much appreciated, my friend. And then Buzz said, I hope tonight goes well. Socrates, by the way, refuses to answer why to any proposition, which is fucking hilarious. Socrates 5493. I wonder who that is and what's going on. Drama in the chat, perhaps. Not sure. Bethel said, why would one need space for space? What the fuck? Space itself expands. The universe is not a box in a house. Yeah, I think that analogy has some limits, doesn't it? And the way that I had it explained to me once was, it's not that space is expanding into another space. if you think about blowing up a balloon and the dots, if you put lots of dots all over a balloon, it's just that the gaps between everything increase. It's not increasing into anything else. There's nothing there for it to increase into. But I think all of that kind of science is pretty counterintuitive anyway.
Yeah.
So we'll do a few more of these, and then we'll get our next guest in. Is going to be King of Knives. Will be our next guest in. And Astronova, always wonderful to see you. Thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you for providing this space for critical thinking, John. Well, thank you. That's what we try to do. And last one for now. Flibberty Giblet said, and thank you, and always wonderful to see you too, my friend. Fro called into DZ last night to talk about how stupid and shameful he still feels from a lingering fear of hell. It was heartbreaking. Reinforces how important what you and others in this space are doing. Hugs to Fro. Well, we're all sending hugs to Fro. Fro, if you're listening, give yourself a hug, my friend. You are not stupid, and you should feel no shame. You were the victim of abuse, of sustained years of abusive indoctrination, which would have had any one of us, in exactly the same position, in exactly the same state, with the same hang-ups and the same fears and the same worries and the same concerns. You're just a human being doing the best you can in the world. And it's not your fault that people filled your mind with garbage when you were young. And it's time for you to stop blaming yourself for that, please, my friend. But we're all here for you.
By the way, the lingering fear of hell is so common. I would call it normal. It's almost abnormal to not have it, and great if someone sees constructed and never had another thought about hell. That's great for them, and that does happen. But honestly, the norm is to have that lingering thought of hell. So it's nothing to be ashamed about. You're just like nearly everyone else who deconstructed. So don't be embarrassed. You don't be ashamed. It happened to me. It happens to just about, not literally everyone, but most people it happens to. So that's nothing to worry about.
Absolutely right. Okay, and I think I've got my other system up and running now, which is good. Okay, we will get King of Knives in next. Coming in right now.
How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Doing well.
Good. Thank you for waiting. Welcome in. What would you like to say?
Well, we'll start off with saying I'm Christian,
Sure.
non-denominational. Like I don't follow the mainstream Christian views, which probably most of the flack is towards them, because in history they've done a lot of evil. I'm not going to lie, right? So I don't follow the mainstream Christian view. I follow what the Bible says, right? And what Jesus teaches, love your neighbor as yourself, love God with all your mind, soul, and strength. On these two laws rest all the laws of the prophets, right? So essentially, Jesus wanted us just to love each other and just do what's right. That's all he wants from us.
But can I give you a problem with that? So when Jesus said that, and on these two laws rest all the law of the prophets, do you know what he meant by all the laws of the prophets?
Tell me.
He meant all the Mosaic laws. So all the barbarity of Deuteronomy and Leviticus, all the completely psychotic commandments about who you have to kill under what circumstances, and when the children need to be stoned to death, and when the suspected non-virgins must be murdered, and who you can enslave and who you can keep as a slave, and who you can hand down to your children as property when you die. All of that stuff were the laws of the prophets. That was the laws, and the prophets were the Mosaic law. And so when he said that, he wasn't saying, forget about all that Old Testament barbarity. These are the only two things you need to worry about. He was just categorizing the old stuff and saying all of that stuff falls into two categories. It's loving God very much and loving your neighbor. And when he said your neighbor, he meant like fellow Hebrews, fellow Israelites, like the people who weren't in your in-group. You don't have to love them. You can make slaves of them. It says so in the law of the prophets. So I disagree that the morality you get from Jesus is very good. And then it goes it goes further, because in Matthew 5, he says anyone who teaches that those laws don't count anymore, or he doesn't live by them and doesn't teach them, is going to be considered least in the kingdom of heaven. And anyone who lives by them and teaches them, i.e. slavery, killing kids, all of that stuff, all the good stuff, is going to be considered great in the kingdom of heaven. So he explicitly stamps his approval on that stuff.
Okay, so when he says humble yourself as a child, and you let the children come to him after the guys didn't want them to, right? So he was portraying the highest form of love a person can do. So all these things you're saying, and I understand they happened back in the day, but it was first initially they were given the 10 Commandments. Okay, those laws, if they would have just applied those, it would have been fine. But after the years and years of up and down faith, and they one generation was good, one generation was bad, then all these Levitical laws had to come into place, right? They got these laws at the beginning, but they were all prophesying
the 10th
Messiah.
commandment. The 10th commandment says, "Don't covet your neighbor's slave." So, what do you mean when you say it would have been fine?
No, it said don't covet your neighbor's wife.
Wife
And
or
slave.
wife
No,
or
no,
ox?
you're adding that. You're
Wife,
adding
wife,
that.
wife or ox or
Pull
slave?
it up. Pull it up. Pull it up.
Let's find it. 1 second. I'm pretty sure that slave is
No,
included.
it doesn't say that. It doesn't say that, man. You don't even know what you're talking about.
I'm pretty sure it does. I'm pretty sure it does.
No, you're pretty wrong.
I could be wrong. It wouldn't be the first time that I've been wrong. It happens sometimes.
You're not wrong. I just looked at it. It's Exodus 20, by the way.
Let's have a look.
Read it.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we're gonna. I will do this. Exodus 20. Let's just find it here. Can you remember what verse it is, Sean?
Hang on.
I can find it.
Exodus 20:17.
Thank you so much. Exodus 20:17. Here we go. Yeah. So it says, "You shall not covet your neighbor's house. You shall not covet your neighbor's wife, male or female slave, ox, donkey, or anything that belongs to your neighbor." So a slave is something.
That wasn't the initial 10 Commandments.
Well,
This is the 10 Commandments. What Bible? This is the Bible. This is Exodus 20. That's where the 10 Commandments were brought down, by Moses. This is the 10 Commandments. This is the 10th commandment.
So what I'm saying is that your claim that if they just followed the 10 Commandments, everything would have been great. Well, it wouldn't have been great for the slaves, would it? I don't.
By the way, it lumps together. Your wife along with your other property, your house, your ox, your slave, your wife. Like don't covet all his possessions, and it lumps wives in as a possession.
Well, you might be right on that one, right? But the thing is,
and the slave one,
Jesus
we
did
just
not
read
teach
it.
about slavery. Okay, Jesus wanted us just to do our best and love everyone, right? So
as long as they were fellow Hebrews. As long as they were fellow.
A lot of bad stuff in the Bible. It's
as
because
long as they
people
were
sin.
fellow Hebrews.
No, everything that's kind of harsh in the Old Testament is mainly a result of people's sin and a punishment towards that.
Let's think about that. Let's think about that. So if you think Jesus is God, you don't think Jesus is God.
It doesn't say that. It doesn't say that.
Oh,
That's
okay.
another misinterpretation of mainstream Christianity.
Okay, so who is Jesus then?
He's the awaited Messiah of the Hebrews.
He's the Messiah.
Okay, so
do
you worship God or Jesus? Do you worship God or Jesus?
Both.
Oh, so you worship both. All right.
Okay.
So is the God of the Old Testament, is he moral?
Yeah.
Okay.
Does that mean that everything he did was good?
No.
So he's moral, but he does
so
bad things sometimes. Is that right?
Yeah, because when you sin, you get punished. Because if sin goes unchecked for a long time, it's anarchy.
What about people who haven't sinned being punished?
Like the babies?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not sure why God did that. I can't answer every question.
So people who sin deserve to be punished, and people who don't sin deserve to be punished. Is there anyone who God doesn't like punishing?
Yeah, but are you saying that God is real or not?
No, I personally don't. I personally,
the character.
Yeah,
yeah,
I don't.
Yeah, we're critiquing the character you worship.
You got to give me yes or no.
Now, hang on a second. This is basic stuff. You shouldn't be stumbling over this. We are entitled to say we don't think God exists. And when you describe yourself as a non-denominational Christian, we're entitled to critique the stuff that you say you worship and say, well, okay, if it exists, let's have a look at its moral character. We're not precluded from having a discussion about the moral character of your God just because we don't think such a thing exists. That would be ridiculous, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're entitled to do that, and which is what we're doing. So we're saying that the God that you like, what you said was people who are sinful deserve to be punished, And what you said is people who are not sinful deserve to be punished. So it seems like God has just
No,
got a kind of
I
a bit of a
never said
punishment
that.
kink.
No, I
Is
said
God
I
just
don't know why God did that. Don't put
right?
words in my mouth. Now you're making things up.
You've read Deuteronomy 32:4, haven't you?
Well, refresh me.
All his ways are just.
Yes, okay.
Right. So that means that when he's punishing people who haven't sinned, it must be good, must be just, right?
And God can do anything he wants. I can't
Right.
say why he did this or why he did that.
So that's why I said to you, I just inferred from the fact that you take this position that you must think it's good when God punishes people who haven't sinned also. That's why I said it. You denied it, but now you agree that was right.
The Bible does say all things work for the greater good, you know?
Yeah,
So
exactly. So that's what I'm saying. So God punishes people who are sinners, and he punishes people who are not sinners. He just likes punishing people, which I think, makes him a slightly evil character. I can't imagine why you would.
Verses about love and prosperity and
What about
righteousness,
them?
and I'll be with you.
What about
and
them?
I'll help you.
All of those things can be found outside of religion. You can find love and kindness and charity and compassion and forgiveness and forbearance without needing religion. Plenty of people. Plenty of people can have those values. You don't need religion for those. I'm more focused on, the kind of slavey genocide-y bits. Those are the bits
before
that
there was a Bible. Before there even was a Bible, Abraham existed and he still knew the will of God.
Before there was a Bible, Abraham existed and he knew the will of God.
The will of God, because God called him out to go settle the land of Israel. So, but there was no Bible at that time, but he still knew what was up.
So what?
So that means
what is it?
in your heart. That's why you don't need a book. It's all in your heart. That's what you're not. That's what you guys don't understand.
Oh, so did God put in my heart that gay marriage is good, and that
you
going
were
against gay marriage is bad?
You were deceived.
Okay, so when I agree with God, it's I'm being deceived. But when I disagree with God, when I disagree with God, I'm being deceived. But when I agree with God, then He put it there. Is God powerful enough to put the morality in my heart in such a way that I can't be deceived into wrongly thinking something is moral or immoral?
Yeah, because you suppress the truth in unrighteousness. That's what it says.
How does that work?
So
How does that work? Hold on. Suppressing the truth, that's a nonsensical concept to me. So, like, for example, right now, do you believe cars exist?
Okay, what kind of question is that? Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So do us a favor right now. Suppress the truth that cars exist in such a way that you wrongly believe cars don't exist, but the truth is in there somewhere. So let us know when you stop believing cars exist. Are you able to suppress the truth in unrighteousness?
Yeah, you can just say it. You know it's a lie, but you can say it. That's suppressing the truth in unrighteousness is just saying a lie.
Hold on. Okay, so you're basically accusing me of lying when I say I'm against discriminating against gay marriage. You're saying liar, liar, pants on fire. That's your argument?
No, I'm saying you've been deceived.
Well, no, you're accusing me. The analogy I gave you when I said, go ahead and show me how it's done by suppressing the truth about cars, you said, I can do it by lying.
Yeah,
so I'm not lying, but I'm not lying, right? Do you take me at my word that I actually genuinely think gay marriage is perfectly moral?
Yeah, but you've been deceived by the political environment in the last 10, 15 years.
Okay. Is God powerful enough to put morality in my heart in such a way that I can't be deceived?
That's why you love your family.
No. You didn't let me finish. You didn't let me finish. I don't know why you didn't let me finish my question. You wouldn't have answered the way you did if I was able to finish it. Is God powerful enough to put morality in my heart in such a way that I would be incapable of being deceived about what is or isn't moral?
No, because everyone has to have a fair shot.
Okay, so he's not powerful enough. So God is not all powerful?
He can do whatever he wants, but he wants to give everyone a fair shot.
So he is powerful enough. So how is allowing people to be deceived about what is and isn't moral, giving them a fair shot? Wouldn't it make more sense that he would put morality in our hearts in such a way that we wouldn't be wrong about what is and isn't moral? And then if we make a decision that is immoral, it would have to be a conscious choice to be immoral. Where in my case, I actually think supporting gay marriage is moral.
Yeah, but why do you think it's right? Why do you think it's right?
Oh, that's a separate conversation because it's not harming anyone, and discriminating against them is.
I don't know about that because a lot of gay marriages and people, they have problem with the number 2 after a while.
Oh, don't be such an idiot!
That's
Don't be such an
absolutely
idiot!
that's that's
No,
that's the dumbest thing.
It's not. Go look it up, bro. What are you talking about?
Don't be such an idiot. We don't need to we don't need to take the conversation to such a playground
it's not meant for that.
playground level. Don't be such a bigoted fool.
It's a
Honestly,
health fact. Go look it up.
you are debasing yourself, my friend. There are people in very, very happy same-sex relationships who don't do certain things, and there are people who are in heterosexual relationships who get up to all sorts of things. And I'm sure you don't have a problem with any of that. And all of this stuff is just you externalizing your own ick at the way that other people are and live, and it's just disgusting. It's pathetic. You don't love them. You don't love them because you're being very disgusting in the way you're speaking about people, and you don't love them. You don't get to say that you love them when you are being so horrible. So look, let's not talk about that. Let's talk about the fact that the God you're describing sounds incredibly incompetent. Because you're suggesting that the creator of the universe is not powerful enough to have been clear in his messaging to everyone, right? He wrote
all the laws on your heart, bro.
He didn't write the laws.
It's all
he
inside.
didn't. He didn't.
You just want to sin more than you want to do what's right. That's all.
Okay. He didn't write.
How did you determine what John wants? Like, seriously, you're saying you told John you just want to sin, and I know as a good Christian you would never accuse somebody of something they didn't do. That would be bearing false witness against thy neighbor. So, what method did you use to read the contents of John's mind to determine what he wants?
He doesn't believe that God exists. He doesn't believe Jesus is the Messiah. That's the biggest sin of all.
He's unconvinced of your religion. Okay. He's unconvinced of your religion. You accuse John of wanting to sin. How did you determine that? Because a good Christian would never bear false witness. So go ahead.
Because you don't believe in God. You don't believe in Jesus.
Okay. This is getting silly.
Okay.
Okay. The argument you're making right now is circular, because in order for us to give any credence at all to the reasons you're giving to justify your position, we would have to first believe your position, right? For you to say that God wrote the morality on my heart, and that all of that stuff only makes sense from within the framework of already believing the twaddle that you believe. I'm not in that framework. So I'm asking you, as someone who doesn't accept that God wrote rules on my heart doesn't have any writing on it. There are no rules written on my heart. I've checked. There's no writing there at all, right? These are just little twee sayings from your favorite bedtime story that I haven't bought into. So you're going to have to come up with something a little bit better than just assuming that everyone looks at the world through the same deluded lens that you're currently looking at it. So do you have anything that's a little bit better than just a circular argument?
Yeah, I do. We all want what's better for mankind, correct?
Not all of us.
Can we agree with that?
Not everyone.
No, me, you, and James. Can we all agree we want the betterment of mankind?
Sure.
Okay.
Yes.
So objectively, that's good, correct?
I don't think anything's objectively good.
Subjectively, it's good. Hold on. So I subjectively care about the well-being of others, and people who are psychopaths might not care. I also subjectively don't give a flying fuck what Yahweh, Thor, Shiva, or any god has to say, or anyone else for that matter has to say about morality. So that's an area where you and I have disagreement. So yes, because most people tend to care about the well-being of others and the good of others because we have mirror neurons in our brain. That's an aspect of biology to where we can feel empathy, and we have to live in shared societies that are cooperative, where the actions of others affects all of us, including ourselves. And so, so we tend to care how others behave with respect to well-being. However, some people, like you, have other cultural influences besides well-being, like being a good little boy and doing what your God has to say, which is why you have such bigoted views toward gay people, and your attitude toward them is harmful to them. The question is, do you actually give a fuck, or do you prioritize blind obedience to your God?
Do you guys believe in abortion? Because then I'm going to cook you on this topic.
Are you going to answer his question? He answered your question.
No, I told you I love everyone. I don't judge anyone.
No.
He
asked you a specific question.
I'm going to treat everyone the same. That's a fact.
But you're not treating everyone the same. You're being a horrific bigot.
I'm not going to do anything to them. God's going to deal with them. Jesus says, vengeance is mine. God said, vengeance is mine. I'm not going to do anything.
Sure. You're just spreading deluded bigotry.
Let's see how moral you are.
You're just spreading deluded bigotry. That's all you're doing.
Massachusetts just passed a bill. You can abort up to pretty much the end. Do you believe in that? Yes or no?
That of course is a lie.
Oh, it's a lie. So
Yeah,
you're misinformed.
nobody's
You're not watching the news. You're not able to do any research.
Nobody's passed a bill to say that you can abort up to the end.
Look it up. You guys are delusional.
Of course. So we don't need to speak about abortion. We're speaking in more general
I'm asking about your
terms.
moral character. You're talking about
You're not asking about moral character. And the thing is,
I am.
because you've already demonstrated that you have such a brainwashed view of the world, you're not going to be able to have an argument about something like the right to abort a pregnancy with anything other than your own religious view on things, right? Which is going to stop you from looking at this properly, because you're not going to be able to see it as a nuanced and complicated subject where there's a balance of different interests and questions of bodily autonomy. You're just going to look at it as like killing souls or some bullshit like that. You've already demonstrated that by showing us your ignorance about same-sex relationships. So nobody cares what you have to say about abortion. We're talking about your God. And we're talking about what is the evidence for this God. And so far, the only evidence you've come up with for your imaginary friend is that it says certain things in a book. Have you got anything better than that? Because that's just laughable.
Yeah, intelligent design and math woven into our existence.
Right. So intelligent design,
smart guy.
Intelligent design is just a rebranding of biblical creationism. It was judged to be so at the Dover trial. In 2006 or 7, I always forget what year it was, extensively examined and shown to be not actual science, just creationism, just rebranded Bible stories. That's all it is. There is no intelligent design. There are only people who are religious fanatics who are so misguided about what actual science looks like that they take religious babble and they think that if they describe it as intelligent design, it suddenly starts sounding like actual science, despite the fact that there is zero actual science to be found in any of that stuff. Only arguments from personal incredulity and fallacious probability arguments. That's it. So far what we've heard from you today, King of Knives, is says so in my book, and I don't understand science. Have you got anything else?
I think you just like to hear yourself talk and you don't want to answer my questions. So that's what's really going on here. So can you actually answer my question? Math is woven into our existence, the golden ratio, the Fibonacci sequence, and all the fine tuning that God did to support life. How can you say that was just a coincidence?
Did you say the fine tuning that God did to support life?
Yes.
That's a circular argument. The fine tuning that God did to support life is to assume that God did anything. That's the thing that's under dispute. That's the thing that you're failing to. The thing that you're failing to demonstrate at the moment is the God that you're appealing to as your evidence for itself. That's stupid.
Yeah, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac and Jacob, that was with them.
Yeah,
can I talk?
Of course. Yeah, no, not right now. You don't get to use the thing you're trying to prove as the evidence for the thing you're trying to prove. Can you see how that might be less than optimally impressive?
Yeah. So you keep jumping? You keep jumping from topic to topic. So do you want to discuss God created math, or do you want to discuss fine tuning? Which argument are you trying to go with here?
I'm going to talk about intelligent design and how everything was made to sustain life. Okay, you have an ecosystem that once you start taking animals out of it, it starts failing. Yeah. So it was designed to maintain itself.
Yeah, it was designed to maintain itself. Do you see what you're doing? You're assuming the thing that you're trying to prove in your claim to prove it. It was designed to maintain itself. You have to first show that it was designed. You don't get to just claim it. That's the thing you're failing to prove. So show that it was designed to do anything.
Because there's no way it could have came about by chance. That's the proof there.
Prove that. Demonstrate that.
Your theory of a one-celled amoeba
demonstrate that
to us, that is not true. That's all pseudoscience.
Demonstrate it could not have happened naturally. You're just asserting it. And what is your expertise in this area, by the way?
I'm not some scholar or some scientist, but I have
great. So we could just make assertions about the world of science using just common sense, even though there's actual biologists who study this stuff. So demonstrate that life could not have come away without your magic man.
Because it's
what is your
impossible.
evidence of that?
That's
reasserting the claim. That's who's they.
It's
Who's they?
mathematically
How did
more
it calculate
probable
it?
than God made it than all these
Who's they?
coincidences happen.
Who's they that calculated it? And what's the DOI number
Some
of the
people.
peer-reviewed study? Some people. Okay.
Scientists.
Yeah, some people calculated it. I can't cite it.
You're not talking about the golden ratio or Fibonacci sequence at all. You're not talking about the ecosystem.
I asked you
You're
what
not
you want
talking
to
about
go.
anything.
I asked you what you wanted to go with. If you wanted to go with the stupid math claim, and then you said you wanted to go with intelligent design. So now we're on intelligent design, and that's not going well. Now you're just leaping to the whole
It's
math
the
claim
same
with the
topic.
golden
What are you
ratio
talking
again.
about? You guys lost.
It's no. You're lost. The golden ratio is a claim about mathematics that that had to be created by God, had a designer.
The thing is, King of Knights, hang on a second. Let's try and lower the temperature a little bit, right? We can agree that there's regularity in nature, and it's interesting, like that you do get Fibonacci sequences popping up, and you do get interesting ratios, and you do get interesting regularity in nature. That's fantastic. It's interesting. It's a fascinating thing about the world. You get regularity occurs through nature in the way that, for example, snowflakes form. These perfect geometrical structures, right? It's beautiful and it's amazing. But it would be a fallacious argument to say that because that happens, there must be intentionality behind it, because we do understand natural processes that can produce that regularity without intentionality, right? Is that a fair thing to say?
To use the word like natural, right? It's only natural because it's objectively natural. Okay, nothing can just be natural out of coincidence.
Do you understand the question?
Using the words to support my claim.
Let's try to.
Okay,
calm down. Let's try to address the question I asked you again, because it might help you to see this with more clarity. So, do you agree that there are processes in processes that we see around us that appear to be very organized and very regular, but that don't have any intentionality behind them?
For instance,
something like the formation of crystals. Have you ever watched crystals grow? Have you ever grown crystals at home? Like you can put...
Yeah, I have. Yeah? I have one time.
Right. So they grow into these beautiful, symmetrical, beautifully formed, very, very organized shapes and structures. There's no one guiding that process, right? So we can understand that regularity and uniformity are properties of the world. They're just facts about the world, that some things go that way. So
the framework was put in place for that even to happen. And for your understanding
but what we're trying to point out...
This world can I talk 1 second? For this world to come from a lava ball to a water cooling to one-celled amoeba to monkey to us, that's just all pseudoscience.
Okay.
That's all pseudoscience.
No one said, that's also a straw man.
They teach that in schools, man. What are you talking about?
We came from a lava bowl to...
Now you're lying, bro. Come on. I wouldn't...
You just stop. Yeah. Nobody taught that we came from a lava bowl to amoeba to a monkey.
Yeah, they do. You're misinformed, bro.
No, we don't.
It's so tragic to hear people so misinformed. Can I ask you a question about this, King? Can I ask you a question about this? No, you're going to answer a question now about the thing you've said.
No, I'm not going to entertain you guys' nonsense.
Are they teaching in school that that an amoeba gave birth to a monkey? Is that what you said?
I obviously jumped, but it was the process from one-celled amoeba to fish to mammal to monkey.
Right. How long did that process take?
Apparently billions of years.
Right. That's right.
Do you believe it or not?
That's a fact that happened.
Oh, that's a fact.
Yeah.
Oh, by who? By who? The government that's controlling you and deceiving you? Those guys?
The government at the moment is run by Christian nationalists who know less about science than my shoes. So I don't think that the government in your country have any agenda about teaching correct science to children right now. That's not a thing anyone's worrying about at this point in time. So you might want to reverse out of that particular cul-de-sac. The thing is,
not reversing. The world's in utter chaos right now because people running it are evil. And you guys can't see that.
I think I would agree. Actually, funnily enough, I would agree with some of that. I would agree with some of that.
Okay.
I think,
particularly the Christian nationalists running the government.
I think the Christian nationalists in your the so-called Christians, indeed. Yes. So we're all agreed that the so-called Christians who are on the levers of power at the moment are pretty cray-cray. And funnily enough, a lot of them believe the same mumbo-jumbo about science that you do. So the sad thing about this is that when you actually study this stuff, and I'm saying this with a spirit of generosity, I really am. The sad thing about this is when you actually study the actual science here, and you understand what the evidence for common descent is, for example, it's beautiful. It's enthralling. And I felt more of a sense of awe and reverence for these fantastically simple but elegant principles in nature that lead to a rich diversity of life just from natural chemistry. That makes me feel a sense of reverence and awe for nature, which is much more than I could ever possibly feel thinking about a burning bush or a talking donkey, like it says in the Bible. So you're so quick to throw away and to just discard some really, really beautiful stuff. You should be more open-minded and you should educate yourself.
Brother, I see the world for what it is. It's an amazing and beautiful place that was made to sustain life. Okay, if you want to believe by your scientists and your people, your education people, and the schools that was made by the Rockefellers, actually, that we all came from monkeys. Well, yeah, they give you no purpose. They give you no meaning, no purpose in life.
The Rockefeller. Should we dump him? I think we dump him.
Yeah,
I think that gets a dump. Yeah, that gets a dump. Yeah. When you start throwing in the little anti-Semitic things in there, then at that point you've discriminated. You've eliminated yourself. Sorry, from being taken seriously. I mean, to be fair, he couldn't really be taken seriously from the beginning of the conversation. But there we go, people. Don't do religion. It messes your brain up. It turns it into mush, and you end up believing a whole load of nonsense like that poor fellow did. Very, very sad. I think I saw Daniel Green in the chat. If Daniel Green is in, big shout out to Daniel. Daniel is one of my favorite people in the entire world and on TikTok. Love you, Daniel. You're an absolute legend, my friend. Hope you're doing well and everything is good in your world. I've missed seeing you and I've missed watching your streams. And someone told me the other day you're streaming again, so I know what I'm going to be watching. Absolutely love it. If you don't follow Daniel Green, please give him a follow. He is, in my view, the best creator in this space. Much better than me. Go and follow Daniel Green. You'll see what I mean. He's absolutely awesome. Okay, we did have a guest who popped up for a second into the queue and then vanished like some kind of virtual particle. So while we're waiting for someone else to come in, while we're waiting, I'll read some super chats. We've got a few here, so we've got stuff to do to mind the time. Hang on a second. That already came in earlier, didn't it? Because I was reading them off my other thing. So where did we get to? We got to, I think it was over here. Yeah, it was here. So we're going to go with that one. Tim said, science said a man should arrive 21 times a month to prevent prostate cancer. If true, I'm good till 2350. Oh, Tim, you are excellent. Let's see. Let's get these other ones out of the way because we've read those already with the other system. I thought that my super chat aggregator had stopped working today, but Tracy says, you'll love this. Very disappointed Sean isn't on screen. Six symbol Sean, SK John, Praise Puff, all hail the Nope. I think a lot of people are going to be deeply aggrieved that Sean is not on screen today, and I can totally see why. Okay, let's get Emmanuel in. I'm still. You definitely get bragging rights for doing a live stream from a hot tub, Sean. This is a first for the channel. I'm loving this. Theological debaters gone wild. I don't know. That's the one. Emmanuel, welcome in.
Hello.
Hello, indeed. Welcome. Our claim is that your God obviously isn't there. What do you say about that?
So, first, I'd like to say, what would convince you that there is a God there? What's your criteria?
I don't necessarily have criteria. I think it would have to be evidence that I couldn't explain in any other way. And it would have to be consistent, and it would probably have to be reproducible, and it would probably have to be other people who had seen it too, because people have delusions, people have hallucinations, and I wouldn't necessarily trust my own, the validity of my own interpretations of my experience. So it would need to be, something like evidence that couldn't be explained in another way, consistently provided over time, witnessed by other people who had an understanding of all the things required to control for, illusions and hysteria and all of that kind of thing. And even then, I'm not completely sure, but I am open-minded. Like, if there is a God, I want to know about it. I'm not like, haven't closed my mind to the possibility, and I certainly wouldn't want to be like the last person in the room who knows the truth, right? So if God exists, I want to know about it, and here's the real kicker: is that if God exists, He would know exactly what evidence to give me that would completely convince me, and couldn't possibly fail to convince me, because He would have seen the future already, in which I'm convinced, and He can't be wrong, can He? So He would be able to convince me like that, but so far He hasn't. So why do you think He hasn't?
So you need something personal for you.
I've just said I'm not making a list of demands. I whatever it might be. Why hasn't God provided it?
He has provided, but
He has. Hang on a minute. Pause there. When you say He has provided it, are you aware of what you're saying? Because if God has provided me with evidence that He knew would convince me, and God knows the future, He would have seen the future where I was convinced. Am I convinced?
From the looks of it, you're not convinced.
No. So was God wrong when he saw the future with me convinced, with me having been convinced by the evidence He gave me? Did it turn out He just can't see? He's not all-knowing after all? Is that what you're suggesting?
No, he's all-knowing. But
my
point is,
so hang on. Before you move on, let's stick on this point for a second. I want you to realize what you're saying. So you're saying God gave me evidence that He knew would convince me because He'd seen the future, because He knows the future. And yet the future hasn't turned out that way. Explain that.
No, He gave you free will too.
God gave me evidence that free will's got nothing to do with this. Free will's got nothing to do with this. Like, if I show you, if I pick up an object from around me, so I've got this little object here, and I show you this object, do you have the free will to not see the object?
No.
No. Because I've shown you something, right? So God could show me something. My free will is completely irrelevant. So God could show me something. And according to you, He has already. And God doesn't fail at things, does He?
So that's my first question. What would He have to show you for you to believe?
No, but we've answered that one already at the beginning. Just rewind the tape and you'll get the answer to that one if you watch it again. So God provided me the evidence that He knew was going to convince me, and yet I'm not convinced. How did He make such a terrible mistake?
What I'm saying is, there are people who believe God because He showed up in their dream or He spoke to them.
That's great for them.
But
so God has shown them. God has shown them that He exists, but He has not shown us. Correct?
Yeah, but some people prayed, God, show me in this.
Yeah, so did I.
They did that, but
So did I. So did I. So did many people who still don't believe. He didn't. I got crickets when I prayed.
Yeah.
But so God has the ability. God has the ability to convince everyone He exists, right?
He has the ability to convince, but here's what I'm saying. Listen, He demonstrated that He exists. He
to who?
I'm a Christian. I believe.
To who? Huh? Okay, hold on. You said He demonstrated that He exists. Okay, so can God try and fail to do something? Hold on, stop. Hold on, just one point at a time. Can God try and fail to do something? So if God showed me if God is all powerful,
He's not.
You're not getting.
Anything.
Stop. You're not getting it. You have one mouth and two ears, so use them both proportionately that way. If God is all powerful, He cannot try and fail to do something. If God showed everyone His existence, that is Him trying to show Himself, He cannot fail. That would mean everyone knows He exists, but that's not the case. So it cannot be true that God showed Himself to everyone, right? The logic doesn't fail there.
What I'm saying, He's not trying to show you something, He just exists.
Okay, so He's not trying to show me something.
No.
Okay, so then whose fault is it if I don't believe He exists and He hasn't shown Himself to me in such a way that I would know He exists? Whose fault is that?
He just did, He just exists, and you have a rational mind to deduct that.
Well,
He's just not going to force you to.
It could be that my mind. It's not there. It's not a matter of force. It could be that my mind is irrational, and if that's the case, I can't help that either. I have earnestly tried to look at the evidence. I talk to believers such as you hours and hours and hours each and every week, and nothing has convinced me. And I can't help that none of these arguments have convinced me. But if God exists, he could show me he exists, but he doesn't. Why not?
That's personal. I can't answer it for you. You know.
Well,
I don't know a lot of things in your life.
there's not a good answer to that question.
No,
So
no,
either either he can't show me he exists, he doesn't want me to know he exists, or he doesn't exist. One of those three has to be the case.
he definitely exists. There is a
Okay,
God who
so
created this universe.
if he exists, then either he doesn't want me to know, or he's incapable of showing me. One of those two has to be the case.
No.
Those are the only options. But those are the only options. So which one do you think it is? And is there a particular God you believe in, or is it like your own special God?
No. I'm a Christian. I believe in the God of the Bible.
So the God of the Bible. Okay, so we're told in the Bible that Jesus wants to have a relationship with us. People tell me he's knocking at the door. Open the door, he's there knocking, and seek and you shall find, and all of this stuff. Is that true, what I've been told, that God wants to have a relationship with me?
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
He does. Okay. So now things get even worse, because now the position you're maintaining is that God wants to have a relationship with me, but has failed to do so. Why?
It's not that he fails to do so. It's that you refuse to accept him.
No. He's failed to make himself known. You can't just accept something. You can't just accept something. If God made himself known to me, then I would know he was there, and then I could use my free will to decide whether to love him freely or not. And if he seemed nice, and if he could explain his fascination with foreskins and his love of slavery, I might, decide to put all of that aside, and we could become good friends. But so far, he's just hiding. It's like he's terrified. He's not coming forward. And when I asked you at the beginning, has God made himself known to me? You said yes. Well, it didn't work, did it? Because if he'd made himself known to me, I would know him. I would know he's there. I wouldn't lack a belief. I would just say, yeah, of course God exists. Just like I say, of course my cat exists. It would just be known to me. And I'm going to ask you again, why has he failed to do that if it's true that he wants a relationship with me? I could understand why he would do it if he didn't want a relationship with me. He could just hide like he has been. But you're telling me things that pull in two opposite directions. One moment you're telling me he wants a relationship with me, and so is everyone else, knocking on the door and all of that good stuff. And then the other moment, we're having to confront the fact that he's done absolutely nothing to make himself known. And if you're going to say, well, he has, then you're accusing your God of being incompetent because he's failed. So which one is it? Does he not want to know me, or is he not capable of making himself known to me?
All I'm saying is, just for example, I'm a student. If a teacher teaches something in a class full of 30 people or something, and if only 5 people understood and the other 25 didn't understood, the problem is with the teacher always.
Teachers, if the teacher is infinitely powerful and capable of organizing the entire reality of the universe into any way if the teacher is infinitely powerful and capable of organizing the entire universe however they want it, just like that, then it's the teacher's fault if people don't understand.
You can't blame on the teacher entirely.
You can. If the teacher's all powerful, then it's on the teacher, because what you're suggesting there is the rather ludicrous assertion that an all-powerful teacher could fail to correctly teach people. That's ludicrous, isn't it? You would agree with me that's silly, right?
Yeah, but
okay. So God is all powerful. God is all powerful too, right?
He has to force you to know him.
Not force him to know him.
No,
just allow you to. There's no force. Do you remember when I said to you, I showed you this thing, and I said, am I forcing you to see that this is here? Am I forcing you?
No.
No, you're just seeing it, right?
Forcing.
Right. So God wouldn't be forcing me to do anything if he just made himself known. That we're talking about the provision of information. If God provided me with some information and then I had the information, then I could use my free will to decide whether to love him or not. But right now, I can't use my free will to decide whether to love Jesus or not because he's hiding. So I'm going to ask you again, why? Why is he hiding?
He's not hiding. I'm telling you, our Christian God is just beyond hiding. He became flesh and walked among us.
That's delightful. He's not walking among me now. He's not here. He's not here.
But it's historical fact. There is no scholar who denies that Jesus existed.
We don't care. So that an individual person may have existed in the Middle East 2,000 years ago is not evidence to me that a God exists. So again, I'm going to ask you, why does God not come and say hello? The resurrection is just a magic story in a storybook. Why does God not come and say hello? Story. Yeah, it's a magic story in a storybook. That's never going to be enough. That's never going to be enough to persuade me.
Atheist scholars agree on that.
Atheist scholars do not agree on that. And do you know what's worse about it, Emmanuel, is that God would know that millions of people in the world aren't going to take a magic bedtime story as sufficient evidence of a God. God would know that that's not going to be convincing, that for some people that will be convincing, and for some people it won't be convincing. So why does he care so little about the people who aren't going to be convinced by "it says so in my book" and not bother to turn up to let us know he's there so then we can love him freely? Why does he not do that?
I'm saying is that he cared so much, he hung on the cross. That's what I'm saying. That's beyond
I'm not impressed by that. That's just like someone got nailed to a tree. Great. Why is he hiding? Why is he not making an appearance? He knows that these stories are not evidence. They're just stories. All religions have got stories. The idea of savior gods is old as the hills. Osiris, all of these other creatures. There's underwhelming evidence for the resurrection. And even if there was overwhelming evidence for the resurrection, which, my friend, there isn't any. But even if there was, that's not evidence of a God. That would just be evidence that a man died and then hadn't really died, or even died and then came back to life. That wouldn't be evidence of a God. It would just be evidence of a really weird, freaky thing that happened a while ago in the Middle East. That's not going to do it for me. You asked me at the beginning of the call, what kind of evidence would convince me? I can tell you what kind of evidence will never convince me of the existence of a God. Is stories about things that happened in the Middle East 2,000 years ago. That's never, ever, ever going to convince me. And if that kind of thing can convince you that a God exists, then I would politely suggest you might want to reconfigure your epistemology a little bit and, raise your bar a little bit, because you're in danger of, believing things for bad reasons. You wouldn't want to do that.
So you still hasn't given me any, reason why you, or a criteria that God has to give you to believe.
No, I answered that. It was the first question it was the first question you asked. Do you remember what my answer was? My answer was, I don't know. I don't have a criterion, but God would know exactly what would convince me and has so far not provided it. And you agreed that he hasn't. So why not?
So you're not gonna, accept a general, like, is creation and is the creation of the universe, the fine-tuning
show
of the
that the universe is. Pick one. Pick one. Okay, so first of all, the creation of the universe. You have to demonstrate that the universe is a creation before you get to call it a creation. That's circular. The fine-tuning of the universe, if you want to argue that, go ahead and make your argument. Like, that's what we're asking you for, is evidence.
So I'm saying is this kind of evidence doesn't have to convince you. You're not really
fine-tuning argument. I can articulate 4 or 5 different reasons why the fine-tuning argument fails. So the fine-tuning argument doesn't work for me. I've heard argument from contingency, the Kalam cosmological argument, the moral argument. We've been doing this for a long time, and we put in hours and hours and hours every week talking to theists. Sometimes we'll hear new arguments, but they're usually really weird when it's something new. But nothing's been convincing to us. And that's the thing, is God would know that. Like, if I had a long lost son that did not know I exist, let's say his mom told him I passed away or something, he doesn't know I exist. I would find him and let him know I exist. Unequivocally, he would know I exist. And then he could decide if he wants a relationship with me. God, doesn't it make sense that God should do that? Just let us know he exists?
All I'm saying is he did. It just, I'm saying is that he did.
We
You're
went
not
through
satisfied
this,
with it.
Emma.
Yeah.
Emma, no. We went through this. Like, this is like everything we just explained. It just beat it up and rolled right off of you. If God is all powerful, he could not try to show me he exists and fails, which means if he showed me, I would know he exists. This isn't hard, but you just went right back in a circle, and all the progress we made gone.
It's a bit frustrating because normally, right, if you want to have a proper like dialectic, right, that's like a debate, like an argument, like responding to each other's points. When someone makes a really good point, or even not a really good point, when someone makes a point, you have really two things that you need to do. One is demonstrate why it's not a good point, or accept it. Really, I mean those are really the two responses, and you have not so far come up with anything like a response to what we've set out for you, which is that an all-powerful God couldn't fail. If he wanted to convince us that he exists, then we would be believers by now, unless you think God's not all-powerful, and you said you think he is. So you haven't responded to that, and then the conversation goes on for a little bit, and then you just make exactly the same claim again as if we'd never said it. That's not really how conversation works, is it?
Yeah, I get it. But, all I'm saying is that you're saying it's God's fault for you not believing, All I'm saying is not.
It's not his fault. It's his choice. It must be his choice. If you think God, if you don't worry about fault, because fault implies like judgment and stuff. I'm not even talking about fault. I'm just saying, if God exists and he's as powerful as you think, he could make me a believer right now, and he hasn't. So he must not want me to be one. Agreed?
No.
Okay. Well, look, I can't subject the audience to any more going round and round in a circle. I'm going to say, have a think about this, watch the video back, and realize how you're not actually engaging with the point we're making. The point is strong. We had a guest on earlier who's another Christian, and he agreed the guest is strong. And his response wasn't to just pretend we hadn't said it, which is what you're doing right now. His response was to say, I see what you're saying. It's a really powerful argument. I'm going to go and think about that, or research it, or see if there are traditional responses to this problem. That's what you ought to be doing. But at the moment, you're sort of either not tracking what we're saying, or you're just pretending we're not saying it, which is not how productive conversations are made. So I'm going to say thank you for coming in to speak to us. It's been nice talking.
Just let me say
come
point
back again. No. I think you had time to say points, but you were too busy ignoring ours. Okay, we are going to get Hammer Time in next, but just going to do a few of these because I'm getting a bit behind and I don't want to do that. So Buzz said Socrates 5493 can't even answer why one time, despite the username. It's an ironic username, isn't it? How fucking pathetic. Yeah, I mean, if you're going to name yourself after Socrates, at least do the thing a little bit, or try to. And Babs, great to see you, as always, said, so God is in a stasis chamber. When does he get out? This was, of course, when we were speaking to J-Man about not changing and not being in time. A God outside of time, not changing at all. A stasis chamber. I'm going to remember that, Babs. Thank you. I love that. And Intellect123, also when we were speaking to J-Man, said, you can't create without having time to create. This is exactly what I was trying to say to J-Man, but that one didn't land either, sadly. And Audio Rock Meow-Damus, always good to see you, said, why are atheists often angry people? Do you know what? I don't find atheists often to be angry people at all. I don't know why you would say that. I'm certainly not an angry person. I like doing this, and I'm rarely angry. Yeah, I mean, I sometimes get angry about particular things. I get angry about people being brainwashed and fed horrible, toxic ideas. And I get angry about people being bigoted and horrible and persecuting minorities. But generally speaking, I'm not angry at all. And last one for now, Alex Filmer 16 said, Jesus loves you, but if you're not convinced he came back to life, he'll set you on fire for all of eternity. That's pretty much how he works. That's his plan. That's how it works. Okay, let's get Hammer Time in, and we will move things along. Coming in right now. Hammer Time. Hopefully. There we go.
Hello, John.
Hello, how are you?
You're not too bad, thanks. Yourself, you good?
Very good, thank you. Very, very good indeed. Welcome in.
Thank you for having me.
Sure, floor is yours, my friend.
All right, so the prompt is that God doesn't exist. I take it that is what you're saying by when you put isn't there.
Yeah, obviously, he's nowhere to be seen. I looked everywhere for him, and I called. I looked in all the usual places, the counter in the hallway. I looked on the kitchen countertop. There's a little like shelf thing we've got in the dining room. I looked in there. I looked under the kitchen table. He wasn't there either. Went outside and looked in the trees. The trees were really nice, but no gods.
Oh, there you go. The trees were really nice, right?
Yeah, they were great.
The trees, they
don't say it. Don't say it. Don't say it. Don't say. Look at the trees. Look at the trees. He said, "Look at the trees."
Did the trees create themselves?
Yes, the trees created themselves. They sat down. They sat down with a drawing board and said, "Let's make ourselves," and they drew themselves. They were self-creating.
So you're gonna be silly about it, are you?
Yeah. Because because nobody says look at the trees non-ironically. So it's like, you may not know this, but look at the trees is a bit of a kind of meme in counter-apologetics to denote people who have never come across other people who don't know the design argument before. So when people go look at the trees, everyone goes, "Oh no!" They actually said it and they meant it seriously. That's why that happened.
I meant it very seriously because obviously a simple equation.
Yeah.
0 + 0 equals.
Generally speaking, 0. But that equation actually has nothing to do with the evolution of trees.
We see a creation, so therefore there must be a creator.
Right. Demonstrate it's a creation. A creation needs a creator. Cool. By definition, a creation is something that is created.
Yeah.
What is it you're referring to as a creation, and what is your evidence that it is a creation?
Everything around you.
So everything. Is the lint in my belly button a creation?
Everything's a creation. Other than God himself.
Demonstrate that. Demonstrate that. What's your evidence that is the case? That everything was created?
Well, everything by necessity must be created. If we believe.
Demonstrate that.
Okay. Demonstrate it. Are you familiar with the fine-tuning argument?
Oh God! Look, the thing is,
I'm very familiar with it.
When we say demonstrate it, hang on. Just a second, Hammer. I will give you. I promise I'll give you space to speak. I promise I will.
Not letting me speak, John.
No. I literally just said to you. I promise I'll give you space to speak. I just want to give you a pointer that might help you to use the time better. So when we ask for evidence for something, and we ask for like a justification to believe something, if you say something else which itself requires evidence and justification, it's not really a help. So you need to actually build an argument rather than just make lots of different assertions, all of which are unproven. Does that make sense?
Not really, no. But I was pointing towards the fine-tuning argument, right?
Yeah.
I was just wondering how familiar.
We've never heard of that before. What is the fine-tuning argument? None of us have ever heard of it before.
Well, if you look at the, this isn't coming from religious people. It's just science, right?
Is it not? Oh, is it science? Okay.
Science, right?
Right.
Everything is in precise proportions, right? The distance the Earth is from the sun.
No, that's not. So two things. One, that's not precise because at any given time, the Earth is billions of kilometers closer to the sun at its closest than it is at its furthest from the sun. So the sun is in a range, but also the Goldilocks zone extends all the way to Mars. And because planets form from an accretion disk, they're the same accretion disk that forms stars, what you have are planets forming at different intervals. That's why you have several planets. Some are closer, some are further, right? For every star, there is a gold. Hold on.
Life doesn't exist.
I'm going to finish my argument. Okay, so this is true for every star, is that you're going to have planets some that are closer, some that are farther. And when you have several planets, some of them ending up in the Goldilocks zone, which, believe it or not, Mars is also in the Goldilocks zone for our star. Some of them are going to end up there, and it's wholly unremarkable that some planets end up in the Goldilocks zone. So what's your other fine-tuning argument? You have to unmute. Press the little microphone with the slash through it. I stopped you from talking over me.
No, this thing about the Earth being further away from the sun. How many miles did you say? Did you say millions?
I think the variation is 50 million kilometers in it, but the distance changes through the
I'd have
course
to
of the
look it
orbit.
up. Yeah, I know it's millions of. I thought it was 100 and something. I could be off.
It's tens of millions. Tens of millions.
Yeah, of kilometers. So there's. Anyways, it's millions. It's in the millions of kilometers. I'll get you the exact number.
Millions of kilometers of variation.
Yeah.
Yes, between when the Earth is at its closest and when it's at its furthest. Furthermore, the Goldilocks zone is way wider than you think. Even Mars is in the Goldilocks zone. And I gave you every other argument. So
what do you mean by Goldilocks zone? What are you talking about, Goldilocks zone? What does that matter?
The habitable zone. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, I was going to say, Hammer, look, if you're going to make arguments about cosmology, you need to make yourself even just barely literate about cosmology. It would be like wandering into a conference on biomechanics and starting to critique people's papers, knowing absolutely nothing about biomechanics. It would be ludicrous.
Yeah, but this is TikTok. We're not in a conference. This is TikTok. I was scrolling by. I thought I'd stop by and say hello.
Sure. No, but
your TikTok is not that.
Sure. No. The principle I'm making here is not to suggest that this is a conference. The principle I'm making here is that it's very silly if you're going to argue an area of science and you know so little about it. Don't argue it. If you're not familiar with the Goldilocks zone, don't be making arguments about cosmology. It's really, really basic stuff. It's like arguing with someone about a car and not knowing what an engine is. It's just silly. So, other than your misunderstandings about, you've seen experts. Well, the experts don't hold to these ideas.
No, I've seen an expert. I don't think the guy, he was under Joe Rogan. He's a scientist, a British guy.
Oh, well, if he was on Joe Rogan, he must have been legit.
Yeah, he must. Yeah, come on.
Dude, if you want to know about science, don't go to Joe Rogan. Really, just there are places.
I want to clarify something. So the variance is about 5 million kilometers.
Oh, is it 5 million? Okay.
I just wanted us to be accurate when we were, because we weren't.
Thank you. It
is millions. But.
I was sure it was in the tens of millions, but okay, 5 million. So there we are.
Well, there you go. You were lecturing me about knowing stuff, and there you are. You was millions of kilometers out.
There's still the point.
We're both as ignorant as one another.
But the point is still
I was correct. Yeah, I was corrected that when it's close, it's millions of kilometers closest than when it's further.
Yeah.
Yeah, but John was talking about tens of millions, and you've just said it's 5 million.
So I made an arithmetic
when we were wrong.
error, which is why Sean checked. Sean wanted to make sure that
I'm going to have to look into it.
But that's not the same. That's not the same as not even having the basics of the thing you're talking about, right? So what we're saying here is the fine-tuning argument doesn't work because the Earth has the properties that the Earth has because of where it is. If it was somewhere else, it would have different properties. And those properties may have stopped life from evolving on this planet as they have done on other planets, right? There's no life on other planets because the chemical environment on those planets and the physical environment isn't sufficient to allow life to evolve. It just so happens. It just so happens that
planets.
Here it is. It just happens that here it is.
If you look at Jupiter, right? Jupiter has a purpose, right?
It has a
Life
purpose.
doesn't exist
What's the purpose of Jupiter?
It blocks the meteorites from hitting the Earth.
Right, but it happens to stop some meteorites hitting the Earth.
Everything just happens to do
doesn't mean
chance.
It doesn't mean it's it doesn't mean it's its purpose because
it's all one big coincidence. Yeah.
Hold on, Hammer. If everything a celestial body does is its purpose, is the purpose of the sun to give us skin cancer?
That's not its primary purpose, no. Just because it happens to
Wait, no, hold on.
just
You
'cause
said
it
it's not
happens
its
to do
primary.
that, that's not its purpose, no.
Okay, so it's not its purpose. Okay, so celestial bodies can be helpful, they can be harmful. But when they're helpful, it was a purpose given, assigned to it by a thinking mind. But when they're harmful, it just happens to do that thing. Like it's a heads I win, tails you win scenario here.
Yeah, can you see that you're not being consistent
No, but
there?
if you're gonna talk about the sun gives it's been giving life for billions of years, right? And then just because maybe within the last few years people have started to develop skin cancer, that's probably more to do with the
within
ozone,
the last few years. Are you out of your mind?
the burning off of the ozone layer, right? So when we had the
ozone layer's been repaired.
Skin cancer has been around for a very long time, my friend. This is a silly argument. Look,
no, you don't know that. You don't know that, John.
We know that dinosaurs,
How do you know
that dinosaurs, for example, had bone cancer. So cancer is just
how do you know that?
Because we have fossils of dinosaur
Fossil
bones with
records
cancerous cancerous growths on them.
Skin cancer has been around for so long?
Because we understand the mechanisms of cancer, and they're not recent developments.
Yeah, but you have got no proof now. You're asking me for proof. You want empirical data, right? But
so I gave you an example of cancer in dinosaurs.
You're drawing an inference, aren't you?
I gave you
when
an
it comes
example.
to something negative like that, you
Chill. I gave you an example of bone cancer in dinosaurs from about 165 or 200 million years ago. So we know that uncontrolled development of cells, which real cancer
if you're going to keep muting me, we can't have a conversation, mate. You're not letting me speak. You're going on for a...
Uncontrolled growth of cells, which is what cancer is the thing that's been around for hundreds of millions of years. We have no reason to think that this is a recent development. That's silly.
So
let's focus
understand that by inferring that. So you understand that by inferring.
We understand it because we understand the mechanisms by which cancer can happen, and they're not significantly different now to how they were before, because we've got a phylogenetic history of organisms on the Earth. So we know that the genetic profile of certain organisms and animals millions of years ago was not that different, for example, to how they are now. So we can strongly infer
they must have been suffering with skin cancer as well. Therefore,
yeah.
So it's an inference, yes.
Yeah. And by the way, I looked up the oldest known, verifiable case of skin cancer, and it came up with the National Institute of Health. It's 2,400 years ago, way long before the industrial age, or before anything to do with the ozone layer. Which, by the way, if I'm not mistaken, has been repaired due to mankind taking steps to curb the problem. But anyway, so long before the industrial age, before the ozone layer was an issue ever. Skin cancer was a thing. And there's no reason to believe it wasn't always a thing.
Fliberty says they found skin cancer on mummies. So that's from ancient Egypt. So it's been a while. Let's just say it's been a while. Anyway, let's stop the silliness. Why do we believe your imaginary friend exists?
Well, I've given you a few reasons, but you just
they're all bad reasons.
Dismissing everything.
No, well, they're bad reasons because they all they're not. They all stem from a misunderstanding on your part of basic science. Have you got anything which doesn't?
No, I'm not talking about science now. I'm talking about logic, rational. If you were walking along a beach
and you found a watch,
to look down, sorry,
and you found a watch.
You found a watch.
Yeah.
I was going to say mobile phone, but watch works.
Of course. Paley's watchmaker argument, my friend. It's not our first rodeo. This is a basic design argument.
It's not your first rodeo. It might be my first rodeo.
Okay.
So
look, that's fine. You're doing really well. That's
boasting.
fine.
Stop boasting about your prowess.
Sure. So, again, the argument you're going to make is if you were walking along the beach and you found a watch, you would infer that it had a designer. And the universe is much more complicated than a watch, so we should be justified in inferring that has a designer. Yes. The reason why this argument is known to be a poor argument is that we can recognize a watch as a man-made object. We understand how watches are made. You can go and visit a watch factory. We understand a watch as a man-made item. We don't understand a universe as a man-made item because we have no idea what a man-made universe or a designed universe would look like.
It's just our understanding.
No, it's just an argument from personal incredulity. That's all it is.
No. Just because you happen to know how the mechanism works for one particular thing
Yeah.
doesn't necessarily. The principle is the same, isn't it? Just because
No,
you don't know how the universe came into
because you
came
can
into
recognize. No, it's a bad argument because you can recognize a watch or a house or a
being. Do
painting
you
as a
do you
man-made.
accept
Hey,
that the universe began
Hammer,
to exist at
Hammer.
some point?
Stop changing the subject every time we get into your argument. You make an argument, we're going to help you to learn why the arguments you're making are poor. But when we get halfway through it, you just change to a new argument. Focus up. We're staying on your watchmaker argument for a moment. The reason why the design argument doesn't work is because we recognize designed objects, but we can't recognize the universe as a designed object.
You can't recognize it as a designed object.
No.
Why can't you recognize it if it's far more complex?
Because complexity on its own is not a hallmark of design.
What is a hallmark of design?
Well, we recognize designed things when we know that they're designed because we are familiar with the processes by which they came into existence. An example that Matt Dillahunty gives is a beaver dam.
If you didn't know how that watch came into existence, if you were in the Amazon rainforest and you was one of the inhabitants, the residents, I don't know what the correct term for those people is, but if
A rainforest resident, I like that. A resident of the rainforest.
An Amazonian, and you found a watch, and you didn't know by what mechanism it came into existence, you would conclude that
It depends. It depends on our prior.
Hang on, let me finish my thought.
Well, I already know where you're going with it, but go ahead.
Go on
You're
then.
just
Go on
taking
then.
a
Go on
while.
then. Go on then.
No, yeah. So it would depend on my prior knowledge. Like if I saw a watch and I was part of a tribe that had some sort of like symbolic language, I would see symbols that also look like language. I don't know. I would have to put myself in that mindset. But here's the thing: it doesn't matter how much thinking agents make complex things. That tells us nothing about whether nature itself can make complex things. And we know nature itself can make complex things and does. For example, we know the complexity of life and the diversity of life are caused by biological evolution. We have someone can look at those and say like, oh, wow, this looks designed because everything is like a polar bear has white fur for the snow and blubber for the cold. And then this creature over here has this body structure that allows it to run fast because it has to chase down prey and blah, blah, blah. But we know for a fact, due to evidence, that what causes the diversity of life and what causes these species to have these traits that seem to be designed for a purpose, but actually aren't. We actually can watch accretion disks form planets and stars, and and everything functions in a logical way. Let me finish. Following the laws of physics to create solar systems that seem complex and seem well, because so in short, we see complexity happen by design. We see complexity happen in nature. You cannot look at design and say, oh, because this happens in design, it does not happen in nature. That is a logical fallacy. So complexity does happen in both cases. So complexity equaling design is a bad argument. Go ahead, Hammer. Stop. Hammer time.
Yeah, so the point is that would have happened over a very long period. What you're saying, if the polar bear, its fur is white, not because it was designed that way, but because it evolved, it developed that way, it would have happened over a very long period of time, correct?
Hundreds of thousands of generations.
Yeah. Hundreds of thousands of generations, right?
Yeah.
See, well, the Cambrian explosion, right, blows your argument out the water.
Why?
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
No.
If you're familiar with the Cambrian
explosion, we're familiar. Go ahead.
Right, you'll see that the fossil record demonstrates that the creatures that are present in that particular layer of the fossil record.
Okay, all right, that's cool. And here's the thing, Hammer. I'm not a biologist. I'm not a biologist. So, here's the thing. It could be that you understand biology more than the body of biologists who are out there in all these different fields of biology who all disagree with you, and it's universal across the board. It's actually a field of study if you go to any of the major universities for so here's the thing. If you feel like you have falsified biological evolution, all you have to do is it's very simple. Write up your findings, submit it to a reputable scientific journal for peer review, and some of your fellow biologists will look over your work and make sure everything stands up. They'll check your math. They'll do all that for you, and then you will convince them. And then once the consensus changes on biological evolution, then I'll take it seriously. But right now, what I have is if I look up the biology departments of any university across the board, they all disagree with you, and like you got to give me a good reason to put you over them, huh?
You haven't cited a single source, but they all disagree with me about what?
Biological evolution, whether biological evolution explains the diversity of life.
No, they don't all disagree with me, right? Unlike
actually 99%. Would you like me to show you a few?
They would agree that it's a mystery. They don't know what was going on there. The life appeared. No. The life appeared. Why do you think it's called the Cambrian explosion? Then,
when they say explosion, they just mean that the rate of evolution seemed to be faster for a while. So there've been theories in evolution that it punctuated at equilibrium, or that it was steady and gradual. And it's just the idea that there was a period of time where there seemed to be an increase in the rate of genetic diversification within the species.
Those vertebrates that appeared in all of a sudden in relative terms, they don't have a predecessor in the fossil record. They didn't gradually develop into those creatures.
What percentage? Hang on a second, Hammer. What percentage of creatures are fossilized?
I don't know.
Have a guess.
I don't know. I can't say.
It's a tiny, tiny, tiny percentage. I mean, I actually can't remember what the number is, but it's way, 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 way less than 1%. Way less. So we don't have an entitlement to be provided with fossils of absolutely everything we want. The fossil record provides an absolutely consistent record of slow and gradual evolution over billions of years. And you know what? If you ignored the fossil record entirely and went only on the genetic evidence, that alone would be enough. Now, the thing is, these conversations...
Sorry, what do you mean? Break that down. What do you mean?
Like something like endogenous retroviruses, or the fact that we all have... that we all exist on a phylogenetic tree where we have branchings out, and you can see where the diversions happen, and you can see it's all perfectly organized, and the taxonomy of the animal kingdom perfectly matches the genomic framework also. So you don't even need a single fossil, and we've already proved evolution. It's painful to listen to adult human beings who are so shockingly illiterate when it comes to basic science in favor of fairy tales about talking animals. It's shocking. Absolutely shocking.
Denying God for emotional reasons. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm deeply emotional.
It's an emotional argument.
Of course.
You deny all the proof. It's in front of you.
Of course.
Rational, logical.
Hammer. I'm going to make a recommendation to you before we say goodbye, because it's been charming and delightful. There are some wonderful books on evolution written for 9-year-olds. And you should go on Amazon and get yourself one. And you I know it'd be wonderful. And you will be able to become 2 or 5 times as well educated on the basics of the science as you are.
I'll tell you what, John. How do you fancy having a live debate with someone? And admittedly, I'm no expert. Someone who knows what they're talking about.
Yeah, get them to call in. We'll have a debate with anyone who calls in.
Let's organize it properly with a moderated debate, not on your platform. Right, a neutral platform. A moderator.
I'm here 4 times a week, 3 or 4 times a week. Anyone is welcome to call in.
But this isn't a neutral platform, right? The way you've been muting me, right? You've been
muted. We've been
muted.
You have more time to express yourself on here than most theists get on other platforms like this.
Well, you don't want to have a moderated debate on a neutral platform.
We are known for giving theists time to have their voice. You can cry all you want about not being given time to speak, but watch the video back. You were given lots of time to speak. When you were muted, it's because
it's live, isn't it?
all YouTube. It's on YouTube, my friend. It's on YouTube, and all the lives are archived on YouTube. And I'll probably clip this as well. So it's going to be on YouTube, and you can watch it back and see if you weren't given time to speak.
So
all
you're
our
not
guests are
interested
given
in a
time to speak.
moderated debate?
No, we don't. I don't do moderated debates. I think it's a really boring format. I think the debate format is really boring because people are not generally responsive to what the other person's saying because they've come with their written notes. I don't really enjoy moderated debates. I prefer free-form discussions, which is like the one we're having
so
now.
How often do you go live here then?
3 times a week.
3 times a week. What days, please?
Normally normally Tuesdays during the day, and then Thursday and Saturday nights. So get someone who you think can do a better job of presenting the, religious pseudoscience babble that you've been trying to present to call in, and we'll gladly speak to them.
Okay, right.
Okay.
Then that's
all right.
I'll get someone.
You do that.
I'll get someone.
All right. Bye-bye.
All right. Thanks.
It's shocking. It's just shocking. It's just shocking. I remember Isaac Asimov lamenting the growth of anti-intellectualism and scientific ignorance, and just like saying that it's just so sad that we live in a world where knowledge has never been easier to come by. That man that we were just speaking to carries a supercomputer around in his pocket with him, with all the knowledge on the world on it, and he knows less about evolution than my son knew when he was 10. It's sad and shocking and pathetic. Anyway, we're going to get Beckaboo in next. We'll just do we'll do 5 super chats and then get Beckaboo in. We'll move things along. So BitPlanes, thank you so much for the super chat, said the best argument against Noah's flood is that it's demonstrably proven to be a cheap Timu knockoff of earlier Sumerian and Mesopotamian flood or ark stories. I think that is true. Definitely true. We should never forget that. Absolutely right. And Edward James said, how does the Catholic Church differ from the UK and the US? I thought the Catholic Church is weird in the US. It's weird everywhere. I think the Catholic Church is weird everywhere. And it's a top-down organisation, so it probably doesn't differ that much because the Pope is the boss, and whatever he says is true magically becomes true. Amazing. Amazing how they do that. And then Buzz said, best thing a missionary can do is shut the fuck up. I think that's probably true. Especially if you think you're going to be putting someone's eternal soul in danger by preaching to them. Okay, our previous guest who I was going to get in has left, so we are not going to speak to her after all. She's welcome to come back. Beckaboo, if you come back in the queue right now, I'll bring you in straight away. But failing that, we are going to get in Kofi instead. So Kofi is coming in right now. There we go. Hi, Kofi. How are you?
I'm good, John.
Good. Welcome in.
And, greetings to Sin. Sean. Yeah.
In a second. There we go. Yes, welcome in. Our claim is that your God obviously isn't there.
Yes, and I understand. I understand for the reason because of how he chooses to relate to humans. It can be very frustrating.
Well, he chooses not to, doesn't he?
In the first place, okay, so let me lay this. In the first place, we get to know about God through the religious books, 1, and then we get to know about God through nature, 2. But I don't even go too much into that. I go more into personal encounter, because if it is written and you can't experience it, then there is something wrong with the book or in the information.
Right.
So if people around the world are giving testimonies that, well, the book is saying something and I've experienced it, I think that should be enough evidence to say that, well, something exists
really
in that document.
Personal testimony? So does that mean that people who have had personal experience of the Hindu gods, that's evidence for the evidence of their religious claims, and people who have had personal evidence of the God of Islam, that justifies belief in the Quran, and people who have had personal testimony of other religions, all of those texts should be taken seriously too? Or does that rule of evidence only apply to the religions you like?
I think that's how it should be, because if you look at the dedication to, the religion, years of dedication and all that, what will make you dedicate so much when you have a thinking brain?
What makes you
You
dedicate so
understand?
much?
So
Yeah.
something beyond.
What makes you dedicate is if you think you are onto something, is if you think you have the truth. But the world has been full of deluded people who think they have the truth for thousands of years. People who have been willing to die for their beliefs, even though you and I would agree that they're nonsense. So you can
Coffee,
agree.
do you agree that? Sorry,
Okay.
John.
Go ahead.
Yeah, do you agree that different religions have contradictory beliefs that cannot all be true? Do you agree with that?
I agree with that, because
Okay.
experiences may differ. Yeah. So I agree.
Well, it's not just experiences may differ, but like, for example, Christians believe Jesus was God.
Okay.
Muslims believe Jesus was not divine. He was only a
Okay.
prophet of God. And Jews believe Jesus was just a regular man. They cannot all be right, but they can all be wrong. So if you're saying to trust people's personal experiences, but if I have a Muslim, a Jew, and a Christian who all give me their personal experiences, all three of their religions cannot be true. So how do you reconcile that?
Very good example. And what I can say about this is this: truth is in levels. All the examples you have given have a truth, because yes, he was a regular guy, and yes, he was a prophet, and yes, he was God. All is about the encounter each of the religions had, or the people in the religion. Even among Christians, some don't believe that he's God. They just believe he's a son of God and all that. But you see, we can't be fighting about these things, because it's about how they encountered the knowledge. You get a point. But
But
the
We
thing
don't
is
fight
that,
about
yeah,
it, but the thing is this is a poor method for determining what's true. That's all I care about, is what is actually the truth. And different people having different personal experiences is not convincing evidence that shouldn't convince any rational person. Is that all you have? Is like, hey, people when they read this, when Hindus read the Vedas, they get personal experiences, and they have all these different gods that are completely different from the God that Christians worship, and they have personal experiences. This isn't this isn't like a rational pathway to what's actually true, is it? Is that really what you're arguing?
you see, there is the idea is not to tell you that this is the truth. The idea is to spike an interest in you to go on a journey to seek truth for yourself.
Okay. I'm already
Are you
on that
getting the idea?
journey. I'm already on that
Exactly.
journey,
And
but
it's
what I care
wonderful.
about.
I know you are going to know a lot
So
of
so
things.
so how do we determine what's true? Actually, let's focus this more. What God
Okay.
do you believe in, and what evidence is there that your God exists? How do we determine that it's true that your God exists?
Okay, so I am more with the Christian faith,
Okay.
and experientially, I've had visions, I've had encounters, and I've had people who don't even know me from anywhere
Uh-huh.
speak to me on things that they should not know.
Okay,
You
so
understand me? Yeah.
let me
So,
stop you there.
all right. All
Do
right.
you think your personal experience, your experience that is necessarily first person, no one else
Yeah.
experienced it but you, do
Okay.
you think that should convince a rational person that your God exists?
No, it shouldn't. But I
Okay.
wish they will have
That's
their
what I'm
personal experience.
Yeah, that's what
I
I'm
can't
looking
pass
for.
that on to you. Yeah, I can't.
Okay. okay, if you don't have a good argument that should convince a rational person, I don't know where to go with that, and I don't know if you want to continue with this, John, or move. It's up to you.
I mean, that's what we're doing. That's what we're doing here, Kofi. We understand that the world is full of people who believe things, but if someone's not willing to give the reasons why they believe the things, then there's not really very much to talk about, is there? It's like we know that people believe things. That's beyond debate. So what we're saying is we're making the claim. I'm saying and making the claim here that your God obviously isn't there. And if you think that you can provide an argument for why you think that's not true, we'd like to hear it. But if the argument is just you think so, but that's it, that's not very interesting.
Well, he's given personal experience, but he acknowledged that that's insufficient for a rational person.
Yeah.
For someone else who's a rational person. So.
Yeah, the idea of trying to prove something means that the thing is not real. The reason why I believe what I believe, and I'm confident that when you follow the path, you also find is that the thing exists. If it exists, it must prove itself to whoever is seeking. That is the basis for it. Because in the Bible, it says that God rewards them that diligently seek him. So if he's not showing himself to those who are seeking him, then God is a lie. If that makes sense to you.
Well, I think God probably is a lie. And God isn't showing himself to people who are diligently seeking. I've spoken to hundreds of people, literally hundreds of people, who have diligently sought God for years and been met with nothing. Just silence, indifferent nothingness. And so your claim claim that God responds to people who are diligently seeking him is demonstrably false.
Very good. Now, the idea of receiving a response from God is where the challenge is. We have a one-way limited approach to how we want God to respond to us. Have we also thought about the fact that what if God responded, but we didn't understand or notice his response? Have we also questioned ourselves that way?
Say that again, because I didn't quite hear what you said.
Okay, I'm saying that, we are all focused that, okay, we must hear something or see something that we can agree that, okay, we have heard from a God, or we have heard from the divine. And I'm also saying that, have we also questioned ourselves in the fact that, what if he has responded, but it is in a way we didn't detect, or it's in a way we couldn't accept as a response?
Don't you think if God was going to respond to human beings, he would know what was going to work and what wasn't going to work, and he would choose to do the one that works?
Exactly. But what works is also subjective. I can see something and still believe and decide not to believe that this is what I'm seeing.
But then it would
do
work.
That always as humans.
No, hang on, Kofi, think about this. You're suggesting that the creator of the entire universe, the Omnimax, the most powerful entity in the universe, tries to communicate his presence to people and fails.
Mm-hmm.
That's ludicrous. Tries to communicate his presence to people whose minds and brains he created, knowing exactly how they work, knowing exactly what they would find persuasive, knowing exactly what would connect with them, and he just fluffs it up and doesn't manage to do it. That's ludicrous.
The interesting part, God uses millions of ways. So if up to now you are still not finding something that proves to you that he exists, he's not tired. He's still even in your stream. People are coming and going. You are interacting with people. Are you not realizing that a message is coming to you time and time again?
People have been saying this to me for 28 years. You can hear the message next week. He'll be there. You'll get it next week. I've been doing this for such a long time, and everyone comes in as if it's the first time we've ever had this conversation. It's just not going to happen. And I know people I know of people who died without religious belief. So obviously God wasn't waiting around for them to get the message. And why is God so slow? If God wants to have a relationship with me, what's he waiting for? This is what I was saying to the person who called in earlier. Get on with it. I'm right here. I'm open-minded and I'm ready. And every time I say, okay, God, here I am, come and say hello, or give me a sign or something, all I get is people wandering into my live stream offering trite, lame arguments. If there is a God, he's got his head in his hands right now going, oh my God, why are these people representing me in such a lame way? Give me something tangible. Give me something reasonable. Give me some proper evidence. Because all we have are ridiculous stories in a book featuring talking donkeys that we're expected to take seriously, and these silly arguments about fine-tuning or design or, all based on scientific ignorance, like our last caller.
All right. The most tangible evidence of God's existence is his presence in men, the people you interact with every day. While you are looking for an invisible being or a voice from the sky or whatever, you have been encountering people that God speaks to relate to you all over. People showing you love, people talking to you, people encouraging you, people even helping your stream, whatever. That is God.
Well,
you don't need to look for him anywhere. He's
that's
all
the
around
claim.
you.
But my friend, that's the claim. And the problem with that is, if the only way of interpreting the presence of lovely people in my life was that's God, then it would be really powerful evidence. But the reason it doesn't work is there are lots of other ways of interpreting the presence of lovely people in my life, which is that lovely people exist, and I'm fortunate enough to know many of them. And so explaining it by saying, well, there's evidence of God, is a little bit like saying, I saw a dog poo on the floor the other day, and that's powerful evidence of God. Well, it might be, but it might just be that a dog crapped on the floor. And it's just evidence that a dog crapped on the floor. That's all it is. So that's not a powerful argument because there are other ways of explaining the lovely people in my life. So that's not it. What else?
Even the dog crapping on the floor. If you look at the process that food went through before it turned into dog shit.
You heard it here, folks.
That is a beautiful process.
Dog shit is beautiful evidence of God. I love that. I love that.
Appreciating whatever goes on in this life and the complexities that we're even talking about and we don't understand. All those things,
I have to say,
all those things are wonderful.
Kofi, yeah. I do love you a little bit for saying dog shit is proof of God. I have to say, a little bit of my heart is always going to belong to you for saying that. But the point I was trying to make is that, to point at things in life and just go, well, this is evidence of God, only works if those things couldn't be explained any other way. Do you agree with that point? Is that a fair thing to say?
So
that would be a yes or that'd be a yes or that'd be a yes or no. A yes or no. Should I reframe the question? I'm saying, do you agree with me?
I understand you. I'm just asking that. So do you have a problem that now you understand how things work? Should that be a curse to you? Shouldn't that be a joy to you that at least you can understand and appreciate how certain things work? You don't know everything, but you can appreciate how certain things work.
That's fine, but that's not responsive to what I said to you. What I asked you was, do you agree with me that something only works as evidence if it can only be explained in terms of the thing you're claiming it's evidence for? So when you say to me the evidence of God is that there are lovely people around me, that's only evidence for God if it can't be explained in any other ways. Is that a reasonable thing to say?
The line is breaking a bit.
Is it reasonable for me to say that it's
the line
only
was breaking? Yeah.
Okay, I'll try for the last time. Do you agree with me that lovely people in my life are only evidence for God if the lovely people in my life can't be explained in any other way? If they can be explained in other ways, then they could be evidence for other things, but not God. Is that fair?
That's fine.
Okay, so what that means is that we can't it means that we can't look at lovely people in my life as evidence of God because we don't know if it's evidence of God or if it's just lovely people in my life, like the dog shit, right? So that isn't it. So God has so far provided absolutely no evidence, and respectfully to you, my friend, neither of you. Sorry about the noise. Yes, that's evidence of my noisy air conditioner. Go ahead.
All right. Yeah, so as I said earlier, my point is not to impose my view or my experiences on you, but mine is to welcome you into the seeking and not giving up. Because definitely there are people in certain parts of the world saying the same thing who have not met each other, talking about an experience which when you pack together, you realize that there is a trend and these guys know nothing about. That should intrigue you. I don't know if that
Yeah,
does intrigue you.
and they will all say that all of this stuff proves beyond any doubt that Scientology is correct. But I don't care what those people say because they're all whack jobs. So that's the point, is that you can look at people who are seeking and finding and, coming to the right answers, and you can apply that logic to absolutely any wackadoodle idea you like. And you're going to be able to find a bunch of people who will all come together and tell you that their experiences are powerful evidence for that particular crock of nonsense that you might be contemplating. So, I think maybe this is a good point to draw a line and move on and, say thank you for coming in, Kofi. I appreciate it.
All right, great.
All right. Keep
Thanks
well.
for having me.
Thanks. All right. There we go. Okay. A couple of super chats, and then we are going to get, it looks like JXNCE. I don't know how you say that word, so I'm just going to spell it. Will be in next. My super chat system is being very strange today, so I'm skipping between the old one and the new one. I'm hopefully going to cover everything. Please, in advance, forgive me if you send a super chat and I miss it. Let me know and I'll find it and make sure I haven't missed it. So Buzz said, "Rock hard for Donald Duck." Donald Duck is awesome. And thank you, Buzz. And Tim said, "I'm originally from Asheville, North Carolina. What brings you there, Sean?"
Oh, just getting away for a while. Long weekend this weekend.
Nice.
That's it. It's close enough. I was able to drive here. It was about 4 hours, and it's really nice. And I've heard a lot of good things about Asheville, so here I am.
Brilliant. A weekend in the hot tub and still on the live stream. I applaud you, Sean. Amazing. And Gates of Delirium says, "Sean, I DM'd you on Discord. Asheville is my territory, and if you need recommendations or a tour guide while you're here, let me know." There you go, Sean.
Excellent. Good to know. I will look for that. Thank you, Gates of Delirium.
Awesome. And two more, and then we'll get our next guest in. Bab said, "If intelligent design exists, you're not part of it." Ooh, that's going to hurt. And then finally, Bethos said, "If life could not come by chance, God does not either." Completely agree with that. Okay, we are going to get in. I'm going to have to ask them first how this name is pronounced, because I don't know how to say this. How do you say your name?
It's Jance.
Jance. Okay.
Yeah.
There we go. Well,
I refuse to change the X. It's kind of corny, I know.
Well,
but it's
you are entitled to spell your name any way you want, my friend. Welcome in.
Thanks.
Welcome in. So our claim is your God obviously just isn't there.
Right. Okay. So I've been kind of surprised by the amount of arguments based on naturalist science. Like, I think Christianity and a lot of theists in general try to kind of find a middle point between naturalism and theistic creation, which, if you take Genesis literally, it's impossible.
Yeah.
There isn't it's incompatible. If you take it metaphorically, perhaps. Now there is young Earth creationists out there that Ken Hovind and Ken Ham that do try and argue the Earth is 6,000 years old.
Yes.
It's fascinating. I think they don't have credible scientific credentials from institutions. So all this is to say, I don't think it's it's not a good argument for God's existence to try and work in your framework. It's starting, I think, from a false place.
I'm not completely sure I followed you. So something about a middle ground of not leaning into young Earth creationism. So you're appealing to perhaps what you think is a more nuanced position, which is to, rather than rejecting 100% of science, only reject about 75% of science. How do we get from all of that to therefore a God exists?
Yeah. So all this is to say, I don't think we know, for sure, what happened in the past with science or with God. There's always going to be some uncertainty. There's always a margin of error in carbon dating, radiocarbon dating, which I have seen some very variable results in terms of.
Can you explain the
those things
reason
changing.
why, when you apply different dating methods to certain things, they all agree? So if you, for example, are trying to use,
They don't.
when you're trying to use, for example, dendrochronology and ice cores and radiometric dating, they all coincidentally happen to make exactly the same error in terms of the kind of figures they give. Because, I'm being facetious. They all agree completely. So you can use totally independent, different dating methods that have got nothing to do with each other. Tree rings, ice cores, radioisotope dating, and they all give you exactly the same answer. Don't you think that's interesting?
Yeah, I think it's often that it does agree, but I don't think the conclusion is correct, because I think they're starting from a false area. But I'm not a scientist, so I don't know for sure. And
your Nobel awaits. Your Nobel awaits if you can demonstrate this. I mean, the fact that there is widespread recognition amongst the scientifically literate people who work in these areas that these things are reliable with accepted margins of error, right? When you make measurements in science, you always have a plus minus, right? That's fine. But within the accepted margins of error, it is well understood that these methods are accurate, and which is why they so astonishingly comport with each other. If you don't think that's true, and you can demonstrate it, I'm not even being facetious, your Nobel awaits. So if you've got some information that would justify that claim, go out there and demonstrate it, and you will become world famous. But right now,
yes,
there
are people who have attempted, and I'm not going to. And I did offer, for you or the audience, like Ken Ham, Ken Holland. I don't know if you guys know who those are.
No, we know who they are. They're laughing stocks for a reason, my friend. They're laughing stocks because the quality of their arguments. I used to listen to Ken Hovland years ago.
Well, let others decide that for themselves.
No, I
understand.
Those people have the scientific literacy of a mollusk. They are also dishonest because they've heard the arguments against their positions, and they've heard the arguments as to why the claims they make don't work and don't hold up. And rather than engaging with them or showing why those arguments don't work, they just ignore them and continue to make the arguments, which is the mark of a dishonest person. What a dishonest person does is completely ignore evidence counter to the things they're saying. An honest person takes it on board and then either is able to demonstrate why it's insufficient for the task, or they moderate their position in light of it. People like Ken Hovland and Kem Han have made a career out of lying to credulous people about science. And I think it's absolutely disgusting. People can decide it. Go and have a look at Dr. Dino, the so-called scientist who went to prison for a number of years for various crimes. The guy is an absolute laughingstock, and so is his son. Absolute bollocks. I'm so sorry. People like that make me angry, and I'll tell you why. Because we have got hundreds of thousands of people who work in the sciences who dedicate their lives to what we call knowledge production. And knowledge production is when we push back the boundaries of what we know as a collective, right? We find out new things, and then we share that knowledge, and we are all lifted up as a result of the sharing of that knowledge. And this has an amazing effect across all of humanity. It means we get to design new medicines, new materials, new engineering concepts. We get to explore space. We get better telecommunications. All of our lives are enriched. We have longer lifespans. We have lower infant mortality. All of these benefits come to us through knowledge production. And then you get these bozos.
Knowledge production always positive?
Yeah.
Is it always a good thing?
Yes. It's always positive. Now, people can take technology and they can apply technology in ways that are negative, but it's not the knowledge that's negative. It's people's. If you develop technology and that allows you to, do things that are harmful. It's not the knowledge which is a problem. It's the way people are using.
Like the scientist that developed, or chemist probably that developed mustard gas, but also developed some very good.
Right. So mustard gas would be the development of mustard gas would be an example of using knowledge for a bad thing, right? Using chemical knowledge to do something bad. But it's not the knowledge which is bad. It's the application of it which is bad. Knowledge is never bad. And knowledge production, in terms of what I said, which is just like finding out stuff about how reality works and sharing it, is always good. And your life is better for it, and my life is better for it. And these idiots like Ken Ham and Kent Hovind come along and they just trample on millions and millions and millions of human hours worth of hard work and dedication, diligently pushing back the boundaries of what we know, and they cheapen it and they tread all over it. And I have precisely zero time for those guys.
I also think that it's important that people do go against the mainstream. Like, I don't think that's demonizing in itself to cause distress, regardless of the amount of man time or the amount of men. For example, who are the scientists that initially first discovered that the Earth was round?
Yeah,
and proposed
you know how you go against the mainstream? You provide evidence, and the people who do that are the innovators. They are the mavericks. They are the Einsteins. They are the Newtons. They are the people on whose shoulders we stand, and we celebrate those people. But guess what? They don't do it via a podcast. They do it by showing the receipts. They show why their ideas are true. They submit their ideas to the scientific community, who test them and try as hard as they can to disprove them. And if the ideas stand up and they cannot be disproven, and they have predictive success, and they explain a wide range of phenomena better than we understood them before, then those people stop being outsiders and they become venerated figures for a good reason. So yes, you can be a maverick. Yes, you can come with new ideas, but you better have some receipts to back those ideas up. And these people don't.
There is.
They don't.
I don't know if you're trying to paint it. Okay, you're painting a picture that there's absolutely nothing.
There's nothing. They're scientific. They are scientific ignoramuses of the highest order.
We'll agree to disagree.
We won't. We won't. You're wrong and I'm right. And those people are ignorant assholes. I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry to be crass, but I'm angry about people like that because they corrupt the minds of children. They cheapen education. Have you seen that horrific ARC exhibition where they got parents leading their children around this multi-million-pound facility, teaching them bullshit about science, corrupting their brains and keeping them stupid? I can't be sanguine about that, my friend. I can't.
I think there's real things to consider, and I think that's where we diverge fundamentally.
And who should evaluate them? The scientific community, right? Like, if their ideas stand up to muster, they should be able to submit them to a reputable scientific journal for peer review, so actual scientists can review their work. And if they stand up to muster, they'll change the world. But that hasn't happened. They've remained laughingstocks. That's how science works. Like science has gotten us to where we have the modern era today. Decades ago, we've walked on the moon and learned how to like replace people's hearts and shit like that. Like, we have AI going on now. Science has done wonders for the world. It speaks for itself. Religion told us we can't build a tower high enough because God will confuse our language. Science said, hold my fucking beer, and we went to the moon.
Right.
Okay. I want to make an argument now. I don't think I even did. So if we can move on, if it's possible, I would like to.
Go on then.
Okay, awesome. I would like to know, what is what do you devote your life to? What do you consider ultimately worthy?
Ultimately what?
Ultimately worthy of your time, of your investment.
I mean, that's a very
humanism.
It's a big question. It's a big question.
I think this is a big prompt.
No, but that's fine.
Skepticism and humanism.
Yeah,
those two things for me. Sorry, John. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, you can. When I say big question, I would say, raising my son and loving my family, and then after that, it's being there for my friends, and trying to leave the world in a better place than it was as a result of something I can put into it. Those are what I consider to be aims, but they're different. If you had to say to me what's more important, one of those or another, I guess my family and those I love are going to come first, and then the other things are going to be kind of a bit downstream of that. But what's that got to do with whether a God exists?
Right. So I think, as a Christian, that God provides us with the most the highest pursuit, and he makes sense of serving others. He makes sense of love. He makes sense of morality. Not to say that you can't do what you are doing right now as a atheist, and love your family and have these pursuits. But God makes sense of it. His existence.
Jesus said you can only be a disciple of his if you hate your family. That's not a very nice teaching, is it?
That's using hyperbolic rhetoric. It's not literal.
It wasn't hyperbolic. It wasn't hyperbolic rhetoric. He said you can only be a disciple if you hate your brother and your mother and your father and your sister and your own life.
Which was hyperbolic rhetoric.
Why was it hyperbolic?
All the time. Why are you taking it?
He wasn't speaking in parables. He was talking to his disciples and saying, "You can only be a disciple of mine if you do these things." I know that was the language in Luke, and in Matthew they tried to soften it a bit.
Yeah.
But it wasn't hyperbolic rhetoric. It used the Greek term miseo, which means hate. It was not speaking hyperbolically.
Right. So when you compare that to all of the other things that Jesus has said to his disciples, which are not literate, like finding the kingdom of heaven is like finding a treasure chest in a field. You're not finding a treasure chest. That's not the kingdom of heaven.
Yeah, that was metaphorical language. But saying to people, you can only be a disciple of mine if you hate your family. What's it a metaphor for?
It's to show that the type of devotion that you would have for Christ, because Christ divides families. When people choose to dedicate themselves to the Lord, that causes.
Well, even if we allow you a metaphor there, if he was saying you have to love me more than your family, that's a disgusting preachment on its own, isn't it? Horrible language. Horrible. And by the way, if you want to talk about what he said to his disciples, he promised them that the world was going to end and everything was going to be hunky-dory and everyone would be held accountable for their deeds and all of this sort of end times apocalyptic language. And he promised them it was going to happen in their lifetimes. And those guys are all dead now, and that stuff hasn't happened yet.
Right. So the God that you believe doesn't exist, I also think you believe is evil.
Yeah.
Would this be a true assertion? Okay.
Yeah.
Do you think that has any influence on whether or not you believe God exists?
No, I don't believe he exists. I don't believe he exists because there's no evidence for.
Truly unbiased.
But I want to know if he exists. I want to know about it. I don't believe he exists not because I think he's an evil psychopath. I don't believe he exists because there's no evidence for him. But if he did exist, he would exist and be an evil psychopath.
Right. I imagine you've been asked this before. Would you believe if it was proved tomorrow that the resurrection happened and that the God of the Bible is?
Well, the resurrection
everything says he is.
The resurrection happening doesn't prove a God. If it would prove that a resurrection happened, that would just be proof that someone died and then came back to life. That would be scientifically fascinating, but on its own wouldn't be proof of a God. But if you're asking me, would I believe in God if it was proved that there was a God? Then yes, obviously. You'd have to be a bit silly to say, if it was proved that there was a God, I wouldn't believe there was a God. That would be irrational, wouldn't it?
In fact, hold on, Jen.
Go ahead.
In fact, if John or I or anybody perceives there to be proof of anything, we have no choice but to believe it. It's not even like, well, I've seen this proof, so now I'm gonna decide whether to believe it or not believe it. We would have no choice. If proof, something we perceive as proof presents itself to us, it would convince us by definition. We would have no choice in the matter. Just like if I hand you a pen and you begin to write with it, your brain will become convinced that pen exists. You would have no choice.
So with that said, do you have any evidence?
Right. I think there's an interesting overlap between free will and fate. And as a Christian, honestly, I do not know all the realities. I don't think the Bible is sufficient in answering the overlap of free will and fate. So I don't think your framework for like God will, if he could, prove himself to us necessarily means he can't. But I don't think that he would.
So no evidence then.
Well,
he asked you if you had evidence for God.
Yeah, I would say that it is in the scriptures. I would say that the scriptures are reliable.
So your evidence is book says a thing.
Yeah, it's in the scripture, the Bibles. Yeah.
Okay.
I would say it is reliable. But
Why
it's
is it
not
why
for
is it
me, I
reliable?
understand.
Why is it reliable? Why do we care what it says in the book? Because there are lots of books that say lots of things. So must I just believe everything that every book says, or only your book?
Well, we have to examine the content. Like, we have to examine the content of the books to make that decision for ourselves.
How many horse carriages did your book say King Solomon has?
How many horse carriages?
Yeah.
I'm not familiar off the top of my head.
Okay. In one place it says 4,000, and another place it says 40,000.
Oh yes, right.
Are both true, or is at least one of them wrong?
Right. There is well-known like errors, which are numeric. I think they're not substantive at all in terms of understanding God's existence.
Well, hold on. You said your book is reliable. I mean, that is an example of something. Maybe some things it says are true, but other things are not true, right?
Well, regardless if it's true or not, if it can be rectified with new knowledge, I don't think that is valid.
What do you mean rectified? Like it factually says
we know
things
that we know we know the numeral error here you're talking about. I'm familiar now.
Yeah. So I mean, that's just one of many examples. It said the plants existed on the earth before the sun. So apparently photosynthesis isn't a thing, and plants can survive at absolute zero temperature. I mean, it says there's all kinds of problems and errors throughout the Bible. And to you, they're not important, but you make a blanket statement that the Bible is reliable.
Important. I would say that we have to investigate and try and understand what the text is saying.
But I'm going by your claim the Bible is reliable.
Well, what does that mean? It for once.
Okay,
you just asked me a question. I answered it.
Define reliable. What do you mean by that? Because if I hear this book is reliable, I would say like the information within the book is accurate. That's what I interpret reliable to mean. What do you mean by it?
It has to be consistent.
Well, Harry Potter's consistent. Harry Potter's consistent. He's got to be more than consistent. You could have. Hang on a second. You could have a book full of absolute bollocks, which is completely consistent. Consistency is not reliability. I think Sean nailed it.
Historical claims in the Bible.
There are historical claims in the Bible that are also false, demonstrably false. Would you like an example of one?
Sure.
An example of one would be something like Abraham speaking to the king of the Philistines. Right? So it is not true that Abraham could have had a conversation with the king of the Philistines, because the Philistines are known from modern archaeological advances to have only settled along the coast of Canaan about 800 years after the time of Abraham, after the Bronze Age, the end of the Bronze Age, just as the Iron Age was starting. But the Old Testament authors did not know this, and so they imagined when they were writing the tales of Abraham that Avimelech, who was the king of the Philistines, that the Philistines could have been there. So in the conversations between Abraham and the king of the Philistines, they are committing an anachronism. They're describing events that could not possibly have taken place, because those people they came out of the Aegean and they settled down along the coastline of that area about 800 or 900 years after the time of that the Old Testament tales of Abraham are set. But the authors didn't know that. So there's a demonstrably false claim made in the Bible. And there are hundreds, if not thousands, of these.
Right. I don't know. I don't know the specific research that you're calling on. I will validate that if like there is specific research. I'm going to research it after. I will say, just to go back on the previous point, that reliability should come with consistency in the quality,
accuracy. Like if something is, does it make sense to say if something is inaccurate? Does it make sense to call it reliable?
Well, we'd have to know the method.
So far you haven't given me any compelling reason to give a flying frick what the Bible has to say.
I'd say
Like,
there's a lot of
as-
evidence that Jesus lived. I don't think anyone denies that. But there's also a lot of evidence for the things that he said, the impact that he had on people.
Hold on. We have no idea. All the red letter stuff that's like somebody quoting Jesus was decades later after his death. And like, do we have any record of anyone following him around and writing shit down? How accurately can you remember a conversation you had a week ago? If you had to write it down verbatim, now we're talking about decades and decades later from other people who are anonymous. We don't even know. We can't even verify that the authors had any reason to have had any method to have any knowledge of what Jesus said. There's no reason to have any confidence in the reliability of Jesus's words in the Bible.
None. Not a single word. There is not one reliably documented piece of evidence of a single thing that Jesus ever said or did. Not one.
What would make it reliable then? What would make it reliable for you? Because I think the eyewitness testimony.
What would make it? There is no eyewitness testimony of anything to do with Jesus at all. None.
Matthew, Mark,
Paul,
Luke, and John.
No. So Paul is the earliest writing, right, in his letters. Paul never met Jesus. The Gospel of Mark was written something like 30 to 40 years after the events by someone who we don't know who they are, who probably also never met Jesus, who'd heard the story from a friend who babysat someone else's dog while they were away on trips for the person whose house they looked after, who'd also never met Jesus, but went to band camp with someone who once lived near someone who had cleaned some of the streets near where Jesus lived.
I don't know.
Right?
That's
as close as you get on any of this stuff.
Cooperation is immensely important. Like if you,
there's none.
Sorry,
there's none, my friend. The Gospels are all anonymous and written decades later.
Testimony would be convincing because you said it doesn't exist because what time?
No, because there are no eyewitnesses. Name an eyewitness.
Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John are written by anonymous authors decades later.
How do you know
that? Think that was their real names?
I mean, they're English, but they are translated from Greek.
These were not the people who knew Jesus. This is the consensus. Just go and have a look. Check some biblical scholarship rather than learning these things from a pastor or God knows where you've heard this twaddle from. Right? Honestly, go now and look it up. The authors of the Synoptic Gospels are anonymous. Nobody knows who they were. There are some suspicions that this one might have been the cousin of Barnabas and this one might have been a physician, something this, but we have no idea who wrote those Gospels. And they are not eyewitness accounts, and there are no eyewitnesses. And if you're asking me what would have made these accounts a bit more reliable, you know what would have made them reliable is some kind of extra biblical evidence of any of this stuff. In the book of Matthew, it says that when Jesus was crucified, the earth opened up and zombies came out of their graves and started walking into town, perhaps to do some shopping. Do you not think that some historians might have thought to write that down? No one noticed it, apparently. This is completely preposterous. This is how myths are made, my friend. And these themes of a savior man, a man God, who is a savior for mankind, who dies and is resurrected, can be found throughout literature in the pre-biblical world too. Dionysus, Osiris, Mithra, these kind of characters, these are all themes that were just being recycled in the mythology of the day in a pre-scientific, highly superstitious culture where storytelling by word of mouth was the currency.
Radically. Like, I don't think that's. I mean, I don't think that takes away from.
No, it's just a coincidence. Just a coincidence that these themes were happening in Greek mythology before the supposed historical events of Jesus.
I'd say that coincidence is supernatural, if anything, but I wouldn't say that it takes away from the actual content in the scripture that you are actively denying by making that point. You're saying
it takes away from the credibility of it.
It's the same things.
It takes away from the credibility of it that we're being asked to accept.
I don't think so.
We're being asked to accept
because
that magical. No, we're being asked to accept that magical stories happened with absolutely no evidence for them, other than word of mouth of these stories was passed around for several decades, and then eventually written down by someone who wasn't there. I mean, do you know who Satya Sai Baba was?
I do not.
Satya Sai Baba was an Indian god man. He was a man who claimed to be a god. He claimed to do miracles and healings and all sorts of things. He had 1 million followers. And you can hear the testimony of his followers now. They've got that shit on video. Right? So we've got something like 500,000 times the evidence that we had for Jesus for the miracles of Satya Sai Baba, because he had a massive following and there were people documenting his stuff. You can look him up on YouTube and you'll see videos of him doing the stuff, right? And you and I both agree that there's not enough evidence to really warrant that his claims are true. You and I would be in agreement about that. And then you're going to compare that to some word-of-mouth stories that were told around the campfire for 30 or 40 years in, pre-scientific Middle East 2,000 years ago, and suddenly it's good evidence. And suddenly it's good evidence. Is that a position that you're taking? But is that a position you're taking seriously?
I mean, you have to honestly look at the content, and also your method of historicity, I think, is very, very biased. So you're going to look at, we're going to pick up, like the second I mentioned the scriptures, you guys cherry picked. This is what proves it's not historical.
What did we say proves it? What did we say proves it's not historical? Because
first
I'm not.
It was the chariots, and then it was zombies come out of Jerusalem. How's that possible?
I didn't mention chariots.
No,
I told you
the chariots. Let me explain. The chariots was a response to you saying the Bible is reliable. And I was showing an example of how it's not reliable. Yeah. So just to put everything in a proper context, that was a proper response to your claim.
Yeah. So the chat. Thank you, Sean. Yeah. The chariots was just to show that this is supposed to be a God-inspired book, but it's full of mistakes, hundreds of them, inconsistencies where it falls over itself. The Bible says that rock badgers chew the cud. They don't. They never have.
Well, we can disagree on exactly what
we can't. I'm sure Kent Hovind thinks they do. And then I gave you, and then I gave you a well-established anachronism in the Old Testament about the Philistines, which is just basic history. So that's another mistake and another way that we can demonstrate that it's not reliable. Then we shifted to the New Testament, and I'm not saying that the problems here show the stuff didn't happen. I'm saying the problems here take away the credibility of the claim that the stuff did happen. You would need something more than this, something like accounts from contemporary historians. And when we look, there aren't any. What a funny coincidence. And then people say, yes, but Tacitus. Yes, but Josephus. But Tacitus and Josephus were just attesting to the presence of Christians. And that's not in doubt. So you have not presented any evidence for this stuff whatsoever, my friend. And that's why I say your God obviously isn't there.
Right. I think that you've looked at the scriptures, you've looked at which I do believe are eyewitness testimonies from Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. I do believe they exist. They corroborate each other to a shocking degree.
Apart from when they can't agree on what time of day Jesus was. Apart from when they can't agree on what time of day, it's not expected. But you're saying that they corroborate each other. You're saying you're the one who said that they corroborate each other to a shocking degree. Except they can't agree on what year he was born. On what year he's born, they can't agree on who Joseph's father was. They can't agree on when he died. They can't agree on who went to the tomb. They can't agree on what time of day it was. There's very little they can agree on. And you say they corroborate each other shockingly. Little. What would not corroborating each other look like? That's ludicrous. Come on. Anyway, dude, we're at the 30-minute mark now. So we're going to say to you, thank you very much for coming in. You're welcome to come back again and try to present some evidence for this another time. But I honestly, do some homework. Go and look up in any sources you want, including biblical historical sources, when the Philistines settled along the coast. They came from the Aegean Sea and settled along the coast in Canaan. Find out when that was, and you will find out that it's 600 to 900 years after the time of Abraham. Abraham was not having conversations with the king of the Philistines. I promise you.
I understand. I will look into that. I would suggest you look into the Shroud of Turin, and everyone else does as well, because it's pretty interesting. Other than that, thanks for having me.
All right, thanks for coming up. Cheers. Dear.
John, sadly, I have to run. I'm going to head out to town for a little bit, but enjoyed the live so far, and
thank you.
Can't wait to see the rest of it later on and the recording.
Thanks for joining us while you were away, Sean. Much appreciated. The hot tub was a bonus.
Yes, it was kind of got to enjoy two different things simultaneously,
Good stuff. Well, have a good one, and
or maybe three. But,
we'll
all right, John.
we'll see you in a week. Take care, friend.
All right. Bye.
Take it easy. Take it easy. All right, that's awesome. Awesome stuff. Brilliant. Okay, we are going to get our next guest in. Next guest is going to be Cooper Cook, and we will get Cooper Cook in after just a couple of super chats. So we have Bethos said golden ratio cannot come from God because then it could have a different value, but it can't because it just is what it is. Absolutely right. And Babs sent out an Unconvinced gift membership, like you always do, Babs. That's so kind of you. Really, really appreciate it. And last one for now. No, I'll do one more after this, in fact. Edward James said, what part of Britain are you from, John? I want to go to the UK and Europe at some point in my life. I'm from Cincinnati, Ohio. I live just south of London in the UK. And it's been very, very hot the last few days, but it's mercifully starting to cool down a little bit now. We've been having wildfires in the UK. That's not a thing that normally happens here, but it's been really, really, really hot. Okay, Cooper, we're going to get you in just a second. Last super chat, from Bethos. If Jupiter has the purpose to catch meteorites, why did God create meteorites in the first place? Absolutely right. And why did he create dinosaurs and then the meteorite to kill them, except birds? I wish I'd thought of that. Absolutely brilliant. What a ludicrous situation to say that God put Jupiter there in the way of the meteorites that he created to head towards Earth. Completely stupid. Wild what people think. Absolutely wild. Okay, let's get Cooper Cook in. Coming in right now. Cooper Cook. Hey, Cooper, how are you?
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you doing?
Good. Pretty good. I know the last guest you guys talked about a lot of things. I was only like kind of half listening because I was waiting for a while. Is it okay if I like ask questions about something else?
Yeah.
Okay. So I've seen the stream a couple times. I joined to talk to you like once for a couple minutes. I don't know if you'd remember that, but I've seen you talk a lot about how you think like if God was real, you would be convinced already about that. Could you explain that more? Because I'm interested to hear like the.
And I do remember you joined on the 9th of July. So
oh,
I do remember that. So what I was saying is okay, if we assume that God has the properties that everyone thinks he has, which is that he's very, very powerful, he's very, very clever, he knows everything, he can do everything, and he's really good. So if God had a plan to let me know that he exists, and he tried to do it, because he can see the future, it's not possible that he would be wrong about the plan succeeding. Do you agree?
Sorry, wait, repeat. I was sorry.
Yeah,
repeat.
That's okay. So he's super clever. He knows the future. He knows everything, right? So if he knows everything, then it means he knows what all the future events are going to be also. So if he decided to let me know he's there, then at the point that he decided that, in fact, at all points, he would also know that he was going to be successful and he would be able to see it because he knows the future. So he would have knowledge of me in the future. Let's say he decides on Monday to let me know he's there, to give me some evidence that's going to persuade me. He would know that by Tuesday, I'm going to be a believer because he can see the future. So he sees the future and he sees me as a believer on Tuesday. And then and then Tuesday comes around and I'm still not a believer. What does that say about his omniscience? What does it say about him knowing the future and knowing all things?
Wait, I thought you said you would know by then.
He would. So God would know on Monday that by Tuesday I'm going to be a believer because he's going to make me one because he's all powerful. All powerful beings can't fail to do what they set out to do. They just make it happen. That's the fun of being an all powerful being. You just click finger and it happens. So on Monday he decides he's going to make me a believer, and at the same point he can see, he has knowledge of the future, so he knows he's going to succeed, right? Because he can see the future. Do you agree with all of that?
Okay, I think so.
Okay, so he does all of that stuff, but it doesn't work because Tuesday comes around and I'm still not a believer. What?
Okay. Oh, okay. I think I see what you're saying.
What does that mean for his omniscience, and what does it mean for his power? Because something's gone wrong, right? Because not only did he failed twice. Not only did he fail to make me a believer, he set out to do so, this all-powerful being failed to do something, but he also misread the future because he was apparently knew all things, but he made a mistake about whether it was going to work or not. He was certain it was going to. He's got knowledge of the future, but it turns out his knowledge of the future is wrong. So his attempt, his aborted, failed attempt to make me a believer and his mistaken confidence that it was going to succeed have now rendered him not omnipotent and not omniscient as well. It's a catastrophe for God.
Okay. I think I see your like the reasoning, the rationale.
Yeah.
Is it okay if I just like give you some questions, like see what you think about some things?
Sure.
Because I've tried to think about this a little bit, but I haven't like. I'll definitely do more like thinking, like ask people questions, like smarter people than me, and come back at some point. But what would you think about like the thought of maybe he's not set out to make you think that, but he's just giving you like opportunities to think that, to learn.
I will address that. So I just want to address. So Sensei in the chat is saying, John, in your hypothetical, you're already presupposing that God will fail. It's a circular reasoning. It's not a circular reasoning. I'm saying in the hypothetical where God decides that he's going to make me a believer. He decides to make me a believer because people have told me that that's what he's done. People have said to me, God wants to have a relationship with you. Okay, well, if he wants to have a relationship, and I say to people, has he tried? And they say, yes, he has, but you've not seen the evidence or whatever it is. That noise will stop in a moment, by the way. So it's not a circular argument because I'm not presupposing that he's going to fail. I'm just commenting on the fact that so far he has. If God has tried to make me see him, then he's failed to do it. And if he knew he was going to fail, then why did he try? And if he thought he was going to succeed, then he was wrong. So my argument is not circular. So to respond to your argument, did you say, how about if he just puts it out there and you might see it and you might not see it? Was that what you were saying?
No, I'd say, how about like, if it's not as in he's trying specifically to get you to believe on Monday, like what if it's just there's opportunities for you to like learn and believe?
Well, that's fine. So he's like sprinkling little crumbs around and then I might eat the crumbs and I might not, right? That's fine until you factor in the third kind of piece of the puzzle, which is I'm told he wants to have a relationship with me and also that he's going to set me on fire if we don't have the right one. So if he's that lackadaisical that he's saying that I want to have a relationship with John, but not badly enough to actually make it happen, instead of just making it happen because I'm the all-powerful creator of the entire universe and I can make anything happen before my morning coffee, rather than just do that and get shit done, I'm just going to leave a few vague things. I'm going to leave some stories about a risen man written in dead languages from a culture from 2,000 years ago in the Middle East. You know, didn't do it in China where people already could have written stuff down. No, I'm going to make it happen, you know, in a pre-literate society, and these stories are going to be passed along, and eventually 2,000 years later, he's going to hear it on the internet from strangers. That'll do it. I mean, that's a curious way of making himself known to me, isn't it?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I guess here's just another thought. Like, I just want to hear your
Sure.
your thoughts on what like ideas I have.
Yeah.
I would say I would say God wants to give you an opportunity to have a relationship with him, but he doesn't want to force you to have a relationship with him. So that would,
but he's not giving me the opportunity to have a relationship with him. He's hiding. How can I have a relationship with him while I can't see him? If he wants to give me the opportunity to choose freely, then come and say hello, and then I can choose freely whether to have a relationship with him. But he is the one, if he exists, he is the one agent in all of this stopping me from having a relationship with him by remaining hidden. Imagine if I wanted to have a relationship with him, because I've spoken to many people who desperately wanted to, and for years they got on their knees and they begged, and they reached out, and they cried, and they pleaded, and they made themselves vulnerable, and they made themselves open, and they'd been promised by other people, "Seek and you shall find." Jesus is right there. He's knocking on the door. He just wants to come in. You just have to open the door. So they opened the door. There was no one fucking there. No one there. Complete silence. A complete void. Total indifference. Silence. It's not very nice. People in their times of need. Sorry, go ahead.
So what would you think would be like, what would convince you, like what would it be like to him, like showing himself to you? Like what would that be to you?
I mean, I don't know, because God's the one apparently in possession of some form of existence. So it would be for him to reveal that to me, and it would be for him to do it in a way that I wouldn't mistake as a bad dream. You know, if he would have to just come with some proper evidence. You know, it's not for me to define what that would be, because I don't actually know what it would be. But I am genuinely open-minded. So I'm not going to be an idiot about it. If God comes and introduces himself to me, first I would make sure I wasn't dreaming. I'd kind of give myself a good pinch and, check that no one had spiked my porridge, and make sure that I hadn't taken leave of my senses. I wasn't hallucinating in some way. I'd preferably try and get some witnesses to come and meet him as well. And once we'd passed some sort of reasonable threshold of reliability and consistency, and preferably some corroboration, some corroboration from other people who were all witnessing the same kind of thing. I mean, I'm daydreaming here about what it would be, but the fact is, God's the all-knowing one. He knows what would work, even if I don't, right? I might tell you what kind of evidence I think would persuade me, and then I got that evidence and I might find myself still not persuaded. But God would know what kind of evidence would be able to persuade me. And if he's all-powerful, he would be able to do it without interfering with my free will in any way at all.
You might disagree with this. I just want to hear what you think about things. What if, like, say you had an idea and you're like, oh, like this would be something, like you said, like what if you think something and then like it came to you and you're like, oh, I'm still not convinced. Like, do you think that's like fair to say? Like, I feel like if you had something that you're like, if this happens, I'm convinced, and then it happens, like, wouldn't that be the evidence? Like, is that fair to say? Like, that still wouldn't be convincing?
Ish. I mean, the thing is, we can all speculate about, if this happened to me, this is what my state of mind would be. But until you actually live it, you're not sure. There are people who think, once I achieve this, I'll be satisfied. For example, once I get the house I want, or I get the job I want, or I, whatever it is, reach this milestone, or I achieve this thing that I'm wanting to achieve, then I'll be happy. And then they get there and they find actually they're not happy, right? So quite often when we're projecting forward in time and speculating on, if this happened, then I would take this frame of mind, we're only guessing. Which is why I said I might be wrong, right? So when people say, what evidence would convince you? I don't know, but God knows if he exists. He knows exactly what it would take to make me completely convinced that he's there, and so far has presented nothing.
Interesting. I would say, like, would you be open to like trying to think of like what would convince you, just to like...
I mean, I could give you some starting points. There's a particular sequence of letters that I quite often use if I need a strong password for something. You're not supposed to repeat your passwords, boys and girls, but there's a very, there's a very, very cryptic, very long sequence of letters that I sometimes use. It's long. It's 12 letters long. That I will sometimes use if I need a quick password that I know no one's going to guess. And I'll sometimes vary it up a little bit with the odd special character at the end just to spicy it up a bit. But if God spelled out that particular sequence in the stars tonight, when I finish this live stream, that would be a good starting point. Or even just, make it appear in the air in front of me. That'd be a good starting point. I would still have to eliminate the fact that I might be hallucinating, right? It might be there are lots of things you have to control for, which is why I say I don't really know. I'm trying to use my imagination to think what kind of thing would it be. I don't really know, that's fair. But God would know, and so God would. And if God tried, do you agree that if God tried to convince me he's there, he would succeed?
Yeah.
Right. So has he tried?
He hasn't probably tried to convince you right away that he's there, but he's probably given you opportunities to learn.
Did he know that those opportunities were going to fail?
Well, you're not dead yet.
No, but in terms of so far, did he know that, according to up until this point, all of those opportunities that he laid, I imagine him scattering little crumbs, did he have the knowledge, is he clever enough to have known that none of them were going to work?
I'd say yes, but then would you be open to the idea of what if it was like you refuse to let it work? Like, would you be open to that way of thinking? Like,
then he would have known. Then he would have known that I would have refused. But I'm not refusing.
Is that a fair point to take?
Well, then he should have done something that I wouldn't have been able to refuse. I'm not irrational. If I see evidence, I have no choice but to be convinced by it. So God's obviously deciding to give me these little opportunities. They're a little too subtle. I mean, when you say refuse, you don't choose what you find convincing. You're convinced by it or you're not. So God is giving me opportunities that he knows I'm not going to find convincing. Well, why would he do that? What's the point? Give me an opportunity
I see
that you know is going to
what
work
you're
if you want to
saying.
give me one.
I guess I see what you're saying. I think I would still disagree a little bit in terms of like, I think it's still possible for people to refuse what is true, but I'm not saying that you are doing that. I think it's still possible for people to see the truth and still like refuse something, like even if it's not God. Like say they just see something that's true, they can still refuse it and be like irrational. But I'm not saying you're doing that.
Yeah,
I think that's still
I hear
possible.
you, but I mean, I have a chapter in my book on belief about denial. And there are different types.
That's the word.
Yeah, there are different types of denial. So you can be in denial about something, meaning that you're just, you know it's true, you believe it's true, but you're just not willing to verbally admit it to others, and sometimes even to yourself, but you know it's true really. And there's another type of denial where your emotional reasons for being against something are so strong and so powerful that you actually genuinely don't think it's true. So, you know, an example I often give is, you know, a mother who has to confront the fact that her child is a bully and is hurting other kids. That's such a difficult thing for any parent, not just a mother, any parent to come to terms with, that sometimes they'll look at the same evidence that everyone else looks at and they won't find it convincing. And in that situation, they are genuinely not convinced it's true. And in the first situation, the first type of denial, they know it's true, they're just not saying the words. Well, I've not been given any evidence that's made me think that God exists. So I'm definitely not in the first type of denial. And if I'm in the second type of denial, I can't help it. There's nothing I can do about that.
Those are interesting points, yeah. Another question I'd have, like, what do you think about, like, I've always wanted to ask, like, an atheist this, but what do you think about, like, people who have, like, stories, like, near-death experiences where they, like, see something inexplainable and, like, they know things about the Bible they didn't know before? Like, what do you think about those things when they happen?
I think they are all made-up stories. And in our culture, we have lots of made-up stories about all sorts of things. You know, I mean, God forbid you watch one of these silly channels. I mean, they're always on like the History Channel or these channels that actually aren't selling what they say they're selling. And, you know, the kids who magically acquired languages they couldn't have spoken, and people who got abducted by aliens off farms, and strange experiments done on things, and all of that stuff. You just have to be a bit more skeptical about those accounts. They don't stack up. When you apply the tools of critical thinking and proper scientific inquiry to these things, they evaporate like smoke.
I mean, I would say, like, I definitely understand that position, especially from, like, obviously you being an atheist. Like, I can see, like, that's like the position that would make sense to take. But do you think it's like somewhat strange that there are just so many that are like, just, I don't know, just so many stories, like people that like see like demons being cast out and things like that.
No,
like,
I don't think it's strange at all.
Strange?
No, the world is full of people who tell stories. Telling stories is one of the oldest things that human beings do. Nearly as old as banging on things. We've been banging on things for centuries, hoping it's going to make things happen. Run around and bang on things is a thing that humans have been doing. And another thing we do is tell stories. And we like stories, and they make life fun and interesting and cool and fun. And it doesn't mean they're true.
Yes, I think my last like thought on this specific topic would be like people who aren't believers seeing things inexplainable and then changing their entire lives because of it. Because I guess I wouldn't understand why they would change their whole life.
Yeah. People change their beliefs all the time. People become convinced of things all the time. I'm thinking of someone like
something they didn't actually see.
Well, I believe that they think they saw it. So when people say they have an experience, if someone tells me they had some amazing mystical experience, there are two interpretations. One is that actually they're just lying, or they're mistaken, or it's a false memory, or the actual thing didn't happen to them. And the other is that the thing did happen to them, but their interpretation of it is incorrect, which is why I was so careful in answering your question earlier about what evidence would persuade me. Because if I did see my magic numbers floating in the air in front of me, and I just immediately concluded, there's evidence of God, I've now seen God. Well, it might have just been a hallucination of some sort, brought about by something I didn't know was going on. So people are very quick to say, because I had an experience, my interpretation of the experience must also be correct. And I think we know that's not true. A lot of times people misinterpret their experiences.
Yeah, I can see how that makes sense. Like, I mean, I would disagree, but I think it's important to acknowledge, like, I can see how that line of reasoning can make sense. I feel like a lot of people just get angry and say, no, that can't be it. But like, I can see how you can follow that line of reasoning.
Yeah.
My friend, I'm supposed to play a game with my friend in a little bit, so I have to go in a
Sure.
second.
Of course.
First of all, thanks for like being kind and like answering and giving me your thoughts on everything.
Thank you for coming up.
Of course, a kind of a strange request. Would you mind? You can say no. You can say no. I can leave. Would you mind if I prayed that the numbers would happen so you could give yourself a starting point?
You know what? If it was just you and me, you could do whatever you want. But I've got a lot of people in my community who are not up for praying together. So what I would say is go off and have a prayer. And God is listening right now. If He exists, He knows exactly what you want. So you actually don't need to pray. Praying is a complete waste of time. If you think that you know better about what God's plan should be, then let Him know by praying. And if you think that He doesn't know what you want, let Him know by praying. But if all of that said, if you want to pray about me and my numbers, I'm perfectly fine for you to do that. It makes absolutely no difference to me whatsoever what you do with your imaginary friend. But thank you so much for coming up. It's been fun. Take care.
Oh, sorry. Thank you.
All right. Take care, friend. All right. There we go. That was Cooper Cook. Nice chap. There we go. Okay. We are going to get Azido in next. I'm going to do a few little supers here. Where was the next one here? I'm working off 2 super chat lists because boring tech reasons. Liberty said they found skin cancer on mummies. Yes, I did read that one out. And then for Cora20, thank you so much for the super chat. When it's late at night and my brain won't stop racing enough to let me sleep, in the back of my mind, I hear you saying, shh, and then all is right in the world. My brain is quiet and I fall asleep peacefully. Oh, well, that's very nice. I'm always happy to give custom shh for whoever wants them. It's amazing how it works. Sometimes just it helps people to just de-escalate, just be calm. And Bethos said, watchmaker argument is bad. We can discern design from non-design, ergo, everything is design. Yeah, it's a bit silly, isn't it? It's a bit silly. Okay, right. I am going to get our next guest in. Azido coming in right now. I'm going to have to send my air conditioner back because it does make that ridiculous noise. I only bought it about 6 weeks ago. So it's going to have to go back. And it's a big old heavy dual split thing. It's going to be a real pain in the neck. But they wanted to come and collect it a few days ago. But I told them I wasn't going to be around because it's too hot. So then they're not having it back yet. Azido is coming in now, but it's taken a bit of time. So hopefully this is going to work. And if not, we will move on to the next one. How long do you give a TikTok guest to transport into a live stream? I reckon we give it about another 2 seconds. And that was... Oh, you nearly got dropped for not coming in quickly enough. It took ages to join, but we got you in. I was literally hovering over the move on button. But anyway,
you hear me okay?
I can hear you. Yeah, it's delightful. Good. It's delightful.
That's a relief.
Welcome in.
Cheers.
So you can see what my prompt is. Your God obviously isn't there. What do you say about that?
Well, first of all, I think, how do we define my God or your God? What is your definition? Is it strictly an Abrahamic God, a God that's in a scripture, or could this be a Spinoza's sort of God?
Yeah, and you're right to say that, because if it's a Spinoza kind of God, then I would soften my claim slightly. So
that's good.
So yeah, if that's your tip, then I would say that type of God, which is really just a sort of personification of the glory of nature, isn't it? It's just like a personifying the majesty of how wonderful everything is. It's kind of a poetic use of the word God rather than a literal use. That's as much license as I'm willing to grant. So is that your kind of God?
Well, wouldn't you guys step further and perhaps have a God which is not anthropomorphized? I'm not sure about how you pronounce it. It seems like your God is almost like a anthropomorphized. Is that the way? Can you correct me?
Anthropomorphic.
That's the one. So, aside from it being anthropomorphic, could it be a different definition?
I mean, you're in trouble when you start trying to find a definition to work with a word you like. That isn't really, that's not the way that we should do organized thinking, right? The way we should do organized thinking is we come up with concepts, and then we find words to name the concepts afterwards. So to me, that's a more sensible way to go. So is there a concept? Is there a concept that you think deserves to be labeled God? And if so, what is it?
Yes, I do. And for me, to draw an analogy, can you prove to your dog, for instance, to say you're a dog owner, that you're its owner? Can you communicate that to your dog?
I mean, I'm not sure dogs have a concept of owner, but if you mean like that you're a significant member of the pack, yes, you can.
Well, in the same sense, do we think that we have a concept of God, or could truly know God in that sense, in the same way a dog would know it's?
Yeah, I mean, I can. If I had a dog, and I don't anymore, I used to. He was lovely. His name was Freddie. Lovely.
Lovely.
When I wanted to let my dog know that I was kind of the pack leader, I would feed him and make sure he was, warm and well looked after and sheltered and given affection and loved, and that fostered the bond between us in a way that let the dog know, A, that I was there, and B, something about the nature of our relationship, because I also asserted dominance over him, right? I led him around on a lead. I was in charge of where he could go, but he wasn't in charge of where I could go. So we had a well understood hierarchy. I trained him. He didn't train me, despite the fact that he may have thought he was training me. And it was all understood. Everyone knew their place. With God, it doesn't work like that, because God doesn't make himself known. God doesn't give people, cuddles and food.
But you're assuming you have the capacity to know in that sense. For instance, I'm trying to drive the point home that a dog, strictly speaking, doesn't know you're its owner. Yes, it may sense those things, it may learn those things, it's intuition, etc., etc., but it doesn't spell it out in the same way that perhaps God, or we don't have the capacity, rather, to read God as it's, as it's spelt out in the Abrahamic sense, if you know what I'm saying.
Not entirely. I mean, I'm still trying to figure out what it is you mean by God, because it sounds to me like you've got your own kind of slightly personal definition of what the word means.
What
is God?
I do believe the sun is a big part of it, because I believe that a lot of the scriptures and Abrahamic religions are rooted in astronomy. And, it doesn't take a nuclear scientist to figure out that the first deities that we essentially prayed to would have been celestial bodies. And so, in the sense that our knowledge is very limited when it comes to space, our senses are very limited, perhaps, in terms of its creator.
If your claim is that God is the sun, then I retract my claim that your God doesn't exist. Is that your claim?
Perhaps. I don't think I'm in a position I can explicitly say what my definition is, but I have more of an inkling that a God does exist than not. I have more of a suspicion that there is something beyond our realms of sensory perception than not.
Yeah, okay, but the thing, look, what this channel is about, it's pushing back on what I see to be harmful religious ideas. So I'm not hearing any harmful religious ideas from you, and I'm not hearing any coherent ideas either, because you saying that you have a suspicion that there may be more than what our senses can. Well, we know there's more than what our senses tell us, because there's all sorts of areas of we can only perceive a small part of the electromagnetic spectrum, and there are sounds we can't hear above about 18 kilohertz and below about 40 or whatever it is, and there's all sorts of things we can't sense, but we can know that they're there. We can detect them in other ways. I don't really care if we about sort of vague suspicions that there might be things.
It's not vague. I think
sounds pretty vague, buddy.
What you've just said yourself is that science isn't enough to tell us effectively. Our senses are limited, so therefore science is limited. Do you agree with that?
Well, I mean, science isn't a thing. Science is a method for investigating the world. So to say science
is it limited?
I think it's a category error to call it limited. It's like saying, is jogging limited? It just doesn't make sense. It's a nonsensical question.
No, but
if you're asking me,
to prove anything.
if you're asking me, are there limits to what science has been able to provide for us? Yes. If you're asking me, are there limits to what science may ever be able to provide for us? Probably. That's fine.
Hasn't science been wrong?
Yes, it's not science. Science is not being wrong. People have been wrong whilst doing science. They have come to incorrect conclusions, and those things have been corrected by more science. It's not that science is wrong.
Well, you could draw the same argument with religion in that it's not the religious doctrines that are bad themselves, it's the people who misinterpret them.
No, it's the religious doctrines themselves that are bad. So when the Bible says that gay people should be stoned to death because it's an abomination, it's not a misinterpretation. That's what the text says. That's what the doctrine is. And that's really wrong. And when the Bible says that people deserve to be punished either forever or for a short time and then annihilated because they don't believe the right things about a Middle Eastern carpenter 2,000 years ago, that's a disgusting doctrine. It's not misinterpretation. It's what the text says.
Of course, but those things are also contextual and of the time. And of those times, things were different. You know, I think you're ignoring that major point.
I'm not ignoring the major point. So let me give you an example of why context is a total waste of time here. If you're going to argue about context, you need to be able to explain what it is that's changed by reading the text in a particular context. So when God says a man who lies with another man is an abomination and must be stoned to death, what is it about reading that in context that suddenly makes it moral?
It's not the scriptures that have changed. It's people that have changed.
Is it a moral teaching?
There's going to be contradictions. At the end of the day, you know, anyone who does follow that explicitly is silly, and you know, we don't need to write off a whole religion just because we cherry pick a few verses which are not of today's acceptable moral code.
Why? That's precisely the reason we write off religions, because they are out of date and they don't keep up with our shifting moral zeitgeist, right? I agree that we change. Our moral norms change. And as they change, we progress. And we realize, for example, that it's right for women to be able to vote and own property and be treated as equals. And we realize that slavery is not okay. And we realize that racism is not okay. And then you look at these books and they glorify all of those things. And the Bible condones slavery. And the Bible condones capital punishment for children. For children.
Christians do you know that have slaves?
Right. The Christians who don't have slaves are basically coping. They're basically pretending that the God that they pray to didn't venerate all of that stuff and command it and permit it and say that it was right. They're just pretending that that's not in the Holy Book. Most of them don't even know. Or they're just in a state of denial about it. Because when I show them the verses, quite often they're shocked. So it's not that they still want to have slaves now. You're kind of making my point for me. I'm saying we point at these religions and we say, you're saying it's people's interpretation that makes them bad, not the religions, not the texts themselves. And I'm saying, no, it's the doctrines themselves that are bad. It's the laws themselves that are bad, which is why people nowadays just ignore them. And I have to be the one to point them out and say, look, your holy book says this. Your God who you pray to says it's okay to stone disobedient children to death. What's wrong with you? Like, are you out of your mind?
2 points to say to that. I mean, my God believes we have temperance. And, you know, there are things that perhaps we can think for ourselves. This is what free will is about at the end of the day. If everybody followed the scriptures word for word, essentially we wouldn't have free will. So I believe there is an element of decipherment. But yeah, my other point, I lost my trail of thinking. My apologies. But
that's right.
Yeah, I think the common denominator with all these Abrahamic faiths, I know you're cherry picking slavery and these other passages, but really, if we examine the real essence of them, they all preach love, patience, tolerance. And I think those things are the things that we should, look at the commonalities rather than the differences. And that way you can.
You say they preach love and tolerance, but I don't think they do. I think, Jesus may occasionally come along and say some nice things about forgiveness, and then go back to saying slaves obey your Christian masters.
But these are more historical, contextual.
They're in the Bible.
Passages.
They're in the Bible.
I know, but it was still
these are not good.
These are not.
But that's the point. If you
will be of their time.
Yeah, but
Harry
if you think these things are inspired by God, and if you think that these writings are reflecting the morality of a changeless, eternal being who is the seat of morality, he fails the test. Because we have to start making excuses for his laws and going, well, it's of its time. Don't you think that the creator of the universe would be able to make laws that didn't go out of date quite so quickly?
Well, 2 points to make to that. And the first one is, in all honesty, no, I don't rely on anything that's written by man to be a direct representation of the creator of this universe. Well,
why are you bringing up the scriptures then?
Because I still believe there's some validity. There might be some indications to truth.
So you accuse, but hang on a second. I'm not having this. You accuse me of cherry picking, and then you take the ludicrous position, which is that when the Bible talks about forgiveness and charity, it's spreading a message of love, and when it talks about how you should stone children to death and keep slaves, then suddenly it's the writings of man. You can't have it both ways. So what is it? Is it just the anachronistic writings of man, or is it the reflection of the divine? Which one is it?
It is, as far as it's a book, it will always be the writings of man. But that doesn't mean that there isn't some truth or indication of a creator within it, or moral code.
Well, this is a bit vague for me, my friend, because
Isaac Newton, wasn't he deeply religious?
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he also spent most of his life trying to turn base metals into gold. He was arguably the greatest scientist of all time. He was also a wingnut. Wow. He spent a lot of his time trying to do that. And he was also living in a time where everyone was religious. So we can't say that because Isaac Newton was religious that is reflective of anything other than he was living in a time when people were.
Sure, but do you think science and God are incompatible?
I think that a scientific way of thinking and theistic belief are incompatible. But there are people who manage to do it. I'm thinking of someone like Francis Collins, who's an evangelical who was the head of the Human Genome Project. He's a celebrated geneticist and he's a scientist in good standing. And he also believes in the Trinity and all of that crazy stuff. So, there are people who seem to sort of hang up their white coat at the end of the working day and leave their brain in its pocket as they go home to, praise Jesus and all of that stuff. I think it's very strange myself, fascinating. Michael Shermer wrote a really good book called Why People Believe Weird Things. And the final chapter of the book is called Why Smart People Believe Weird Things. And he writes about this kind of thing. I recommend it as a thing to read. So, buddy, I think we're going to move it along. We've got a few others in the queue. So thank you for coming up to talk to me. Appreciate it.
All the best. Peace and love.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Peace.
Bye-bye. There you go. A slightly confused smorgasbord of religious ideas, I would say. That one. Okay, we've got a few in the queue. I love this. Okay, we are going to get Zaza in next. And we're going to do just a couple of super chats before we do. My noisy air conditioner is a Medea, which is really good. I mean, it wasn't cheap. It was expensive. I thought, let me get a good one that's going to last me through this crazy hot weather. And it makes this weird noise. It's very annoying. So forgive me when it kicks in every 20 minutes or so and starts screeching. Mediocre Thought said, caller listed... This is why we were speaking to Kofi Guyan earlier. Caller listed 3 reasons and hand-waved 2 away. What the book says and nature, 2 issues any apologist demonstrably loses on. Dude tried to claim 2 losses as wins. Slick and slimy. I wonder if that was who you were referring to or if it was the chat before. I can't remember. I do make a note of who we were speaking to when the super chats came in so we can relate them back. No Saint, No Sinner, thank you so much for this. Also, while we were speaking to Kofi, ignorance is one thing, arrogant ignorance is another. Unfortunately, religious folk tend to lean towards the latter. I think that's true. Because when you think you have God on your side, ignorant arrogance is easy to come by. And Coffee Mom says each person deserves to understand how their brain works and how cognitive processes make us conscious beings. Religion lies to say it's because of God. Great comment. I totally agree. When we start exploring the world and finding out how stuff actually works, it's enormously more fascinating and thrilling and awe-inspiring than these silly, small-minded, unambitious religious stories that we get. I find them to be rather pathetic for the most part, lacking in imagination. Okay, we are going to get in. I was going to bring in the guest that I just said, and now they've disappeared. So instead, we will bring in Kota. Coming in right now. If you're in the queue, thank you for being in the queue. I promise I'll get to you. I'm not going to stop until the queue is all done. So if you have the patience to wait, have a cup of tea, do what you need to do, I won't give up on you, and you will come in, I promise. I meant to finish last night's live stream at 1 a.m. I went through till long after that, 3 something, maybe even closer to 4. I can't remember, because I didn't want to let the call queue down. I will do the same today. I will not leave you in the queue. So if you're there, if you want to come up, stay there. I promise I'll get to you. Trying to bring in Kota right now. It's doing the same thing it did before. It's just like, it's kind of thinking about it. Am I going to come in? Am I not going to come in? Having a bit of a think. And we nearly cut off Azido before when he wasn't resolving into the chat. Into the live rather. If this doesn't work, we're going to give it another. No, disappeared. I didn't even have to make a decision. Okay, so in that case, we're going to bring in. It looks like Jesse Robertson, I beg your pardon. Jesse Robertson. Hopefully this one will work. We'll find out in a minute. Wonder why TikTok's taking so long to bring guests in. It doesn't normally. It's normally a little bit better than this. Curiouser and curiouser. And I also had the previous name on, which we need to take off. Strange. Also not quite coming in. I wonder why. Okay, well, I'm going to try another one. I'm going to try... we will drop this one down. Jesse, if you're listening, if you're still there and you want to come in, request up again, and I'll try and bring you straight in. Sometimes it works a second time. We'll give that 5 seconds if you are listening, and otherwise we're going to get muted frames in. Looks like not, so okay. Well, we will bring in muted frames, and hopefully this one will work. And if this one doesn't work, then I'm starting to... There we go. Muted frames. Hello, muted frames. How are you?
Oh, good.
Good.
Okay, so this is going to be a wild ride. Would you like to start, or would you like me to start?
It's going to be a what? I beg your pardon?
A wild ride.
a wild ride. Oh, I like wild rides. You sound like you have some noise in the background, but it sounds like it's my voice. Am I on some kind of loudspeaker or something?
I think, let me see if I can get some headphones.
Yeah, because the ride is going to be a little bit too wild if we need to hear my voice thundering through
twice.
A second later. Yeah.
Yeah, roasting me twice. Huh? Where are they? Where did I put my... Oh, here they are. 1 second.
Is it better now?
Much better. Much better. Okay, I'm ready for the ride. Are you?
All right. So God exists. but not in the way, shape, or form, or that people think God is energy. And humans tend to make their own ideas. If we go back to, let's say, Jesus Christ, he could have been a rebel in that time that lead a bunch of people. And he wrote, let's say, a book, or he left some teachings. It could have been a cult. And those teachings were passed down from generation to generation, because when you do a gossip, like when humans do gossiping, the information is distorted from people, from person to person. It could have been the same from generation to generation, changing everything. So, yeah, that's one part.
Let's deal with that part, shall we? So what I heard from you is God exists, but not in the way everyone thinks. God is energy, and when Jesus existed, he could have been a rebel, and the stories told about him changed because of gossip.
Could have been gossip, teachings that he left to his followers,
so
were passed down.
Okay, so if God is just energy, I'm going to ask you in a moment to define what you think energy means. But before I do, if God is just energy, why should we care about Jesus and stories told about Jesus and any of that stuff? Why is that? What's that got to do with anything? If God is just energy, why do we care about Jesus? Why did you mention Jesus?
I mentioned Jesus because people need something to believe on. We all agree on that.
Well, I mean,
his teachings were like the oldest thing that we have in records.
The oldest thing on record? Are you out of your mind? We've got teachings from thousands of years before Jesus. Yeah. Yeah, we got.
Do you believe
we've got writings from the Greeks from long before that. We've got writings from China from long before that. We've got inscriptions and writings from Egypt from centuries before. Jesus is not the oldest thing ever. Come on. Is this the wild ride? Just random things said?
No. I mean, it could be random things, but in the end, what I mean to say is that we as humans don't know anything. We don't know
speak
anything.
For yourself, my friend.
Oh, I mean, anything as in the phenomena that we do not understand. That's why we have science. We have science to investigate those things. But history, to me, honestly, history was all like, do you believe in the dinosaurs? Did that happen?
Yes, of course they happened. We have evidence of the dinosaurs, my friend. Voluminous amounts of evidence of dinosaurs. It's not just because it said it in a book or something. We have the evidence of the dinosaurs. We have been able to construct entire skeletons of some specimens. We have a lot of evidence of the dinosaurs. So yes, I believe in the dinosaurs. Funnily enough, we even know how the dinosaurs went extinct. Did you know that?
That I do, but I honestly, there's some gaps in history. If you go way back, there's some gaps that we cannot, and we will never fill.
That's how history works. If you go way back, there are occasionally gaps in history. That's correct. So, what is energy?
Okay, so we can agree that humans cannot be nature, right?
What is energy? You said when you came in that God is energy. What does the word energy mean?
The laws that rule this world were created by something. We don't know what that something is. It could be nothing.
Let's try that again. Let's try that again. What is energy?
Energy?
Yeah.
Well, our body, our mind runs energy, which is, let's say, electrons, electricity. But there's also an intangible energy that we cannot see.
Energy is an intangible energy. So, because when you said God exists, but not in the way people think, God is actually energy. What does that mean? Is God electricity? Like a battery? Is God just like a battery or something?
It could be the air. It could be the gravity. It could
be gravity.
Anything.
He could be the air, the gravity, and anything. Is this the ride you were promising? I was waiting for the ride to start. This is just sort of random words strung together into things that vaguely approach sentences.
What God do you believe in? Or do you believe in anything at all? I mean, it's my question to you.
I have the prompt above my head saying your God obviously isn't there. So I apply that to pretty much all concepts of God.
So there's no God, nothing ruling this world. That's what you mean.
I think it's pretty unlikely, don't you?
That would be really sad and bad, because then we have no future. We can do all we want, progress all we want, but there's not gonna be a good ending.
Why?
The way I see it, we are
You're
doomed to fail.
Why are we doomed to fail if there isn't an energy stroke air stroke gravity God? And why would this rather lackluster sounding God ensure our success in the future?
I cannot know that. I honestly cannot know that. Nobody can know that. But what is God? And this is an honest question, because God can be, I believe it is energy. Surrounds us, is what's keeping everything in motion. We cannot see it, we cannot comprehend it, but it is there. Now, God can also be a human, and this is going a far stretch to the, how to call it, the conspiracy theories.
Yes.
But I'm not going to get to that.
Thank you,
But God,
Jesus. Yeah.
God can be a person, a human that has reached a point in knowledge, money, manpower, and all that.
All right. I'm reminded a little bit of the when we were promised a wild ride. I'm reminded a bit of that it was the exhibition that happened. What was it about? I'm trying to remember now. There was an exhibition in I think it was in Scotland last year, and it was something like now I can't remember what it was. It was something like Harry Potter World or something. It wasn't Harry Potter, and all the parents demanded refunds. Come on, chat, help me out with this. What was that absolutely terribly lame exhibition that all the parents went to, having been promised the something experience? Willy Wonka. That was it. Thank you, damn edits. I'm being reminded of the Willy Wonka experience, where parents were promised a wild ride and a fascinating journey into the world of Willy Wonka, and it turned out to just be sort of a warehouse with a few plastic chairs and some people in dungarees pretending to be Oompa Loompas, and everyone got refunds. I'm not sure about the wildness of this ride, but I say thank you for coming in, and maybe have a think about refining your concept a bit, because you're a bit all over the place at the moment. It's trying we're trying to kind of nail Jello to the wall at the moment. But thank you for coming in. Appreciate it. Keep well.
Thank you.
All right. Take care. Oompa Loompa doopity doo. Okay. I'm going to get our next guest in. Before I do, our next guest is going to be Jacob. Jacob is waiting over on the YouTube side. So, Jacob, we're going to get you in just a second. I'm going to do 4 super chats, and then we're going to get Jacob in. So the next one says, Tim, I'm a lovely person. Hear that, Mum? John said it. That was when we were speaking to Kofi. I do think you're lovely, Tim. I do think you're lovely. And Madly, thank you for the super chat. To theists, these debates are attacking their religion, which is a core part of their identity, whereas this is just a fun pastime for atheists to enjoy. It makes sense to see theists get so defensive. I know what you mean. I do know what you mean, and I do understand why people sometimes feel like sort of, not physically, obviously, personally attacked by us denigrating ideas which are really, really kind of valuable to them. I totally get that. But really, I'm just standing up for dignity and kindness and compassion, where I see these religious ideas chipping away at those things and as an assault to them. I can't stand by and allow people to venerate a book that says that gay people should be stoned to death because they're an abomination. I can't do it. I can't do it. So if someone else is going to get upset by that, well, that's a little bit tough. A little bit tough. Okay, but thank you. You make the point really, really well. Okay, let's get Jacob in. Jacob, Are you there? Let's see if we are going to be there. I'm going to try and get your audio working because at the moment we're not hearing you. It's the same old, with the video
no.
ninja stuff. There we go. We've got you now.
Okay, now you should be able to hear me.
We can hear you and even see you. It's a bonus thing. But I am hearing my voice come through on a speaker or something. So if you can keep that quiet, that'd be good.
Okay, it was coming through my earphones, but now it's not. So I'll have to peek a little bit closer. But you can hear me perfectly, right?
Can indeed.
All right, well then let's start it. I guess the prompt was, "Your God is not there." Am I correct?
Yeah, your God obviously isn't there.
Oh, obviously.
Yeah.
Well, the things that are obvious, in my opinion, are subjective. Your objectivity may be different from mine. Can we agree to that?
Yeah, absolutely. Something that's obvious to one person may be completely invisible to another. I totally agree with you.
Yeah. So then I can just give you my stance.
Sure.
There is, in my opinion, and science will back it, so it's not an opinion. There is the unseen world, a couple of unseen worlds that exist with us in real time. We know them as frequencies.
Oh dear.
We know these as dimensions, and what metaphysics would. I'm sorry.
Yeah, there isn't an unseen world called frequencies. I'm afraid that isn't a thing.
Do you know what I mean by frequencies?
Well, people use the word frequencies with gay abandon these days, but the word actually has a very specific term in science. Do you know what it means?
Well, I was going to say, but I think that you and I may have differing opinions of frequency. So why don't you give me yours and I'll give you mine?
Well, the word frequency is a measure of how many times per second something happens. So it could be like the frequency of an oscillation, or it could be the frequency of an electromagnetic wave, or it could be if there's a string being vibrated with a particular frequency, which is going to cause a sound, then you measure that in hertz, which is the number of times per second that the oscillation from 0 to up to down and back comes. That's the frequency. It's the number of times it happens. So it's a very specific term with a very specific meaning. But what some people do, and I'm not for a moment suggesting that you're doing this, is that they take the word frequency and they use it to mean absolutely anything they like.
Well, if frequency has many definitions, then it would be unfair to say you're just using whatever you like. Your definition of frequency to be the repetition of patterns. I could look at the digital world that I live in. Colors are frequencies, sounds are frequencies, vibration in itself is frequency. And what is our reality other than a series of vibrations that are measured that turn things from solid to liquid to do you understand where I'm going with that?
Absolutely.
Okay, great. So when you look at and I guess we're mainly debating the Bible, which isn't the only reference to a God, but in the beginning of the Bible, which is very metaphorically laced, very symbolic.
Lots of frequencies.
The first 12.
Yes.
Yes, in the first 12 verses of the Bible, it's metaphorically explaining frequencies that have abundantly come through into the world and created the world that we know.
Right.
For example, and I think we all can learn something from this. And you don't have to take my word, but in the beginning, it was void. I'm paraphrasing. Void is a mathematical term. And what is frequency other than math? If the Bible says the Spirit of the Lord moved upon the face of the waters, what it may be metaphorically describing is vibration. And how vibration brings to fruition our physical world rather than the spiritual world.
Oh my God. There are actually ways in the world that you can actually learn real science, and you can actually learn real stuff that actually means something in actual real life. Has that ever appealed to you?
So metaphysics is not real?
This is just gibberish. I mean, I don't mean this disrespectfully, but the stuff you're saying
is
just kind of searching for the word, but the only one that's coming to my head is bollocks.
Okay, well, we can be more defined in what we're saying, but I've been very clear to you. The Bible is a metaphorical representation of what is unseen. What we call God is unseen. And so your prompt by saying your God is obviously not there, I'm saying he's obviously unseen. But if frequency can be measured,
it can.
Right? If
it can be measured.
It can. And if our world is a representation of that, in other words, we know that the physical world. I'm in my car right now.
Right.
And although
does your car have some frequency? I like. You know what I love. What I love about what you're giving us here is the liberation to use words in any way the fuck we want. I'm all over this. I love this. So when you're driving in your car to the
from where
but when you're driving to the frequency to pick up some frequency from the shop, do you normally pay with do you use cash or do you use a frequency to pay normally?
I enjoy the way you've muddied what my actual point is. No, you can't pay in frequency.
Can you not?
However,
because I pay. I normally pay. I pay with a frequency because my frequency sent me one in the post, and I got that and I put it in my wallet. And when I want to pay for something, I just pay with a frequency.
So I have a child, right? And while my wife was pregnant,
what was the frequency of the pregnancy? What was the frequency of the pregnancy?
A doctor can tell you. A doctor can tell you because, as you know,
right?
Well, let me answer you. As you know, before you're a little bubble of little black goo inside of your mother's womb, there is electricity and all types of chemical reactions happening in the womb. Who would agree that electricity is one of them? Well, we as humans, we have electricity in our body.
Like a mains supply? Is that like hooked up to the mains kind of electricity?
If you have a separate screen, then you can Google it yourself and you can see that what I'm saying is true. But I don't want to deviate from the point.
Sure.
The real point that I'm getting here is not how much frequency is in my car.
It was how much.
The point is,
right. It was the frequency in the shop, right? Where you buy the frequency and pay for it with the frequency.
No, we're still talking about being my wife.
The pregnancy. Of course, the pregnancy, which had a vibrational frequency of the crystals and the pregnancy and the frequency. I totally get it. I'm with you. Carry on.
I didn't mention any crystals.
No, but they have frequency too.
Of course, that's what your memory card is.
I knew it.
Stones and crystals that retain information.
Exactly. You see, we
also carry frequencies.
They really do. What color is your favorite frequency?
It would probably be whatever your root chakra is, but for me, my actual favorite color. My actual favorite color is red.
I had my chakra moved from my body to 3 feet to the left of me. It's really good there. It stays out of the way, and it doesn't interfere with getting in and out of vehicles. No, it's fantastic. You should do it. There's a guy I know who will do it for you. He just removes it. He just takes it and he just moves it like 3 feet to the left. It makes getting dressed so much easier.
That guy is full of it.
No. He's very skilled. No, he's very skilled. He studied at the Institute of Frequency.
Well, most people would say that your chakra, as you gain higher in consciousness, it moves upward rather than to your left.
On the top floor of the building where we keep all the vibrations, that's where the chakras go.
And again, this is a level of mathematics and metaphysics that people ignore.
Absolutely.
The implication is there because
big numbers. I know.
I think you're interrupting me on purpose because of the point that I'm trying to make.
No, I completely agree. I completely agree. Yeah.
Well, then let me land the plane with the final statement.
Sure, and then we'll all understand.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Just go ahead.
Is there a lag in between us? Because I feel as though as soon as I get to the meat and potatoes, you throw in veggies and ice cream.
There is. Let me just adjust the frequency, and then you can do it. Okay, go ahead.
So as I'm in my car, we got AM, FM, XM bands. The point is this: we don't see the ones and zeros in the air when we're on our Wi-Fi, but it is there. It's not obvious to us until we look into the screen of our phones and the display of our. And you keep yepping, but I don't think you're listening, and I think you're doing it on purpose.
No, I've been thinking this. Everything you're saying,
meaningful conversation.
I've been thinking this for a long time. Actually, I'm relieved to finally meet someone who thinks it too.
I really, but you know what? You said to change your mind, and I'm glad that we had a chance to talk. I don't think I got through to you, but I think you're purposefully trying to ignore the facts, the science, the math, that God is a mathematical consciousness based on frequency, and so are you.
Sure.
And everything in your life is a frequency.
Amazing. Well,
but I can understand why some people don't believe the Christian God. I can understand that. However, that doesn't mean that there is no God.
There you go. All right. Well, thank you very much for that.
Thank you for helping me represent my point. Thank you. And yeah, I still think you're a jerk.
Have a lovely.
You're cool. I like you.
I love you too. I'll see you on the next one. And yeah, good vibrations. Take care.
I'll see you on the next one. All right.
All right. Bye-bye. My goodness me. It's the only way I can react to stuff like that is to just completely take the mic, because it's just complete drivel, isn't it? Honestly. There we go. Seemed a nice enough guy sitting there in the dark. Okay. There we go. All right. We are going to get in. It looks like Siphon27 is going to be our next guest. After a couple of super chats, Pollum said, "Yeah, dog poo equals God. That's it. That's the thesis. That's the one. That's the evidence." I'm so delighted that he actually said that. It actually literally made my day. And Jim said, "We know the Earth is 6,000 years old, continuing on to 7,000 and 8,000 and on and on and on." Well done, Tim. That's exactly right. Mad. Absolutely mad. And Mediocre Thought said, Jenks wants the credentials of being scientific and logical while tacitly acknowledging that he cannot reconcile either to his religion. Well said. Very well said. I wish I had the presence of mind to frame it like that. That's absolutely right. And last one for now, 9-Ball Junkie. Thank you for the super chat. That was a good example of dog shit involuntarism. My brain automatically rejected it as total crap. This was why we were speaking to Jenks earlier on. I suspect that may have been a commonly shared experience. Okay, we will get our next guest in. So this is Siphon27 is coming in right now. Again, as I said before, if you're in the queue, thank you for being in the queue. I promise I will get to you. I promise I will. Siphon, how's it going?
Good, how are you? Can you hear me?
Good, I can hear you. I'm just going to get your name up on the special machine, and then we can all see exactly who you are. There we go. Welcome in. Welcome in. You know what the prompt is. What would you like to say?
So I wanted to know, like, what have you ever spent time to even try to find God?
Oh, yeah.
Like just praying?
Yeah.
So what did you do exactly?
I reached out. I made myself open. I said, God, if you're there, I want to know you. Let me know that you're there.
And radio silence, right?
Yeah.
Did you fast?
No.
You didn't fast for at least 3 days?
No one told me that I have to starve myself in order to be connected with the God who apparently wants to have a relationship with me. So I didn't fast.
Well, I'm not insinuating that, but I'm just asking, like, if you say that God's not real, did you, like in science, they exhaust every option. So if they have a hypothesis, they make sure they go through as many different like theories and testing as they can. Whereas you said you prayed, said something one time, and then chalked it up to, well, don't exist.
Well, it's a little more to it than that. So I when I say that your God obviously isn't there, I'm not saying that purely on the basis that I said, are you there, and didn't get a reply. There's a little bit more to it than that. it's not just my own experience, it's the experience of millions of other people, many of whom did fast, many of whom did every devotional thing you can imagine. As you say, exhaust all the options, do all the things, and heard absolutely nothing. And if there is a God who
did,
the people who did are delightful, but
do you think are you think they're hallucinating?
Sorry?
The people who did, do you think they are hallucinating?
Not necessarily all hallucinating, but I think that... Okay, let's try and nail this down a little bit. Is there a particular God that you believe in?
Oh, yes.
Which God is that? Because there's thousands. So which God do you like? Which one's your favourite?
Probably the one that's so Brahma and the God of the Bible, the one the Jews and the Muslims worship, the one the Christians
Okay,
worship.
so like, are you more of a kind of Yahweh guy, or are you more of a sort of Jesus guy?
I mean, same thing, right? From the
Yeah,
Christian
so-
theology like standpoint. Same
Okay,
thing.
so you're a Christian. All right, that's fine. So there are people who will tell you that they have had personal experience of the Hindu gods.
Yeah, Brahma.
Yeah.
Vishnu.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are they?
So
Do they exist?
but
Do
that's
they?
what I'm asking you. I'm
Yeah.
asking you. No, I think Brahma and Vishnu exist.
They do,
I'm asking you.
and Jesus as well. I'm just trying to get where you're
Yeah.
at. So
Yeah, I think Jesus exists too.
so all of the gods all exist,
Yeah, I think they all exist.
and
I think people actually have encounters with different beings, and it depends on where you grow up, essentially too. Because I'm not here like to argue a religious
Yeah, sure.
standpoint. I'm asking as a person saying God doesn't exist, or
Yeah.
I'm assuming you're a naturalist or a materialist, right? So you think no spiritual things exist and it's all just brain.
I suspect that may be the case. I mean, I don't know, of course. I couldn't say for sure, but I don't see any reason to think that.
But you just said your God obviously isn't there, so you are saying that for sure.
No, I haven't said that any God isn't there. I just think your God isn't there.
So whichever God I subscribe to isn't there, so therefore you believe no gods are there, because depending on the person you're speaking to, you would tell them their God.
I think that there is a potential. There is a potential God that may exist, but is unlikely to be the one that you subscribe to. The idea the idea that there's a creator of the universe, and here we are on this little tiny planet in a little backwater of a galaxy somewhere, and we've all got it right, or at least some of us have, is completely laughable. So I think if there is a God, it's going to be one that none of us have dreamt up, because the gods that people on Earth subscribe to are the gods that have been mythologized in our religious texts, in our books, and our traditions, and our campfire stories. It's not something that's going to
I
exist.
fully understand your point of view. Like you said before, millions of people think the exact same way you feel. I mean, feel the exact same as you. So I'm asking though, regardless of the religion, have you actually spent the time to really try to talk to God?
My answer to that question is the same as it was when you asked me at the start of the call. Yeah, I did. I haven't done it for many years. When I was much younger, and I really wanted to know if there's a God there. So yeah, I did. I did pray and reach out, and I didn't fast, but neither did I stand on one foot or sacrifice a goat. There's lots of things I didn't do, but I said, God, if you're there, I want to know it. I'd like to know if there's a God, and heard nothing. And that's the case for, as I said, many, 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 many people have reached out for a God and heard nothing. So I think we can conclude from this that if God does exist, he doesn't want to have a relationship with many, many millions of people who may have asked to have one.
Okay, so based off of what you just said, you're saying because I tried and he didn't respond, and other millions of people tried and he didn't respond, he doesn't exist. But there's also people who have tried, got a response, and he exists for them. So it's like, how do you reconcile that?
So the way I reconcile it
like
is by being
subjective at this point.
it's by being a grown-up who doesn't believe in magic. It's amazing. You should try it. It's incredible. You just look at the world in a sort of natural way, and it suddenly starts to make sense, because you don't have to believe
It makes sense up until a point, because abiogenesis sounds like spontaneous generation. It literally sounds like spontaneous generation dressed up with chemicals and math. and the math is impossible to reach. So it doesn't really make sense.
Right.
And then
Well,
we go back to Big Bang
if
Theory.
that's the case,
Cosmic
let's
inflation started from the lead theory.
sure,
And even
sure.
that in itself has
So
holes.
so
So
pick
if
pick
you, hold on,
which
let me finish. Let me finish.
pick
Let me
which
finish before you
area
start
pick
mocking me.
pick which area of
Hold on.
science you want to talk about first, and let's talk about it, because you're gish galloping
No,
at the
I'm
moment
not.
through lots of different areas. So pick an area of science, and we'll talk
No,
about it.
okay. Before you, because the whole point of this live is to make fun of people like me, right? So before we get to that, all I want to do is say,
No, I'm going to correct
if
you.
you're
I'm
going
going
to
to correct
say
you.
that,
No, I'm actually going to stop you for a moment. The point of the live is not to make fun of people at all. I'm not in the business of making fun of people, and I repudiate people who are. I don't think it's a very nice thing to do, to make fun of people. I respect people. I respect you. What I don't respect is ideas. I don't think that ideas deserve respect. I think people do. I'm not going to disrespect you, but I am going to disrespect silly ideas.
okay, so this is, so I understand. Let me get back to the point I was trying to make though, right? Which is that I don't know enough about chemistry, biology, biochem, physics, so I can't dive deep to a micro level and have these conversations with you about those things. But what I can say is this: the statement you made is false, saying that if you look at the natural world, you will get answers, things would make sense. That's false because we don't know how consciousness is generated by the brain. There's no mechanism ever found for that. So that has a big gaping hole. I say gaping on purpose, by the way, give you some, make the life fun a little bit. Abiogenesis, completely not even possible based off the math alone. Not
Okay,
possible.
just stop for a
And
moment.
then
Just stop for a
cosmic
moment.
inflation.
I understand.
Cosmic inflation
I
is,
understand that
go
you're
ahead.
listing different areas of science where you have a personal incredulity as to whether these things can be explained, and you're
Not
inferring
saying God is the gap, so go ahead.
inferring from your personal incredulity to the idea that they can never be explained, and that naturalism is going to be insufficient, definitionally insufficient to explain these things. That's just
Exactly.
fallacious. Let's just say that fallacious reasoning on your behalf. And it's interesting
Well,
that
I
you
can see why you would say that.
you started off by saying that you don't have a deep understanding of all of these different areas of physics and of science, but you are still qualified to announce to the world that there's no way these things can be true, even though all the people who do have a deep understanding, the people with the PhDs, the people with the research grants, the people who are working in the field of abiogenesis, the majority of whom, by the way, think we're going to have workable models of abiogenesis within the next few decades, and that this is a problem which is going to just be solved at some point soon. Don't come to the same conclusion. Don't come to the same conclusion as you, even though they have so much more information. What do you understand that they're missing?
Let's be intellectually honest here. The same statement you just said about a bunch of people coming to the conclusion that it will be possible. There are other scientists who are saying it's not possible. So
But
I'm not trying to sit here and advocate and say God the gaps. I'm not. All I'm saying is I'm trying to have a conversation with you. And let's be honest here. There are also scientists who are saying this is impossible.
Right. The majority,
Are there not?
the consensus view amongst experts in the life sciences is that abiogenesis is a problem which is close to being solved, and there are a number of very, very feasible hypotheses at the moment which are being explored, and that the consensus amongst most experts in this area is that this is a problem which is going to be solved. So yes, you might be able to find the odd outlier here and there who has a different view, but go and look it up. You'll see. What I'm saying is true.
I have. This is the thing. I have looked it up. I spend a lot of time researching these things, and like when I say a lot of time, I don't mean this. I spend a week. I mean like from high school to now, I've been like researching and keeping up with it. And the reason why I said abiogenesis like won't actually, it'll be a good theory to base things off of if they were to produce it. But the whole claim is that like non-living matter becomes living matter like in natural environments. But the problem is it's in a lab by human beings using their mind to make conditions that seem like it will be in the natural environment.
All of this,
to make
all
it
I'm
happen. So
hearing,
it still wouldn't really
forgive me for
count. You know what I'm
forgive me
saying?
for interrupting, because it gets tedious. All you're doing is making an argument from personal incredulity and saying that you personally, having no expertise in this area whatsoever, have decided that you can't
not what I'm
imagine.
saying.
It's exactly what we're saying. That you personally, having no expertise in this area, having studied it since you were at school.
Strawmanning what I'm saying.
I'm not. I'm literally reflecting what you're saying back at you. That you personally, having no expertise in this area, fail to understand how it might be the case that these things could be explained. And I'm just telling you that the people who do have an expertise in this area hold a different view. Now, you might be right, and it might be the case that these things can't be explained, but you might be wrong, and you could do with being a bit more humble about it. And
I
it gets even
100%
and
be
it gets
wrong.
even worse, because even if you're right and these things can't be explained, how's that evidence for a God?
But and once again, I made sure before I started speaking to say that I'm not reverting back to God of the gaps. Didn't say that at all. I'm saying you made a claim saying if you look at the natural world from a naturalistic point of view, that it will make sense. And I'm just showing evidence to say that's not true.
When I
Because
say
right
it
now
will
you
make
guys
sense, when I say
refer to science in the
it will make
gaps.
sense, I don't say there will be no gaps in our knowledge at all and we will know everything. You seem to be conflating me saying that a world viewed through the assumption of there not being magic makes more sense in that it chimes better with the world we see around us. When I look at the world around me, I don't see magic. I don't see prayers working. I don't see any of the claims that religious people tell me are going on all over the place. I see a world which conforms to natural laws. I see regularity in nature. I see throughout all of human history, every time a supernatural explanation for something has been superseded by a scientific explanation, but not once ever in all of human history has a scientific explanation for something been superseded by a natural one, by a supernatural one. And this is a trend that happens over and over and over again. So what I'm saying is, when you bear that in mind, the world makes a lot more sense. I'm not making the claim that we have all knowledge. I'm not sure who you thought you were having the conversation with, but it wasn't me. I didn't say that.
Well, I didn't say you said that. Okay. I didn't say that you said you have all knowledge. All I said is
You
that
implied it. You
you
implied
made a
it.
statement, and correct me if I'm wrong. No, I'm not. I'm trying to have a genuine conversation, an intellectually honest conversation with you. And
Good.
you keep on attacking what I'm saying, like I'm attacking you. And I'm not. I'm not attacking you. I haven't said anything about you. I said the statement you made that if you look at the world from a materialistic point of view, it makes sense. And I said no, because it makes sense up until a point, and then certain things we can't account for. So therefore, there are still
That's
gaps
life,
in that
dude.
reasoning.
Dude.
So it does not fully make sense.
That's exactly what I said. You're
I'm
literally
not-
agreeing. You're literally agreeing with
Okay.
the characterization I made of what you said, which was that when I say, first of all, you didn't really hear what I said. I said it makes more sense, meaning it makes more sense than a magical one. It makes more sense than appeals to magical beings who whisper universes into existence. It makes much more sense than that. Hang on. And I also said to you a minute ago that you said that when I said it makes more sense that you were that I was implying that we should know all things, and you said I never said that. And then when you were re-clarifying your position, that's exactly what you said. But it makes sense up to a point. But there are still things we don't know. Yes, there are still things we don't know. Just like we used to not know how thunder and lightning worked, and we used to not know what caused earthquakes, and we used to not know what the lights moving across the night sky were. But now we know, and the way we know things is by abandoning magic and using the tools of science to investigate reality. And when we do that, it makes more sense.
It does make more sense. And okay, so this is the problem with your rationale. You're saying that because we use science and we can understand how things exist and why they are the way they are, it makes more sense than saying some unmoved mover or uncaused cause brought about everything. When the gap is always to the uncaused cause. Like you always have science can explain everything up until the actual beginning.
You don't even know that there was a beginning.
In the gaps here. One day we will have it.
But you don't even know there was a beginning. You're currently providing. Hang on.
Time
No,
zero-
you're
time
currently
zero- time
providing. You're
zero
current.
doesn't-
Listen. You're currently trying to provide. You're a problem. You're suggesting that we can't answer a problem without demonstrating that it is a problem. We don't know that there even was a beginning. So you're saying we have a problem with a naturalistic view of the world. You're saying we have a problem with
right now is that there was a beginning to the universe.
No. It's
Am I
not.
lying?
It's actually no. You're not lying, but you're mistaken. Do you know about the Copenhagen survey?
Explain. Explain how I'm mistaken.
The Copenhagen. Yeah, you are. So the Copenhagen survey was done a couple of years ago, funnily enough, in Copenhagen at a conference of the top cosmologists in the world, and they were asked whether the Big Bang represented the start of the universe or just an event and not necessarily being the start of time, and given some other options too. And 69% of it gave answers that indicated that they did not view the Big Bang as the beginning of time or the start of the universe, but rather as just a change of state of the universe of some sort. And that has nothing to say about the start of the universe.
Okay.
So the majority view amongst cosmologists
that
right
goes
now,
with cosmic inflation.
the majority view amongst cosmologists
Okay,
right
so
now
that's along the lines of cosmic inflation, right?
is that the
Where
Big Bang wasn't the
the
start
universe
of the
stretched
universe?
out, snapped back into a dense ball. Yeah, so cosmic inflation. Like I know what you're referring to. I don't understand. Like I said, I can't go on a micro level, but I've looked into it enough to understand the basic. At least that's at least better than most Christians. I try to actually understand like the world through the lens of science. Like, well, not through the
But
that's what it is. It is that. I can't pretend that's not the lens. That is what the world is. Like, But I'm saying to say definitively, look into the world as a naturalist, like looking at the world through a naturalistic lens, that it makes 100% more sense. It's like, yeah, up until a point, but then you still get left with a bunch of holes. Like, okay, where does consciousness come from? Because they say consciousness is generated in the brain, but they have yet to prove or show a mechanism for how that comes about. So therefore, we're just guessing it. But people walk around and say, "Oh, consciousness is generated in the brain," but
this
they're
God of the
lying.
Gaps, my friend. This
They're
is
literally lying.
vanilla. This is vanilla God
No,
of the
no,
Gaps.
this is space in the gap. No, this is science in the gaps. This is what I'm saying. Like, I'm not saying, did I say
This is,
God? I didn't say therefore God. All I said, listen, you're trying to straw man me, and I'm like not trying to have an argument with you, but at least be intellectually honest, bro. All I'm saying is that when you guys do the same thing with science, you say, oh, consciousness is generated by the brain. Okay, yeah, show us a mechanism. Well, we don't know yet, but we have faith. We know science
it's not.
will
It's
explain it
not
one day.
faith.
It's like,
It's not
okay,
faith. I'm married
then
to.
we
I'm
can't.
married to a neuroscientist. It's not faith. We know that consciousness. We know that consciousness is produced by the brain because when you shut down the operation of the brain, you shut down the consciousness. When brains are damaged, the consciousness is damaged. When brains are changed, the consciousness is changed. When brains stop
Yes,
working, the consciousness stops working.
can't
So
argue that.
whilst we may not yet understand exactly the mechanism by which brains produce
There you go.
consciousness, we do
There we
know
go.
that they do.
That's the point I'm making.
Your entire argument seems to be seems to be based on the fact that you're struggling with the idea that there are some gaps in our knowledge still. That's fine. That's the human story, is that we have gaps in our knowledge. There are things that we don't yet know, just as there were things that we didn't know 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 100 years ago, and 500 years ago. But in 5 years, 10 years, 50 years, 100 years, and 1,000 years, there will be less gaps in our knowledge. There will be fewer gaps in our knowledge. We will understand more. Will we understand everything? Probably not, because the more we learn about other things we need to learn more about, right? So as we fill gaps, we make new gaps. That's just the nature of acquiring knowledge. It's the nature of learning and becoming better acquainted with reality. But we don't need magical books to do any of it. We don't need burning bushes. We don't need oceans parting by magic. We don't need sticks turning into snakes. That's not the way, my friend. The way is enlightenment values and reason and logic and rationale and the abandonment of silly dogmas. That's it.
Okay, that's it. There's nothing else to say.
All right. Well, thanks for coming up.
Have a good
Appreciate
day.
it. Cheers.
Yeah.
All right. There we are. Okay. There we go. Right, we are going to get... Zaza is back. I did try to get Zaza in before. That was the guest I was trying for. We'll get Zaza in just a moment. We are going to do 3 super chats and then we'll get Zaza in. So, when we were speaking to... these are all when we were speaking to Janks earlier. Bab said, Archbishop Usher said the Earth was created on the 21st of October at 9 a.m. in 4004 BC, which makes the Earth a Libra. I love that. Babs, that's awesome. I've never heard that before. That's brilliant. And Hayden Walton, thank you so much for the message and super chat. This is all so ridiculous. We are arguing over mythic biography. Mark, I know. People don't understand the story of these writings in the New Testament. They think they're eyewitness accounts. It's absolutely wild. And Adam Carmona, thank you so much for the super chat. If I'm going to join a cult based around a stage conjurer, it won't be Sai Baba, it'll be Doug Henning. I don't know who Doug Henning is now. I need to find out. Who is Doug Henning? Hang on, let me just quickly check. I need to know this. Doug Henning. Is this like a fantastic magician? Oh, magician, illusionist. Yes. Yeah, Sai Baba was absolutely an illusionist, but Doug Henning, much better. I agree. Right, let's do that, and let us get in Zaza, as we tried to do earlier. Hopefully we're going to be more successful second time round. Let's see what happens. Hey, Zaza.
Well, hello.
Hello, how are you?
I'm doing good, and I've been listening to your guests and you for the past hour and a half, 2 hours.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm an author of a book called The Eternal Spark, and it just happened was talking about the same subject that you are having with your audience. The idea of somebody living 900 years, Noah. We look at the people that they are past 100 years right now, and we see their physical shape and their looks. Imagine 900 years old. So the stories and the books that keep going forward from generation to generation develops a lot of misunderstanding. The point of being a human is to wonder. The point of being a human is to explore. If God exists, He doesn't want you to be dormant, and another meaning, just like a cattle, just you follow and that's it. If the creation that we are looking at through science, it's energy, literally energy. Your body is an electrical system. My body is an electrical system. Everything has an electric charge. The starts of a human is a signal from the brain to the spinal cord saying, get the chemicals right. We want to create a sperm in the testicles. A signal right. Is an electrical, it's an energy. And the crazy thing is this energy in our body would not be able to work without a medium, which is water. No other medium could allow that energy to do the things it does.
I appreciate the biochemistry, but where are we getting to here? Are you calling up to argue for the existence of a God?
Okay, where we're going here, I'm just telling everybody that listening, do not stop and take what you have been born. I was born Muslim, but I read the Islam, I read the Christianity, I read the Torah, and I find out that God is saying, you're asking questions is not a guilt. It's not a bad thing. It's a good thing. It shows me that I created an intelligent creature, not the dumb creature. So my point to everybody is keep asking questions. Do not get offended for somebody like the gentleman who's hosting us saying, prove it to me. He's trying to make you think. And
Zaza, let me just interrupt you. I appreciate you calling up to advocate for what a good idea it would be for my audience to listen to me, but they regularly turn up to do it 2 to 4 times a week, and they probably know that already. And really what we're here to look for is debates, and it sounds like, as charming as you are, that might not be what you're here to deliver. So I'm going to respectfully wish you good evening, and thank you for coming up. And we're going to move on to a call which is more what the audience are here to see. Hopefully, I say that, it may not be. Let's see. So I'm going to bring in Sassy One. I'm going to bring in Sassy One right now. And we're making our way through the call queue. We're going to get to everyone. Sassy One, how are you?
Hello, good morning, according to me anyways.
Yeah, it probably is. I can't remember. Yeah, it's morning. Morning, it is morning.
Yeah, good morning.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Excellent. Yeah. We got there in the end. Hello,
yes,
how are you?
Did. Yeah, I'm all right. How you doing?
Good. What have you got?
Yeah, your God obviously isn't there. Prove me wrong. Well, I'm a Christian, and I believe God is there. And I've spoken to you, John, before.
Yeah, we spoke on the 26th of June. I remember our conversation.
Oh, really? Wow. I know we've spoken before, but
I think about it every day.
Yeah, you're a funny guy. So, yeah, I think after that discussion, I wasn't able to talk to you or chat with you. I don't know why. I wasn't able to respond to any of your chats on the call. I don't know if you blocked me or not.
No, I never block people. I mean,
Yeah,
legit, I don't block anyone. So I don't. When you
I don't
say
know what
respond to my chats on the call, what do you mean?
No, like, when you're on a live and you want to comment, I was not allowed to comment anymore.
You were you muted in the chat for some reason?
I really don't know how TikTok really works, but I knew that I wasn't allowed to chat anymore.
Well, I certainly didn't block you or mute you from that. There are people whose job it is to try and keep the chat in line with the sort of rules and keep it working properly. So it's possible that you tripped over a wire there, but you're here now. So what would you like to what would you like to say?
Yeah, okay. I'd like to say that God exists, and to prove anything or to have proof for something, you literally have to see it. Everything that, as I said, you're a very knowledgeable guy, and I don't know many of the things you know. Anything that we need to prove, you have to see it. Every other thing that has happened in the past has been through texts, written texts. And that's, you said earlier that you referred to the Bible as like a magical book, or
it's got actual like wizard stuff in it, like sticks turning into snakes, and it's a proper magic book. It was like, Harry Potter's got nothing on the Bible.
Yeah, it does. And so as everything else that we read about in science might not be as supernatural and as magical as you claim it to be.
Some of it's really dull, man. Some of it's really dull. I mean, I love science, but some of it's really like, and not the best. Well, it is all the best, but it's not all as exciting as your magic book. But the thing is,
it's not.
When you say like you have to see something to believe it, I don't necessarily think that's true.
I didn't say believe. I was like, for you to prove anything, you have to necessarily kind of see it, because everything is just inference.
Would you agree that you can prove something, not necessarily by seeing the thing itself, but by seeing evidence for it?
Yes.
Yeah.
But you're still seeing something.
You're seeing something.
This has existed. Yeah.
Yeah. So what do you think we can see that's evidence for God then?
Well, we human beings, we are evidence that, because there's no other species that is like mankind.
Yeah, I mean, there's no other species like the duck-billed platypus either. But what?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're animals. Animals are related, but I'm just saying that mankind, in our own, there's only mankind. There's not something that is similar to mankind, and we are proof that there's a God that has created this.
But why is that proof? Hang on a second. All you're saying is that there are things about Homo sapiens that make us unique. There are things about all species that make them unique. Why is that proof of a God?
Well, we can relate to a realm that is beyond the physical. You would agree with that, don't you?
No, I don't really know what that means. What's a realm?
A realm is another existence outside of the physical, outside of what we see.
I can't
categorically.
I can't relate to that at all.
Spiritual realm.
Nah, can't relate to that at all.
You don't
magic
relate
stuff
with that at all.
Nah.
Yeah, you can't relate it.
That's Lord of the Rings business, my friend.
I know.
Realms and magic stuff.
Yeah, it doesn't really make sense to you. No. But I know deep down it does, because you have told me once that you used to be a gospel musician.
No, I've never been a gospel musician.
You have them as friends.
I have been involved with producing music for people who are gospel musicians, but that doesn't mean I was one. I can categorically tell you that at no point in my life have I ever been a gospel musician. I've been involved in the production of some music, but that doesn't make me one. And that's also got nothing to do with any of this. So no, so far I'm not hearing anything. I'm hearing that humans are unique, and I agree that humans are the only creatures that are actually Homo sapiens. Yes. And I've heard that we can relate to a realm, but I can't relate to a realm. I don't think that means anything.
You can relate to because you say it doesn't mean you cannot. You might not know how to.
Don't you think I would know if I could relate to something or not? Don't you think I'm the best person to be a judge of what I can relate to?
No, I don't think. I think the person that makes something would be like a better judge. If you make, like, for example, now if you
So my mother. Should I ask my mother if I can relate to a realm?
No, you know what I mean, John. Stop being very smart. You know what I mean. You are very intelligent. Like I said, you're an intelligent man. You don't be playing all these games. Oh yeah, you know what I'm saying when I say stuff like that.
But that's a circular argument. If you're saying that the person who can prove that I can relate to a realm,
like I said,
is God, that's the thing. That's the thing you're trying to establish. So we can't use that in the argument, can we?
That we cannot prove anything. But I'm saying that you can know based off of personal experience. Like if you really want to know that he does truly exist and he loves you. Right?
I can't know that. I mean, in all seriousness, Sassy.
But you've said you've tried in your previous talk with the previous guy. You said you have tried when you were much younger. Have you tried as an adult?
I tried. I was an adult, and I tried.
You said you in your words. You said you were a child. I think I can recall that vividly.
No, you're misrecalling it. It was in my early 20s.
What did you say then?
It was in my early 20s that I did that stuff. Because I became friendly with a guy who lived around the corner from me, and he was he was a religious guy, and it made me think about stuff, and so I sort of said, I wanted to know God if you're there. I hadn't been religious as a child, and so I got to my early adulthood, and I thought, well, if there is a God, I'd like to know about it. So I tried to have a conversation with him, and he ghosted me.
Oh, I'm really sorry about him.
That's all right. I just. It's fine.
It doesn't really ghost people because he wants to have a relationship.
He doesn't. He doesn't.
You know what I would say before we end the call, because I know you're much more knowledgeable than I am. I'd say that if you've been like, obviously you have people here that move with the same mindset as you are, that God doesn't exist, or you have to prove it to me of some sort. And you see them in the chat, right? They are talking. If it was left between only you and supposedly a supreme being, you don't believe that there is a God. So supposedly a supreme being, just you and him, right? And these people are being stripped away from you. This money that you're getting through all of these things that people are doing through TikTok, and it's just between you and him. Would you say you've not had the chance to know him personally?
I think you're drawing together things that have got absolutely nothing to do with each other. I mean, the fact that I do live streams on TikTok has got absolutely nothing to do with my views on religion. I've been completely obsessed with religion and belief for decades. But I am. So I've been absolutely fascinated by the idea of belief and religion and gods and faith and all of that stuff for years and years and years, right? For years and years and years. For many, many years before I ever got on TikTok or did anything like that. It's been the one focus in my life that has been consistently there since I was a teenager. And so I've spent a lot of time thinking about this, and I've spoken to hundreds, if not thousands of people about this stuff. I've written a book on the topic of belief because it interested me so much.
Oh, really? What's the name of the book? I'd really like to, because I'm interested.
My book is called Unconvinced: How Belief is Not a Choice and Why That Changes Everything, and it's coming out in November, available at fine booksellers everywhere. And that's not a self-published book. That's like with a proper publisher, coming out at the end of the year, all over the world. I worked really, really hard on that book, and I researched it, and I studied belief as a phenomenon, and the neuroscience of belief, and the theology of Christianity around belief. Like, I've thought about this stuff a lot. This is not just like a hobby on TikTok. I've devoted my life to this stuff, and I just see no evidence
when it comes.
I think you should. Do you know what I'm arguing for in my book, Sassy? I'm arguing I'm arguing that belief isn't a choice. You can't actually choose what you believe. And
you cannot choose. That
no.
makes sense. That I mean, 90 a lot of percentage of people that grew up in a Christian home eventually become Christians, or the people that grew up in a Muslim eventually become
not
Muslims.
just that, because that's the sort of obvious takeaway, but it's much more profound than that. It's
Okay.
that if you grew up in a Muslim home and then you became a Christian, you didn't choose to become one. You just got persuaded.
no,
you
you
just
didn't.
got persuaded that it's true. And so once we realize that, then God would know that I haven't made a choice not to believe in Him, that I'm just genuinely not convinced. And so if God wants me to know Him, He knows where I live. He can come and say hi anytime.
It's sending people like me and people that you're chatting that opposes the what you're saying. Well, to come and tell you that John, it does exist. You can also.
Does God think it's going to be successful? Because with respect to you, my friend, I've been having these conversations for decades. So does God think that these conversations are going to result in me believing in Him?
Do you know what, John? I strongly believe that is yes, it will be successful.
Oh, well, we'll find out.
Yeah,
won't we?
we'll find out. We'll find out. It was nice speaking to you, John.
Nice speaking to you
really
too,
appreciate.
friend.
Yes. Have a good morning, and I'll read your book when it comes out.
Thanks, Sassy. Keep well, friend.
Yeah.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye. Off with the fairies, but a lovely man. Okay. We are going to get Dr. Biotech in next, and then we've got Lloyd is back to speak to us again. Essex Bi Official is here, and Panesh is back as well, who we have spoken to before. Panesh, I should say. Right, we are going to do a couple of messages, and then we get Dr. Biotech in. Edward James said, John, which states have you been to in the US? I have been to quite a few, not a massive amount, just a few. I've been to New York. I've been to Florida. I've been to Chicago, in Illinois, I should say. I've been to Missouri. I've been to California. I have been to Washington State. Been to Virginia. Been to DC. A few. I spent quite a lot of time in the States. I love America. I just think it's a bit ill at the moment, but hoping for a recovery soon. And Tim said, as we've never seen John's legs, be strange mechanical noises coming from under the desk. Conclusion, John's a cyborg created by Skynet to eliminate God. Rumbled. It's true, my legs don't make a regular appearance on the live. For some reason. I can't imagine why. And Tim says, when I cook with coriander, also known as cilantro, I had a tiny bit of soap, so no one feels genetically superior. Okay, there we are. Good stuff, Tim. Right, we are going to get Dr. Biotech in next. I love Tim. Tim's the best. We're going to do Dr. Biotech, and then we're going to do Lloyd, and then we're going to do Essex Bi-official after that. So, Dr. Biotech, welcome in.
How are you?
I am very well indeed. Just getting your name up on the board so we can all see who you are. There we are. Dr. Biotech. I'm very well. How are you?
I'm well, thank you.
Good.
I listened to you and you discussed about abiogenesis and evolution. I'm here for maybe 2 hours listening. I think, as you said, abiogenesis, there's a gap in abiogenesis, but we have a few very good articles that published it in 2025 and 26. They may fill this gap, and also I understand the evolution is a theory and supported by many evidence. But from my background, I have mastered in molecular biology and PhD in biotechnology. As we know, adult human typically they have around 40 trillion cells. Each cell contains around 20,000 genes. protein coding genes. This is very complex for nature to create this. There should be a superpower, and also DNA contain many informations, and there's many mechanisms that switch the gene on, gene off, like epigenetic effects. I think there should be a superpower to create this complex organism. Also, I can find this complex structure in bacteria, in eukaryotic cell, unicellular microorganisms.
Let me interrupt for a moment to say, I mean, I respect your knowledge in this area, which is vastly superior to my own. So that's the first starting point. It's like I completely grant that you have a much deeper understanding of this stuff than I will ever have. But it's a big stretch to say that we need a superpower to have made it come about, because you will know, working in the life sciences, that evolution is capable of creating extremely complex results over long periods of time, with millions and millions of generations, and things like gene duplication to increase the amount of information in the genome and all of that kind of stuff. You will know that these things can come about by natural processes, right?
Yes, you are right. We have some plants like Ophiglossum reticulatum. They have duplicated chromosome. They have around 1,400 chromosomes.
So
and we have rice, which contain around 40,000 genes. In human, we have 20,000 genes, protein coding genes. Yes, you are right. And I forget to tell you that science doesn't prove or talk about God. We have something, we have a question. When I want to publish a paper, for example, in my PhD, I worked on inflammatory bowel disease, which is a disease in intestinal tract. There was observation, question, hypothesis. Then I did measurement and experiment in order to get conclusion. But in science, we don't talk about God. We are not going to prove God. But I told you, in my perspective, I think, and maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm right, I don't know. But when it comes to the bioinformatics, when we are going to read the gene sequences, genomic sequences with the next generation sequencing or Sanger sequencing, I think it's very complex. Really, it's complex. We have some genes which are not responsible for making protein. They are just responsible for expression to microRNA. These microRNA are going to control specific gene.
Okay.
I think it's very complex, actually.
But so to just sum up, because we're going to move on now, but just to sum up, you've explained the intricacies and complexities of some of these biological mechanisms, and you've said that in your view, these things are best explained by some sort of superpower, was the term I think you used.
Just for now.
Yeah, I don't see that myself. I think we know that there are well understood mechanisms in nature which can account for all of this stuff. So I don't see it, but I do applaud your expertise and knowledge in this particular area of science. So I'm going to say thank you for coming on.
I totally agree with you. It's option to say there's a superpower, and there's option to say natural selection, environmental factor made this change.
All of that good stuff that we know actually exists, as opposed to the super beings for which we have absolutely zero evidence. But there we are. I'm going to move it along. But thank you so much for coming in. I appreciate it. Thanks for coming on.
Thank you for this opportunity.
All right. Sure. Thanks. All right. There we go. Got to respect the expertise, even if not the conclusion. Right. We are going to bring in Essex by official and see. Hello. How are you?
Hello. Good morning.
Hello.
How are you?
I couldn't be better. Let's get your name up on the board. There we go, like that.
I'm not gonna lie. I feel like I've got a little bit of a headache from your previous guys you had up on here. I mean, to be fair, you gave them a lot more airtime than I would have had patience to do so myself. So fair play to you.
Good stuff. What have you got?
Wait, what was the word he was using? Frequencies. I've got lots of frequencies.
Yeah.
Would you like to buy some?
Oh yeah, any day, yeah.
No, all right. I don't know. To be honest with you, I can't even remember where I was going to come at this with you. But obviously, I'm an opposing side to your argument. You know, I do believe in a higher presence other than ourselves. I believe that we have a duty to serve that higher presence other than ourselves.
So I'm going to tell you straight out the gate, to me, that's no less wackadoodle than the frequency bollocks. I mean, that is literally just total. Like, why would you believe that? We have a duty to serve the higher power. Where has this come from? Why would you think this?
Why would I think that we have a duty to serve a higher presence other than
a higher
ourselves?
presence? Yeah. What does that mean?
That means that we should. So okay, so who do you serve then?
I don't serve anyone. I'm a free agent. I don't serve anyone. Well, who do you think I serve? Who do I serve? I consider
at the very minimal yourself.
No, look, I have duties to other people that I consider to be obligations and moral obligations. Like I have a son, and I have a wife, I have a family, and I have commitments to people who I care about. So it could be said that I serve them, but it's weird because they also serve me because they've got duties and commitments to me also. So we kind of help each other, which is why I don't like the word serve, because serve implies servitude. It implies a hierarchy. I don't think I serve anyone. If you're asking whose interests do I act in, then I act in my own interests, because if I don't look after myself, I can't help anyone else. And I look after the interests of those who are near to me, who I care about. And then I try to extend my altruism outwards, and I try to help other people. So I help people online, and I help people strangers that I haven't met before, and I donate to charities, and I do things like that. So, you know, you start close and you extend out, and then you extend out a bit more. That's kind of how most humans work. But I don't.
Can I ask you a genuine question though? And don't.
They're my favorite type. Yeah.
Are you using ChatGPT right
now? Am I using ChatGPT right now? What?
To transcript my argument, and then, like, for example, because I can do it myself too, right? I can use Codex. I can turn it on, and he can listen to your argument and then give me a response, and then I can.
I have never done that once in my life. I would have zero. I would have zero interest in doing that. I come on here to have conversations with people. Why the hell would I want to use ChatGPT? No, I'm absolutely not doing that at all.
Okay, I'm just that was just a genuine question.
Okay.
So where's your premises stand here then? You believe that so for example, this is all being well if you're because your claim is that you're serving yourself and the people around you and stuff like that. This is all providing that yourself and the desires and the things that you strive for are that of what is righteous, right? Because
it doesn't mean that. I could not think they were righteous. It could be that I'm nefarious and that I'm a predatory type of person and I'm ripping people off left, right, and centre. It happens. Well, it happens not to be the case.
So let's before we stray along. So this is a perfect pit stop here. So I believe that humans, we have this. A human condition where we
hang on. I'm so sorry. I'm going to just stop. No, because we've drifted. We've drifted. No, hang on.
You're making me lose my train of thought here.
Hang on. No, but it shows. So focus up, because you came in and said that you think that we serve a higher Again, I've forgotten exactly what you said. You didn't say power. You said a higher something. I can't remember what your phrase was, right? And I asked you what the evidence is for that. And so
you didn't ask me that at all.
I said, why would you think that? Was, I think, how I phrased it. Why would you
make me lose my train of thought here?
I'm not trying to. I'm asking you to just explain what you said.
We concluded that, you know, ultimately you serve yourself, right? Which is fair enough. The people around you, yourself. But this is providing that the things that you desire and strive for are righteous, right? So I believe that the human body has a human condition where it can be detrimental to what I believe is the observer, which is you, the soul, right? So I believe the human has this condition that it desires things that are harmful and detrimental to the observer, to the soul, to which I would say is John Cohen, right? So therefore, I can't serve the body. I have to serve a higher being, which I call obviously God, which is just a word.
Yeah, but I still don't understand any of this stuff.
Really?
It just sounds like kind of. To be honest, it sounds as impenetrable as that frequency nonsense earlier. So you're saying that there's a higher being. First of all, you'd have to define a reason. You'd have to give us a reason why we would think that even such a higher being even exists before we can have a conversation about what our obligations to this being might be. You'd have to demonstrate that this thing actually exists. That's the first mountain you need to climb.
Oh, come on, John. I can't. You're basically asking. I could say the same thing to you, like, okay,
but you're the one making the claim.
Flipping air exists.
But you're the we can demonstrate that air exists. But you're the one making.
No, you know what I mean, though. Come on, that's just a ridiculous question to ask.
It's not.
How can I demonstrate?
I'm asking you to demonstrate why you think something. If you make a claim, you should be able to say, "Hang on.
Go on.
You should be able to say, I believe this thing and this is why. So I'm just asking, when I say demonstrate, I'm not saying give me proof. I'm saying explain the rationale that justifies your belief. So you said you think you serve a higher power. I can't remember if you said you or we, but you think that there's
I don't think that. I do serve.
You do. Okay.
I said that I serve a higher presence other than myself.
A higher presence, right. So what is the higher presence? Why would I think that a higher presence exists?
I serve that guidance in my head which wants me to do good. I don't serve the flesh or the body that desires things.
Okay. I think I'm starting to understand you. So let me try and reflect this back at you and see if I understand you right.
That's a higher presence.
So when you say higher presence, you're personifying. You're sort of
God.
making
it God.
Well, hang on. You're saying it's in your head. So you're saying that
I'm not saying it's in my head. Don't try and play this emotional game.
No. I'm not playing a game. I'm trying to reflect back at you the words you're saying so I understand them correctly. So you're saying when you're doing good,
your chat is just full of absolute raging.
I'm just going to mute you for a moment because you just need to calm down and be quiet, and we'll create some space in the conversation, and then I'll let you speak. So you're saying that when you're doing good, when you're being ethical, when you're being virtuous, when you're doing the things that you consider to be obligations, you frame that as serving some aspect of either yourself or a higher something or other. And that's what you define as God, as being the thing that you think you're acting for when you're doing virtuous acts. Do I understand you? Do I understand you correctly there? Just hit your mic button and you'll come back on and be able to answer.
To be honest, you didn't make much sense there. To be completely honest, John,
I'm still trying. All of us are trying to understand what you're talking about.
It's not all of us. Obviously, your chat is just full of. I can see other people commenting too, and it's like
no one has the foggiest clue what you're saying right now. We're just trying to get you to be clear about what you're actually describing.
Okay, so what do you think I'm describing? Like, I don't understand where we're at right now. Like, what is it that you don't get? This is
you've announced that you serve a higher presence. That's delightful.
Yes,
what do you serve the presence? Chips? You're acting
serve,
right.
As
so
in,
you're
like
acting
come
in.
on, John.
Yeah, you're
That's just
acting for.
ridiculous now.
So
You're
you-
being condescending now.
So
You know
you're
what I mean? There's no
you're,
need for it.
You're acting for this higher presence, and I've asked you what the higher presence is, and you said it's something in your head.
It's not, obviously it's not something in my head. It's just the thing that I serve is the higher presence, the thing that wants me to do well, which obviously, you know, the Bible refers to the same presence, which is God.
And why would we think this thing exists?
Because the life just tells me that it exists. You serve yourself and the people around you. You have no concept of a higher presence. You're an atheist, right? Whereas me, I'm the opposing guy in this discussion. I believe in God, therefore I serve the higher presence.
I'm delighted for you, but you haven't been able to explain why.
But that's what the Bible is. It explains what God is and the attributes and the things that is required, which is the commandments and da 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 da.
What, like keeping slaves? Like keeping slaves?
What the higher self tells me. Like,
do you think that the command? Do you think that
this goodness?
Okay,
whereas the flesh, which is what you serve, is the thing. Is the thing that is.
I want to clarify this because you brought in the Bible and commandments, so this changes things from just your own sort of personal version of the higher presence to something more established. So, do you think that the morality and the goodness and the ethics described in the Bible reflect the values that you serve?
Yeah, I just want to clarify, John, that you serve something which is the flesh, which is detrimental and harmful to the spirit, whereas I serve that what keeps the spirit safe.
Can we have an answer to the question I asked you?
Yeah, what was you asking me? Something about scripture or something?
Yeah. I asked you, do you think that the morality in the Bible reflects your own morality?
Do I think the morality in the Bible reflects my own morality?
Yeah.
I believe the Bible is written in look, just look at present guests. You guys might think I'm crazy or whatever. I don't care, right? But
A yes or a no would be dreamy. Do you think that the Bible represents?
It's not as simple as a yes or a no. Well, absolutely, the Bible represents
your morality.
The Bible absolutely refers to the same higher presence that I.
That's not the question I asked you. That's answering a question I didn't ask you. Now let's try answering a question I did ask you. Do you think that the Bible, the morality in the Bible, matches up with your morality? Because you mentioned the Bible. I wasn't talking about the Bible.
You're going to come in with this slaughtering the gays and whatever I know what your argument is going to be, and it's ridiculous, to be honest, John. You're smart enough to know.
Are you capable of answering the question?
Look, if you interpret the Bible the way that you seem to interpret it, then that's a flaw in your condition.
As my good friend Justin says, let's try this again. Does the morality in the Bible match the morality that you're aiming for when you're serving this higher presence? That's what I'm asking you. You mentioned the Bible. I was happy to not mention the Bible at all in the conversation. You're the one who brought it up. So as you mentioned the Bible, I'm asking you, do you think the morality in the Bible is good? It really is legitimately a yes/no question. You can say yes.
Of course look, I can answer it very simply and say
please
yes.
Do.
Of course, it is. But I would also like to add a bit of reference to it, and to just clarify that, of course, it's a yes. But also, if the way you interpret it is harmful or detrimental to the people around you, then that's a flaw in your condition, not in the transcript of the Bible. You just have a condition that hasn't been able to develop the ability to interpret the
it's my
the
fault.
scripture
I get it.
correctly.
It's my interpretation. So when the Bible says in the original Hebrew that God wants his people to God wants his people. No, it's time for you to listen now. For when God says he wants his people to keep slaves, is that a problem with my interpretation that the Hebrew of the Hebrew Bible says detailed instructions on how to keep slaves? Is that my fault or a problem with me somehow?
Absolutely, yeah, because you're complacent and you haven't read any context. All you've done is just looked at the surface.
Do you want the context of the commandments?
It'll be a lot easier for me to just serve myself.
Do you want the context of the commandments? I'll give you the context of the commandments. So he's delivered his people out of slavery in Egypt and shepherded them towards the promised land. And as they're setting up in the promised land, they receive the law from Moses, don't they? Right? Moses delivers the law from God to Israel, and in that law, he tells them all sorts of things about how to live. There are laws about violence. There are laws about how to compensate other people for injuries you cause them. It's kind of how to set up the whole of society, right?
Yes,
and it's why they call it the law,
John,
right?
John,
right?
I have observed human behavior extensively. I understand how flawed and how unevolved the human condition is.
That's
enough
lovely.
To understand that the transcript of the Bible was given to us by a higher presence in order to resolve that. And it's because you interpret it the way you do, that just means that...
Okay, enough waffle, because we want straight answers to simple questions here. Still haven't had the one that we really want. So, when God, through Moses, tells his people how to keep slaves and gives them precise instructions about how to do it, where to buy them from, how you're supposed to beat them, how you pass them on to your children, how you get to own them for their whole lives, was that good?
You're funny, John. Honestly, man.
That'd be a yes or a no.
You completely miss my points, completely.
It'd be a yes or a no.
You don't even address my points.
We'll try again. So when God gives his people the laws about owning slaves in the Hebrew Bible, in Hebrew, with no translation, you can read the actual Hebrew and it says exactly what to do, how to do it, where to buy them from, how to treat them. Is that, in your view, good?
Can I answer that?
I would love it if you did.
Yes,
just a yes or a no.
Perfect. So let's put this into context. Let's put the situation.
I gave you the context.
So
I've already given you the context.
There's 500 humans on Earth, right? And 400 of them are absolutely, completely barbaric, killing each other. Absolute chaos, no order.
Yeah, that's just wonderful. I don't need crazy hypotheticals. I just want an answer from you,
John. Okay, I'm answering it. Damn it!
No, you're not. You're not. You're trying to talk about something else to divert. No. I asked you a yes/no question. I asked you a yes/no question.
Correct to enslave them 400 barbarians who are slaughtering each other, raping each other, enslave them, and try and bring some good. Out of their human condition.
But you said you like context.
Or would it be morally better to just...
Of course, but you said you like context. So the context here has got nothing to do with enslaving only people who are barbarians
John,
and raping each other. Yeah, you're trying to pretend
to give you... No. I'm trying to give you an insight of...
I know.
Cute. At the end of the day, I do respect you a lot, right? I don't want to I feel like you're a good man. I want nothing but the best for you. I'm just,
of course, I'd love a straight answer. It would be awesome if you could give me one.
There's no such thing as a straight answer, John.
Well, I know that you're demonstrating that's how you live.
Into these kind of depths.
If you ask me a yes/no question, I'll give you a straight answer, and then I might give you a clarification. So I'm going to just share this with the audience. So in case anyone doesn't know, God gives his people, and you will all know this, of course, you've been watching this for a while, you'll completely know this, but, God gives his people detailed instructions on how to buy slaves. As for the male and female slaves who you may have, it's from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. Notice that acquiring male and female slaves doesn't say anything about only if they're barbarians who are raping and killing and eating each other. It's just that you're allowed to buy people from the other nations. You're not allowed to buy your fellow Hebrews. You can't enslave them. You can do a 7-year or 6 or 7 years debt payment
Hebrews
thing.
As those whom are righteous and not barbarians.
Well, that's right. Yeah. Well, this is
human condition.
Of course. Yeah. They call that racism.
I'm just saying, John.
They call that racism.
Looking at the surface here. You're looking at the surface. You're being very complacent,
Indeed.
very naive, and it's like, come on now. It's like.
So
we have
far
more duty than that as
so
men
far
and as
you're
guardians of this very
so wonderful.
green earth.
It's so wonderful that you're justifying slavery on the basis of racism
I
right
knew
now
you was gonna say that. I knew you was
by
gonna say
claiming that all the people that God allows you to enslave must have been barbarians. This is the same kind of thinking that leads to ethnic cleansing. It's the same kind of thinking that leads to pogroms, that leads to groups of people wiping out other groups of people because they dehumanize them by categorizing them as barbarians. They're actually human beings. And so this law here is literally just saying, you can't enslave each other because you're all part of the same tribe and this tribe belongs to me. But anyone who's not in this tribe, just call them barbarians if you want. I mean, that's not used here. This is just your code
John,
that you've made
okay.
that you've made up. This is just your code that you've made up. No, we're not going to. I'm still going to finish this bit. So this is God's specific commandment on how to own people as property. And you'll notice that when I asked you if it reflected your own morality, you didn't give us an answer. You still evaded and didn't give us an answer. And I think we're all sort of starting to sense
John,
that you're not going to.
Yes. I said yes, but then I gave you a bit of
okay, so you said yes. You said yes, and the extra was it's okay to make slaves out of people because no, I'm just reflecting what you said. You said yes, it's okay to enslave people because they must have been barbarians. Well, I'd like you to just reflect on that because, as I said to you before, that kind of thinking is what leads to ethnic cleansing. That's
don't be so. No, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
That's exactly what it is. You're just dehumanizing another group of people so you can make slaves out of them.
So you think a slave is something you should? By no means am I endorsing or advocating for slavery. Absolutely not. Don't put words in my mouth, John, because can be detrimental.
You are. But you are advocating for slavery because when I asked you if it was good, you said yes, and then you said yes, but they must have been barbarians.
I gave you a hypothetical situation and asked you, what would you do? I didn't say that that's what I would do.
Oh, well, then I'll ask you again. Do you think it's moral that God gave rules allowing the Israelites to keep slaves?
I gave you context as to why this might have occurred. And
that's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I said. You justified it.
My question then: what would be more morally better to allow the 400 humans who suffered the complete human condition, where they hadn't evolved the ability to order themselves correctly, to allow them to keep slaughtering each other, murdering and raping each other, or would it be morally better to enslave them and try and bring some form of goodness out of their?
I don't know what you're smoking, but you need to get a better dealer because I don't know what you're talking about.
What's so difficult to understand about that?
What you're doing is
asking you a question. Answer the question.
Okay,
don't attack my
you're dreaming up a scenario.
I'm smoking something
because you're clearly high. This is absolutely ridiculous, right? You're dreaming up a hypothetical. I heard your question. You're dreaming up a hypothetical situation in which 400 people who you've just made up out of your backside are slaughtering each other and suggesting that the most compassionate way to attend to those people is to make slaves out of them and pass them on to your children. Are you okay?
Answer the question, John.
You haven't asked a question.
I have asked a question.
You said, would it be better? Would it be better?
500 people on Earth,
yeah,
and there's 400 people out of the 500 who are murdering, raping, whatever, because they hadn't evolved the ability to order themselves correctly, right? Is it morally better to allow them to just keep doing what they're doing and just absolutely living in chaos and murder and rape and whatever they're doing?
Or make slaves out of them.
Which one's better, John?
Neither of them. You do neither of them. Both of them are immoral. It is immoral to make slaves out of people, and it is immoral to make slaves out of people. And we don't when we find other people. Be quiet. When we find people behaving in a way that we don't like, we don't make slaves out of them. Are you out of your mind,
John? We have evolved. I specifically said in them circumstances, the human condition hadn't evolved the ability to order themselves correctly.
That's bull. This is complete
What's
baloney.
so hard to understand about
We
that?
had the
Am I
ancient
speaking English
we had
I'm not
the
speaking
ancient
a foreign language.
Okay, we had the ancient Greeks before this.
Sorry, I get a bit
we had the ancient Greeks who managed to order themselves. We've had civilizations for many years who have figured out ways to order themselves.
The Bible, of course.
Okay, enough nonsense. The reason why this is such nonsense is, as I said before,
no, you're okay. And I don't like
no, deal with it. It's not my fault that you're trying to justify slavery. You're justifying slavery on the basis oh my God, please be quiet for a moment. Learn how to have a conversation. One person speaks, then the other person speaks. You're trying to justify slavery on the basis that the people who were enslaved must have been barbarians slaughtering each other. And that is not the situation that was reflected in the Bible. The people who were being enslaved were not barbarians slaughtering each other. They were just anyone from the nations around the Hebrews. So you dreaming up a hypothetical scenario where the only choices available are allowing people to slaughter each other, boo, or making slaves out of them, boo, is just asinine and idiotic. So you came in here saying that you serve a higher presence, and that's where you get your morality from, and it's the Bible. And I've shown you that the morality in the Bible is caca, and the only thing you have to say about it is that the people who were on the end of that morality must have been barbarians, which is the same kind of racism that people use to discriminate against anyone outside of their group. It's tribalism, really, more than racism. But it's anyone outside of the group deserves what's coming to them. And that's pretty disgusting.
You're going around in circles. Everyone listening, go and listen to Jordan Peterson. That's Jordan
God.
Peterson. He'll break down
that's all we needed to hear. Go and listen to Jordan Peterson. What a fantastic note to end on, people. Please don't put yourself through listening to Jordan Peterson. We could have figured out earlier, couldn't we, that this guy was a Jordan Peterson chap. Can't give a straight answer. By the way, has anyone seen Jordan Peterson be absolutely roasted by Ian? Ian completely destroyed him on Jubilee. It was magnificent. And Jordan Peterson was so red in the face because he realised he was getting a complete caning from Ian, who was super calm, super collected, super organised in his thinking. I can't get enough of that. Absolutely brilliant. Okay, so XBI official or whatever your name is, you need to have a little bit of a think about your own morality a bit, my friend. You're a little bit broken there. Says my aircon. Okay, we are going to get in Lloyd next, and then we've got Christ, and then we've got Girlgraft, it looks like, after that. So we'll have... This will stop in a minute. There we go. We'll have a few messages, and then we're going to get Lloyd in. Tim said, 8-hour video of Ems reading the phone book while John goes, shh, ASMR style behind him for sleep. Let's do it. We'll make it happen. I agree. I would also listen to Ems read the phone book. Absolute legend. And Tim said, God's never rubbed my belly and called me good boy. That was while we were speaking to Azido. I can't remember what was being said at that point. But yeah, dogs. That was the one. Dogs. Azido brought up dogs. That was it. It came back to me. Penelope, great to see you. John, the sound of your AC kicking on makes me happy to know you're cooking in comfort. No worries at all. Stay cool and keep on cooking. Thank you, Penelope. I appreciate it very much. It is nice and chilly in here. It's not too hot at all. And last super chat for now. In fact, no, I'm going to do two more. Bab said the floating baseball cap speaks, I believe. Yes, that was when we were speaking to Jacob. The frequency conversation. That's going to be a clip, isn't it? I'm going to have to clip that all day long. And ABM said, hey, John, in honour of Jacob, please add tinfoil babble as a bingo spot. Yeah, as soon as I can get the bingo working again, I am going to do that. That's the tinfoil hat brigade. Come in occasionally. I have actually thought of having a tinfoil hat that I could just quietly place upon my head when they come in. I should do that. It would be good, wouldn't it? Right, let's get in Lloyd. Back again. Lloyd is a proper regular. Welcome in, Lloyd.
Hi, John.
Hello.
How are you? All right?
Very good indeed. What have you got?
Okay, so I want to discuss a surah, basically, that hopefully will link to the cosmological dilemma regarding the origins of the finite universe, if that's all right.
Yeah.
Okay, so shall I start with the surah first? It's just 2 lines, so you could just get the prompt from the divine scripture.
You want me to get the prompt from the divine
No,
scripture?
I can get it for you if you want. Do you want me to read it out?
Yeah, you can read it out, or I can put it up on the screen if there's a particular verse you want me to show. Is there something you want me to show, show everyone?
Yeah, chapter 52, ayah 52.35.
Okay, hang on. So it's in the Quran, or?
Yeah.
52, hang on, chapter 52. So, 52?
So ayah 52.35 and 52.36. It's just two sentences, really. If it's too much, I can just read it out to you if you want.
Let's see. I'm not sure if it'll give me a range. I think it will. Hang on. Let's have a look. Is it... yeah, I think I've got it here. Or is it this one? Or were they created by nothing? Or were they the creators of themselves? Or did they create the heavens and the earth? Rather, they are not certain. Is that it?
That's correct. So that's my reference.
Okay.
And then basically what I want to discuss is the cosmological dilemma regarding the origin of the finite universe. If that's all right?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. So I think that potentially there's 4 logical options explaining how the universe came to be. Are we on track, yeah?
We're not, but I'm going to let you speak for a bit, because I don't think that we have established that the universe did come to be. So that would be something you'd have to demonstrate first before
so I'll demonstrate
explaining it.
So there's 4 options. So it came from nothing. So my elimination of this is from nothing comes nothing. From nothing, nothing comes, basically. So that's elimination 1.
Yeah.
It came from nothing. So my elimination is from nothing, nothing comes.
Yep.
So up the second one, it created itself. Now, it cannot exist before its own existence to create itself.
Okay.
That's my answer for that.
Okay. Yeah.
And number 3, I think, well, it was created by something else that was itself created. Now that one's, it's like an impossible infinite regress of dependent creators. You can't, you can't have infinite regress of dependent creators, right?
You can.
Does that make sense?
But it does. It makes perfect sense. But keep on going.
Okay, that'll be interesting when you refute that. Okay,
yeah.
That one.
And then 4.
4th one is it was created by something completely uncreated. So this one is what I kind of stand by is.
Yeah.
It's an uncaused, independent, supreme creator.
Right.
An uncaused, independent, supreme creator. That's the only way that the universe came into existence.
Have you considered the fact that maybe the universe has always existed, and all of those options are all wrong that you gave?
Well, you mentioned when I mentioned point 3 that it was created by something else that was itself created. Is that the one that you wanted to discuss?
I'm suggesting that you can't rule out the possibility that the universe never didn't exist, and therefore we don't have to solve the mystery of how it came into existence because it's always existed.
Well, if something existed, surely it's dependent on laws, right? So, for example, like universe is fundamentally dependent. Hang on, sorry, it's like human being depends on oxygen, right? For example, so if something's created, it's dependent on laws, isn't it? It can't just create itself.
Surely. You're not tracking, Lloyd. You're not tracking. I've given you a scenario that you have to either incorporate into your list or give me a reason why it can't be. Is the idea that the universe, you're trying to explain how the universe came about, And I'm trying to
Yeah.
say you may be making a mistake in that entire endeavor. If the universe has always been here, then we don't need to explain anything. It's just always been here.
Well, how can it always be here? Something must have created it, right?
No, if it's always been here, then there was never a moment it didn't exist, and therefore it wasn't created.
Well, it must have come from somewhere.
No, try again. If it's always existed, then there was never a point that it didn't exist,
How can
and
it
therefore,
always
and therefore,
existed? There must have been a start. Or
if it's
something
always existed,
independent.
definitionally, think about it. Definitionally, if it's always existed, there wouldn't have been a start. There couldn't have been a start, otherwise it wouldn't have always existed.
Okay, so what caused the existed then?
Nothing. It's always existed. Nothing caused it. You're trying to solve a problem that you haven't demonstrated is a problem. That would be the first thing you have to do.
But
So
what's
if you
the justification to like always existed?
I don't need a
What's the
justification for it.
justification?
I'm not making it as a claim. I'm saying that if you're going to remove it as an option, you need to justify removing it, and you haven't. So figure out a justification for why it can't have always existed.
Well, I've removed that there has to be an independent supreme creator away
No.
from all the laws.
You're not understanding this. I'm going to try it once more with you, friend. But I know you. I know you're calling in good faith. You're not trolling or anything. But
No,
think
I'm not
about
trolling,
this.
obviously.
I know you're not. I know that you're an honest interlocutor here, as Matt would say. You've given me 4 scenarios, 4 potential ways that the universe could have come into existence, but you've ignored the possibility that the universe coming into existence may be something that never actually happened. It's possible that there was never, ever, ever a moment when the universe didn't exist. It always existed. There was no coming into existence. There was no start. There was no causing it, because there was never a time that it didn't exist. And what I would say to you is, what reason do we have to think that at some point in history, the universe didn't exist and then came into existence? What would be a reason why you would think that?
Well, I'll have to go back to the surahs, or were they created by nothing, or were you the uncreators? Were you young creators?
Those surahs don't speak to this possibility at all. They all speak about. They're all written from the assumption that the universe came into existence, or that something came into existence. I'm asking you to think about a different scenario, one where it always
Well,
existed.
this is God speaking in the text.
But
It's a challenge to you yourselves.
Yeah, but this text doesn't speak to what I'm talking about at all. It's a different subject. I'm saying that what reason do we think
So
there was
were you
ever
created by nothing then?
there was ever a time?
That's
What reason do we think? Do we have a reason to think there was ever a time that the universe didn't exist?
Yeah, but
Yes or
were
no?
you
Yes or
created
no?
by nothing? Is that what you said?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying you're making a cosmological argument here. I'm responding to it with a scenario that you haven't thought about. So if you want to, this is an opportunity for you to learn something, right? You presented four options like they're the only 4.
Yeah.
I've given
Yeah.
you the 5th, and it's a really, really powerful one, Lloyd, because it's one that a lot of people hold to. That there was never a point that the universe didn't exist. It's always existed, and therefore there's nothing to explain. And whilst that might feel counterintuitive to you, you already believe that there are some things that have always existed and never not existed. You already believe that that's a thing that can happen because you think God is like that.
Well, yeah, because we believe that he's separate from these laws, right?
So it's not about laws. It's not about laws. It's just about the properties of a thing. So you think that a thing can exist that has always existed and never, ever, ever didn't exist. Great. Well, you're on the same page as me. You call it a God. I call it a universe. The difference is we have evidence for the universe and we don't have any evidence for a God.
We have evidence of the universe, yeah, but the one that really matters is the one that we live in, right? Earth.
Well, no, that's just a tiny corner of the universe. It's not going to be here for long.
It's
It's not going to be here for long either. Earth's going to be completely destroyed in a few years. So, I mean, a few billion. So, yeah, soon to be demolished. Anyway, that's it. So, I'm gonna suggest to you as we move on, have a think about that. The 4 scenarios you laid out are not the full picture. Give some solid contemplation to an eternal universe, because it's possible that that's the case.
It's the first I've heard of it, and I find it quite bizarre, but I'll look into it.
Have a think about it. Yeah, have a think about it. All right. Thanks for calling in.
Bye.
Okay. All right. Cheers. Thanks. Keep well. Keep well. Keep well, Lloyd. Right. I've got a very generous offer to be a mod. Absolutely. You can be a mod. I will do this. I will mod you right now, my friend. There you go. Add as moderator. There you are. You are now a mod. Thank you, Dumadani. Thank you so much. Okay, right, we're going to get Christ in next. And before we do, we'll read a couple of super chats, and then we are going to do that. I'm having a lovely time. Nineball Junkie says, you and Jacob weren't on the same frequency. I know, right? It was not the same. And Simeon Urchin, great to see you. His research is probably reading pop sci articles. Yes, I got that impression too. And Kiki Tak said, there was no message there, but thank you so much for the supportive super chat. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. And then finally for now, Truman3347 sent out 5 Unconvinced gift memberships. Thank you so much. That's super, super kind. Really, really appreciate it. Okay, we are going to get in Christ next, and then we have Panache after that as well. So taking off Lloyd and bringing in Christ. Hello, Christ. How are you?
Hello. Nice to meet you.
Can I call you Jesus, or is Christ better?
My name's Thomas.
Thomas. Oh, okay. Is that Doubting Thomas or a different type?
It's Thomas.
Cool. And are you able to speak any louder, Thomas, or is that as loud as you get?
Got dust in my phone from work.
Right. Okay. Well, it's not fantastically easy to hear you, but we'll do what we can. What would you like to say? Say it in your biggest voice.
Okay. So, what made you advocate that there is no God? Is it that you relied on God to bring you from pain and that he didn't answer? So you decided that there was no God because you weren't delivered from that pain? And when did this happen in your life that you advocated that there was no God?
Right. No, it wasn't God's failure to deliver me from pain that led me to the conclusion that most of the gods that people believe in don't exist. I don't actually make the claim that there is no God. I just think that your God doesn't exist. There might be another God that exists. I just think the one that you believe in doesn't.
You don't know what God I believe in.
Yep.
Personally.
Yep. Any God that you believe in is extremely unlikely to exist.
But to me, God is everything.
Everything.
To deny God would be to deny your own existence.
Well, my own existence is awfully apparent to me, but the existence of any deities is awfully not. Looking for a better way of saying that. Sorry?
How did you come to be? You really think?
I can answer that.
Like the evolution is textbook?
No, my parents. It was my parents. They oh God, have your parents not done the birds and the bees with you yet? All right. Well, look, when a man and a woman.
Look past yourself. Stop being so egotistical. Look into every human that's ever existed here, now, and in the future.
Right.
What is the purpose behind us all together? And even if you believe in aliens, what is their purpose? What is their purpose?
What makes you think? What makes you think that we're entitled to a purpose?
Because that's what we live for. If you had everything, what would you have to live for if you were already rich beyond means? Say you were born into richness, what purpose would you have?
You seem to think that purpose is and meaning in life is something that has to be handed down from above, but I don't look at it that way. I think that purpose and meaning are things you find for yourself. So I find purpose and meaning in life in the things that are purposeful and meaningful for me, and other people find purpose and meaning in life for the things that are that way for them. But this notion that if there isn't a God, you couldn't have any purpose is rather silly. It's a bit like saying if you didn't have a boss at work, you couldn't have any purpose. Well, if there is a God or if there isn't a God, the amount of purpose I have in my life is completely unaffected. If I knew today that there was a God, I wouldn't feel any more purposeful or any less purposeful. I would still get up in the morning and do the things and spend my time doing the things that are important and helping, my family and loving the people who are close to me and pursuing my goals and doing the things that bring me joy and learning and listening to music and all of that kind of stuff. Whether there's a God or not, those things still have a value, and that's where I find my purpose.
So you're blessed. But what about people that are literally enslaved to their job, have no family, have no money, have addictions? What about them?
Well, how does a God help them? God sits on his hands watching those people suffer and doesn't give the slightest shit. What does that say about him?
Is it his fault or people like yourself who think about themselves only?
Well, it's not my fault if someone else is having a hard time. I'm not the all-powerful creator of the universe capable of changing it like that. It's absolutely his fault if people are having a hard time.
So that's the kind of attitude that causes other people to fall off in society, is men like you.
The kind of attitude that tells people to be self-determined in their own lives, to give up on superstition, to give up on doctrines that tell them they're not good enough because they don't believe the right things and they deserve to burn in hell if they don't, to tell them that men are better than women and women should submit to their husbands, the kind of people who are freed from the slavery of these mind cults by people like me saying, you're allowed to think for yourself. There's no such thing as evil thoughts. There's no such thing as sin. There's no such thing as salvation. You don't need it. You're saved already. There's nothing to be saved from. That's what I do. That's my message. My message is...
when we die, nothing happens.
Absolutely nothing. It's very, very much like what happened to you before you were born.
So you think that we are just germs floating through sky on a rock?
Well, I don't know about you, but I'm not a germ. I'm a proud Homo sapiens, and I very much enjoy living.
How can you claim to be a Homo sapien when the key factor to Homo sapienism is God? The only thing that made us get this far in this world is most people believe in God, and you are a product of those people, generations down.
Right.
Now you want to turn around and say to everyone that God isn't real.
Let me just see what they're saying. This may... I'm trying to read what that message was. Maybe an amazing concept, but we can only hear any mods... What's saying? Any mods able to get through to John? I can hear you. Unfortunately, Christ, people are struggling to hear you because your microphone is so quiet. I'm going to try and crank you up a bit more. Are you able to use the power of the Holy Spirit to enable people to hear you a bit more clearly? Because at the moment, you're very quiet.
So if you believe in that sort of stuff, why don't you confess that you're a pagan and that you believe in fairy tale stuff?
So apparently not then. Not able to speak any louder.
Right. Yeah, well, mocking isn't a good trait. So consider yourself great, but mocking is not great.
I'm just asking you to speak louder so people can hear you. No one can hear what you're saying right now. Some people are suggesting that it might be better that way. And he dropped down. There we go. People like me. People like me. There we are. Okay. Right. We are going to do a few super chats and then we're going to get Panache in, who may be our final guest. We have spoken before. It will be nice to speak to him again. We'll do a few super chats and then get him in. Tim said, I worked at the Tickle Me Elmo factory. So 2 red cotton balls, send it down the line. I got fired. Apparently I was supposed to give it to 2 test tickles. What, Tim? What? You can't do that to me. At 4 o'clock in the morning, to my mind, to my brain? I don't understand. It's too much and too difficult. Babs says, I'm falling asleep. Thanks, John and Mods. You do good. Sleep well, Babs. Love and hugs. And Scruffy Mans has very, very generously gifted out 5 memberships to people in the chat, they will have been long distributed. Thank you so much. That's very, very kind. And Flibberty Giblet said, drunk people are impossible to have a discussion with. While we were speaking to Essex Bioofficial, I'm not sure if he was drunk. He definitely was transmitting more than receiving, wasn't he? He wasn't very much a fan of listening. Yeah, bit of a hot mess, that one. Bit of a hot mess. Okay, let us get in Panache. We have spoken before. And this, I've got one guest over on the YouTube side as well. We've got Eric over there, who we may speak to after this. But Panache, welcome back. How are you?
Hi, Joe.
Hello, hello, hello. How's it going?
Yeah, it's good. No,
Cool.
Today I just have a question for you.
Question, go for it.
Like I'm trying to, sometimes maybe we debate with people that we don't even know that much. Like, what is your motive as atheist? Like, are you trying to end religion or something?
Okay, you're going to need to speak up a bit, my friend. This is all a bit low energy. I know it's super late, but I'm the one who's been doing this for 6 hours. So let's have a bit more presence. Are you asking why I do this?
Yeah, like, are you trying to end religion?
Am I trying to end it, did you say?
Yes.
I can't. I could never possibly end religion, but I am trying to offer people another way of thinking about these religious ideas, which enables them, hopefully, to live more enjoyable lives. If they can be free of like worrying about hell, and if they can be free of feeling a sense of guilt or shame or anything like that for not playing by these silly religious rules that people have. That's what I'm trying to do, is literally just offer another way of thinking about these ideas. And anyone is entitled to agree with me, disagree with me, tell me I'm wrong, tell me I'm full of crap. All of that is available for people to do. I don't expect everyone to agree with me, and I know a lot of people don't. But I think it's helpful sometimes to just present another perspective, especially on ideas that people have been used to hearing for so long. It may not have occurred to them that there's another way of thinking about things.
Yeah, I hear you. But Joe, that today I don't have much to say,
All right.
But I think I offered you I think I told you on your inbox before, about the prophetic gift.
The prophetic gift.
Yeah.
Tell me more about the prophetic gift.
They are believed to tell people things that they have never told anyone.
Yeah. I mean, there are people who think they have that. I don't think anyone has it. I mean...
But I think I have.
Yeah. I know. But I don't think you do.
I tried to tell you, but you never answered. That's my only...
Oh, did you message me? I'm sorry. If you messaged me and I didn't... I do get quite a lot of messages, so sometimes I miss them. Did you message me to tell me about your prophetic gift?
No, I wanted to practice it on you, to show you.
Did you know that I wasn't going to answer?
Yeah, I was expecting that.
Did your prophetic gift tell you that I wasn't?
No, it was this reasoning.
Okay.
No, knowing the person you are, just like, I just knew maybe it was a maybe.
I try not to be rude. If people message me, I do generally try to reply, but I do sometimes... I'm not trying to sound big time or anything, but I get a lot of messages, so I sometimes miss them or don't see them, or they end up down on a list and I miss them. So if you messaged me and you haven't heard back from me, I will go and look at my messages and find your message and I will reply to you. How about that?
I think that's the... Because like you talk about the Bible being just maybe about Harry Potter, people flying. I feel like on this platform we're just talking and talking. You don't give a platform for people to like show you the magic tricks, The things
I'm always ready to see. I love magic tricks. Can you show me some?
That's what I was telling you when I messaged you. Today I don't have much to say, I just wanted to talk about that.
All right. Well, I'll tell you what I'll do. I will go into my TikTok messages. I assume you messaged me on TikTok, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll go into my TikTok messages and I'll find the messages from you that I missed, and I'll give them a read, and I'll reply. Is that fair?
Yeah, okay. Yeah,
All right. I will do that. All right. Well, whatever time it is where you are, get some rest and be well. Take it easy. Thanks. Cheers. All right. Well, I never want to be rude. If someone takes the time to message me, I ought to really reply, shouldn't I? I don't want to be a rude person. That would be bad. So if he took the time to message me, I will dig out his messages and I will respond to them. I do get quite a lot on TikTok, and a lot of them are from like agencies. Do you want to join our TikTok agency? And I have absolutely no desire to do anything like that at all. Okay, we are approaching the landing, I suppose, the finale. Scruffy Mans said, this was while we were speaking to Essex Biofficial, sanity and happiness are an impossible combination. No sane man can be happy, for to him life is real, and he sees what a fearful thing it is. Only the mad can be happy, and not many of those. The Mysterious Stranger. What a great quote. I haven't heard that before. I must have a look at that again. The Mysterious Stranger. I like that. Thank you so much, Scruffy Man's brilliant quote. And good friend Punta del Este, thank you so much for this. To quote the great Christopher Hitchens, if Essex Biofficial had an enema, he'd be buried in a matchbox. That is one of my favourite Hitchens moments ever. It was when Falwell had just died. Jerry Falwell had died, and some idiot had the idea of inviting Christopher Hitchens onto a 4-person panel on Fox News to eulogise Jerry Falwell. And Hitchens was peak Hitchens. And he was just saying, like, just because the guy's died, we shouldn't speak in hushed, respectful tones. He was a gruesome, horrible person. And they were appalled that he was so forthright with it. And his parting shot before they could mute his mic was, if you gave him an enema, you could bury him in a matchbox. It was just perfect. So thank you so much for quoting that here. It was absolutely brilliant. One of my favourite Hitch slaps ever, 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 ever. And Zakiah, I'm so sorry. Had a moment of not being able to read. I usually love how you engage with inanity, but I'm not feeling well enough for it today. Have a great night. I'll catch up tomorrow. I'm sorry that you're not feeling well. I hope you feel better. I genuinely do. Thank you so much for that as well. Really, really kind. That's an absolutely massive, kind, generous donation. So thank you. And I hope you're feeling all right. Shadeland said of Essex Biofficial as well, this guy has no idea what he's talking about, possibly me. The nonsensical banter is painful. It was painful, and he could have done with a lot more listening and a lot less speaking. And if you're still listening, take that away as a lesson, because you didn't make yourself an easy interlocutor to speak to. Too much of that. And Adam Commoner says, Jesus was an aircon. Yeah, I get that. Very, very good. I need to have this machine fixed, though. And PVG says, Puff, your aircon because you didn't pin timestamps. So I'm sure I did pin the timestamps. Whenever I find them, I always pin them. If there are unpinned timestamps, let me know. Drop me a message on Discord and I'll go and pin them immediately. But I generally do, because I look through the comments. When I see the timestamps, I do pin them. But you know what? The YouTube app on the phone is sometimes a bit flighty. And sometimes I think it's done something and it actually hasn't done it. So if I've missed any, I'll try and catch them up. But thank you, PVG. And again, for all the work you do. Absolutely awesome, awesome, awesome. Thank you. And Tim says, the joke is, as I was giving Elmo 2 testicles, not 2 test tickles. Ah, I see what you did there. That's very clever. Very, very good. Okay, see, I'm a bit slow. I'm just slow. What can I say? I try. And Siebert Strength, thank you so much for the super chat. Again, I'm not sure if that would have had... I can have a look on my other super chat aggregator to see if that had an emoji or something with it, because here it comes through without anything. Let me see if I can find it. No, just says, well, thank you so much for the donation and the support. I really appreciate it. That's really, really kind. And John O'Neill It was great talking to you yesterday, John. Really enjoyed that. There is not sufficient love and goodness in the world to permit us to give some of it away to imaginary beings. From Nietzsche. What a great quote. That's almost the quote to end the show, isn't it? It would be great if it had been, but we have one more. But thank you, John. That's awesome. I really appreciate that, and appreciate you, my friend. And Seabird Strength said, and thank you for the super chat, God really parted seas, brought back the dead, made animals speak Hebrew, and decides to quit doing these things for thousands of years. Zero evidence, simply not convinced, burn forever for eternity. That's it. That's the setup. That's it. Lots and lots of magic, lots and lots of personal demonstrations, and then goes completely silent and starts barbecuing people for wondering if it in fact makes sense. I don't think it does at all. I don't think it does at all. What does make sense is that we have reached the end of the live stream. So, yeah, this hacking business is pretty nasty. I spent a few hours today building stuff up. I actually have managed to fix the kill switch in a way that it can't be messed with anymore for Inner Circle members. For anyone who doesn't know, I've got memberships on YouTube, and they are available on Patreon as well. I think there should be a link to them on my TikTok thing. And the Inner Circle is just the top membership tier that allows people to vote people off if they're too dull or too boring or too horrible or too offensive. And if I'm not judging that right, they can kind of override me and vote them off the show. The person who's been trying to hack the stuff on the show is no longer going to be able to have access to that. I fixed it. So if you're an Inner Circle member, you just have to validate through your Google, like as any other online service does. You just use Google to validate you. I don't get any of your information at all. No passwords, nothing like that. It's totally secure. But it just means that no one else can then claim your name from the Inner Circle list, which is how it works. That is now secure. Going to have to do a bit more work to firm up the bingo, and I think we're going to probably have to have sign-ins to use the bingo as well. That's probably how it's going to need to work. So the regular people who want to play bingo can just, if they have the membership, just fill in a form thing and then get a pass to use it. And people who won't be able to, and then we'll have the bingo back in play as well, and the same for the caller rating too. So there we are. I'm going to keep on working on that. We will restore everything soon. So with that said, thank you, mods. I love you. You're the best, all of you, and new mods as well. And same PVG for the caller rating as well. Yeah, working on getting it all. I did drop a message in the Discord to Espresso, but I'm not sure if it's been picked up yet, or maybe they replied and I haven't picked it up as well. But definitely keen to get a bit of support around that to make sure that our defenses are high. That'd be awesome. Upshot says kill switch worked great for me today. Good. Yeah. You've done the sign in, have you? That's awesome. If you have, that's fantastic. Yeah, that's gonna be good. So I think that's about it. 4:30 a.m. is probably enough for me for now. And where are we? We're now Saturday night. Next stream is going to be Tuesday. Be the Tuesday day stream. I believe. I think that's right. Yeah, I lose track sometimes. So thank you, everyone. You're the best. I really, really, really massively appreciate the fact that you guys turn up time and time again. I can't tell you how humbling it is, and I really massively, massively appreciate it. So thank you for your continued support. How do we request mod status? Upshot, if you want to be a mod, I'll make you a mod right now. You would be an awesome mod, my friend. Consider yourself modded. There you go. That is done, my friend. You're going to be blue next time. That's awesome. So thank you, everyone. I'm going to end the show now and go and get some sleep, or try. Anyway, I can never sleep after a show. My mind is still